Good morning everybody and welcome to Trent Bridge Live for Day 3's coverage of this LV Insurance County Championship Division 1 clash between Nottinghamshire and Middlesex, and it's a day where Nottinghamshire will start out in the middle on 92-42. Ben Slater and Joe Clark are the men out there in the middle, and they are replying to Middlesex's 366 all out. So they're the main headlines for today, but let's remind you of everything that happened on Day 2, and we'll do that through the highlights.
Here goes. Oh, Hutton around the wicket. Simpson's gone. Full and straight. Thumps onto the pads. Ball bowls, and that's driven away by Higgins. Lovely push. Mullaney. Oh, he just had a grab at it there, didn't he? Or he had a chance to have a grab at it. Ball bowls. Oh, what a drive that is down the ground from Eskenazi. He's gone full straight, and Eskenazi has said thank you very much. Ball is in, bowls, and that's driven. Oh, it's a glorious shot by Eskenazi. That really is Eskenazi at his very, very best.
Jane Patterson passed on by Debenham. Bowls. Oh, that's jagged back. He's asking and given, and that's number 49 for Patterson. Hutton is in again. Bowls, and that's nicked through to Moores, and this time he does get his wicket. And Josh De Caires is out for 12. That's Hutton to Yadav, who wristily cuts this away, deliberately plays it down to third for a boundary. This one is pulled away. It's in the air by Yadav for a while, but it's gone very fine down to fine leg for 4. There's Harrison. Chance to run this away for as many as they want. Now then, will it be 1, 2, 3 or 4? And it's gone for 4.
Here's Patterson, he's in, bowls, and Higgins is forward, and this may well be the century, and is. He's got it past mid-on, and there it is. Yes, it was a prowling director of cricket for Middlesex, Alan Coleman, that I thought I saw on the balcony there. He was pacing up and down, and now he's applauding because Higgins, one of his charges, has a century. Only the second Middlesex batter to go to a century this summer. He raises the bat and the helmet to that dressing room and to the crowd at Trent Bridge.
There's Montgomery in again, and the big heave-o onto the leg side by Yadav, and he's going to get a boundary. Calvin Harrison from the pavilion end. This is the 80th over, but that's down the leg side, and it's deflected away by Yadav, and there's nobody there to stop that.
No. I wasn't going to jinx it by his coming in, blah, blah, blah. But I'll take solace that it was an outside edge to third man for a single.
Trying to get this one a little straighter. He does, and driven through the offside. Beautiful shot by Ryan Higgins.
Ball bowls, half volley, driven for 4. Past mid-on. There's a long chase, but it's going to be a chase in vain. And bowls, and he's struck on the pad. There's a chance, and he's out LBW. So Ball gets his man.
It's been an interesting passage, hasn't it, for Middlesex mainly, as Hutton bowls. Oh, onto the pads and gone LBW. 3, 5, 2 for 8. Roland Jones lasts only a couple of deliveries.
And bowls, and this one Higgins has to defend. This could be a run up here, and there is. And it's Higgins. The bowler did very well.
He's edged it, and there we have a slip catch taken by Calvin Harrison, and Brett Hutton gets another 5. Congratulations to him. Middlesex all out for 366. Bowls to Hamid, through him, and they claim in the wicket, and up goes the finger. I think it was a catch by Simpson. Ben Slater plays this late and with an open face to guide it down towards the fence, and it will go for 4. Nicely run away as Slater cuts this away for 4 runs. Lovely looking shot.
Bamber's in. Bowls. Oh, wraps him on the pad. That's gone LBW. Full and straight. Mullaney has a little look back at his line. How far across was he?
Roland Jones in once more. Passed on by Debenham. Bowls. Clark drives nicely through the offside crisply. That'll go for 4.
To Clark, bowls, and he's running this one down to third man. I think he's going to get 4 there. Yes, that chase is going to be a futile one as Bamba bowls and Slater drives square the wicket. There's runs here. I think the ball's got enough on it to get to the boundaries. In now and bowls, and that's driven away for 4. Almost identical to the boundary earlier in the over. In, that one's tossed up, and Clark goes down the wicket and smashes this one for 6.
Helm in again, down the leg side, deflected away for 4. That'll make Ben Slater feel a little better.
So as you saw there, another fifer for Brett Hutton. So many congratulations to him. And Ollie from the Trent Bridge media team caught up with him after day 2. Let's listen in and hear what Brett had to say.
Brett, it feels like fifers are the new norm for you now. That's 6th of the season, but I'm sure everyone feels just as special.
Yeah, obviously it's always nice again to get accolades and wickets and things, but it's more of a, it's all about a team thing. And today it was obviously bowling out for as few as we can and then bat big, and but today's a special day for other reasons. And as a team we've been enjoying that, and we'll go and celebrate and enjoy that for them as well.
Sure, we'll come on to that. How hard did you work for those 5 wickets yesterday and today? It looks a slightly flatter pitch than we might have been used to here at Trent Bridge.
Yeah, it's been tough going. It's sort of with a wet outfield with a bit softer under the legs and things. It's a bit more tiring than sort of usual on the run-up areas and things like that. But it's not the sort of pitches we played on most of the time here. But it's what we've been prepared for this game and things like that. And with the weather and all the rest of it around, it's probably better to have something a bit drier than a bit wet with the rain.
And that takes you to 60 for the season now. I don't know if you've seen that Simon Harman's on 61, and if there's sort of a race to the finish in that respect, are you keen to top the table at the end of it?
Yeah, it'd obviously be lovely to be able to look back on the year and think that I've managed to do that, but for me it's all about the team, and these fifers and wickets and all, it's all a byproduct of us winning games. So if that puts us in a position where we can put Middlesex under pressure and we could maybe win the game, then that's what matters.
How do you view the game sort of situation as it is? That's an important session it looked like to bat through some gloomy conditions there.
Yeah, that was huge really. I think to sort of see that little session off, like I say, it was all in their favour. A short session so bowlers can go hard, and you get time off. Like I say, the lights on are a bit gloomy. It was vital to get through that sort of unscathed.
And you sort of in good nick with the bat at the minute. If your turn does come tomorrow, do you look forward to going in as an all-rounder at the minute and the way that you've been batting this season?
I always enjoy batting. It's fun, isn't it? You get to batting's always nice, but yeah, if I get a chance, hopefully I'll try and make as many as I can. But hopefully the lads at the top of the order do the hard work and put that big score on for us.
And you rightly mentioned the fact that we had a presentation today for 2 very special players, Sam Patel and Jake Bull. We'll start with sort of Jake, I suppose, as part of the Seam bowling cartel. What's it been like to share a dressing room with him and play with him as well over the last however many years?
Yeah, it's been a pleasure, obviously. I think back some of the times that I've played and watched him, when he sort of broke into the England time, standing at slip sometimes, watching him bowl some of those spells. I was on the field when he got his hat-trick. I was at slip, I think, or leg slip, one of the, we were all in somewhere. There's been some great moments, and he's just a great lad. Like I say, around the dressing room, he's one of the best. So it'd be a shame to see him go, but obviously that's how it is.
And as you say, you've sort of grown up with him as well, so it's not just like he's a big player in the club, but you've come through with him for the last sort of 10 years or so. You've seen a big sort of growth in him over that period of time as well?
Yeah, obviously he's always been a good player. Obviously, you don't play for Notts unless you're a good player, and the growth, like I say, to see him go from what he was, which was good, to then that period when he was playing for England and sort of in and around England, and obviously had a bit of a tough time of late, but that that happens to bowlers. Some people get the injury bug and it just sort of follows you around, and it can't be helped. We all know that at some point you're going to get an injury. But yeah, he's still a very good bowler, and he's shown that in this game. He's bowled some really good balls on quite a tough pitch, and he's still got that pace that was there, that was why he was so good when he was.
And Sam Patel we said goodbye to as well today. There's a big ovation for him really from the members and supporters down here as well as up on the dressing room. What's he been like as a character and on the pitch over the last 5 or 10 years?
Yeah, I mean, everyone loves Samit. There's just something about Samit that the fans have always loved. Local lad, but he does well at everything, doesn't he? He's got vital run-outs whenever it matters. He gets runs whenever the pressure's on, or wickets, or that's Samit. If it's a dead rubber, you could sort of pencil him in for naught, but if there was something on the line, you knew he would come good and get up 200 or 500. That's just, he was a big moments player, and he was a big part in the club winning multiple trophies, and a big part of the dressing room and the culture, and just being there.
And back onto the pitch, you've got a couple of days left of the season really. How much are you sort of focusing on finishing the season well, despite the fact that the game doesn't necessarily matter in terms of league positionings, and then there's a lot riding for it in Middlesex? You want to finish as well as you can, I'm sure.
Yeah, obviously you've got to sort of have that professionalism and that pride. You know, it would have been easy to have not taken the game seriously, but I think if you do that, you'd know about it when you're having a look at players that you're not sure. But we don't do that here. We want to be as professional. You know, last week we knew we were barely going to play because of the rain, but you still have to do the right things and the right processes, because otherwise the game will come back and bite you. So we want to win the game. We will be pushing as hard as we can to win the game, and unfortunately for Middlesex, if that means we won't give them the equation that they want or whatever, you know, that's for the powers that be to decide, but for us it will be all about winning that game.
Thoughts of Brett Hutton there now. The umpires are making their way out into the middle. The Middlesex players are already out, and Ben Slater and Joe Clark are making their way down the steps now. So just to let you know, Ben Slater needs one more run for his 450 of the season, and Joe Clark, he just needs 14 more runs to reach 1,000 runs for the season. So time for me to hand you over to Patrick, Kevin and Dave Bracegirdle.
Dry today. We could certainly do with the light improving if we're going to get the full 104 overs in. Lots to play for. Middlesex will be coming hard at Notts today. They really need to manufacture a win out of this. Individual milestones, as Aaron just said there on the live stream on Trent Bridge Live, for both the batters. Ben Slater 49 not out, and Joe Clark, although he's only got 20 odd in this innings, 25, he needs 14 more runs to reach 1,000 for the season. So individual milestones, but very much a team game, and lots to be had and garnered from the next 2 days. Roland Butcher, the former England and Middlesex Test batter, is with us. He'll be on before too long. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. For the first time today, a very, very good morning. Be saying farewell again. We don't see each other very often. A very good morning to my good chum from BBC London, Kevin Hand. How are you?
Morning, Bracers. Good, thank you. Here's Bamber bounding in. He bowls to Slater, and this ball's eased away into the offside, and there's no run. Hopefully we'll only be saying farewell for the winter and not for the next season. Well, not for the next season as well, depending on results here and at Canterbury. They have to better.
Are you underdogs?
Result.
Are you underdogs right now?
Yes, definitely.
We'll discuss all that in a moment, the table and the ramifications and repercussions. I've got the wonderful Verity Cowley in my ears at the moment from BBC Radio Nottingham. She'll be coming for an update any second, as Ethan Bamber has got both wickets to fall, bowls to Slater, and he eases it on the offside. Slater was hit on the hip yesterday, and my word, he was, in fact he's still there, those of you watching the pictures, just stretching and bending it. Saw him an hour or so after the close of play last night, and he was still in some discomfort, so will have been a little stiff this morning. Here is that update for Verity. Good morning, Verity. Once again, a slate grey sky over Trent Bridge. This is a glorious cricket ground, but it does look so much better when the sun's shining, and we haven't seen much of that this week, I'm afraid. Nottinghamshire, they've just resumed with 3 balls into what should be a long and exciting third day here, because there's lots to play for. Nottinghamshire 92 for 2. Middlesex made 366. It's Middlesex who need the win from this game, so expect them to come hard at Notts over the next couple of days. There's milestones around the corner, though, for Ben Slater, who's on 49 and now goes to his 50. Splendid innings from Ben Slater. At the other end, Joe Clark is on 25. First runs of the morning takes Ben Slater to his 50. It's 96 for 2. There is, yes. I think it's the hardy cricket watchers. They've brought their blankets, they've brought their cagoules, they've brought their big top coats, because they know there's just today and there's just tomorrow, and then we'll be starved of cricket for 6 months over the winter period. So there we are. Quick update for Radio Nottingham as Ben Slater gets the first runs of the morning, pushes this one back to Ethan Bamber. One ball left in this over, and then Roland will step in and join Kevin. I'm not sure what this is, but we're being treated to some tunes at the moment from BBC Radio Nottingham. Oh, there we are, it's gone. It's gone. No idea what that was. I do like to play myself, my own little game of spot the intro, but I've no idea what that was. As Bamber bowls and Slater works it to mid-wicket, and there is no run. 96 for 2, 4 runs in that over has taken Ben Slater to 53. Joe Clark is 25, needs 14 more to reach 1,000 for the season. It'll be the first time he's done it in Nottinghamshire colours. So 39 is the target mark for Joe Clark. 96 for 2. Be Roland in a moment, but here's Kev.
Thanks, Dave. Yes, so Middlesex's equation is pretty clear. Beat Kent's results, better Kent's results. A draw for Kent, Middlesex must win. A defeat for Kent, a draw would be enough for Middlesex. But Kent in the lead in their first innings with 6 wickets standing at Canterbury against Lancashire. So Middlesex needs a tumble of wickets both here and at Canterbury this morning to keep things going in their scrap to survive in Division 1. As it is, they may well be going to Stephen Mullaney cap in hand tomorrow, saying, do you fancy a chase, skipper? Which you'd imagine Mullaney probably would, but it might be quite a tough negotiation, as his helm from the pavilion end, he's right arm over the wicket, 96 for 2, he's past the umpire, bowls, and a little bit of bounce there as Clark plays defensively from within the crease. It's eased into the offside, there's no run, so 2 slips, a gully, point, cover, and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. Clark 25, Slater 53, really crucial partnership this one for Nottinghamshire. At 35 for 2, Middlesex would have had hopes, a couple more on the board at that stage, and away they may well have been. Not to beat, though this morning it is. But with this ball now in its 30th over, they need something to happen as Helms in, bowls outside of the off stump through to the keeper, no run. The cloud cover is consistent overhead, pretty set in all of it. Floodlights are on, and good morning Roland Butcher. Those bowlers will be hoping that something from overhead will be helping them this morning, and maybe a little bit of luck too.
Yes, Kevin, good morning, and a very important morning this one for Middlesex. Not just here at Trent Bridge, but what's happening in the Kent game as well. Obviously Kent doing exceptionally well in their first innings.
Helm hits the crease, bowls, and just full of a length. Clark eases this one into the offside, no run.
But there's nothing Middlesex can do about that. All they can do is the job here, and what happens elsewhere happens elsewhere. They've just got to try and get the job done here.
Well, that's it. They've got it. They know they really need to win this game. The chances of Lancashire turning that came around and winning it. Lancashire may well be hanging on for a draw themselves, and if they were to lose, then they could lose 5th spot, and with it they could lose any prize money this season. So they've got something to play for there, Lancashire. As here's Helm in, bowls, and this ball's pushed back up the track to mid-off, and there's no run. And with that prize money, they could also lose Lord's lunches next year, Butch. So both Nottinghamshire and Lancashire have something to play for in that sense.
Yeah, my only worry here at the moment, Kevin, is that looking around, looks pretty dark in terms of cloud cover. There's no break in the sky, so I'm not sure what the forecast is, but it certainly looks as if we may get some interruptions.
Here's Helm in, bowls, and this ball's eased away into the offside. 96 for 2. The sun's just about breaking through at the moment, but we were worried, weren't we, 15 minutes ago, that maybe light may be an issue. It's brighter out in front of us. It's, I'd say, darker to our left, brighter in front of us, and then darker to our right again. So Storm Agnes, what's she going to blow in today? The forecast is no rain during the hours of play today or tomorrow, but heavy overnight rain. So let's hope there's no delayed start tomorrow.
Is that Dave's forecast, or is that?
That's the one I looked up this morning. Yeah, I should have asked for the local knowledge, shouldn't I? Helm hits the crease, bowls, and just short of a length, but Clark played it up on his toes with all the time in the world off the back foot pushing into the offside, and there's no run, no pace off the surface there at all for Helm. End of the 30th, 96 for 2.
Yes, and Nottingham will certainly look to continue where they left off yesterday. Slater was a pretty good nick, batted. Even though he had that injury, he's on 53, so he's faced some 95 deliveries, but apart from that, he's shown a lot of grit and determination. As Bamba, who's put in a good shift yesterday, he's going to continue now, and he's bowling to Slater. Just trying to get the feel right. There's 2 slips in the gully. There's a backward point, extra cover mid-off. He's bowling right arm over the wicket into Slater and bowls, and he strikes him on the pad, maybe a bit high, that one, I think. And Bamba turns around after appealing and heads back to his bowling mark. He probably would realise that it was. The other thing to take into consideration is we'll have to look and see whether it pitched outside.
That was my first thought. Unless it pitched and really straightened, then that must have pitched outside the line of leg, mustn't it? Oh yeah, no.
Probably
short. Your call was right. It was short of a length, wasn't it?
Probably missing leg as well. Probably he stayed on that leg side as he bowls now, and he's stroking this one nicely through the offside. There's a long chase. I think the ball's going to win the chase here. I don't think he had that move with electric pace there from that backward point position, because it was just a little push by Slater. Just stood up straight and pushed it. Mind you, it's a very fast outfield. That's a short boundary, and the ball was running most of the time on the square, so it will gather pace even more. But I don't think Yadav didn't get out of first gear, and you can understand it's quite a chilly morning. Players there with their hands in their pockets and an array of sweaters. 4 to Slater. Bamba bowls, and he beats him with one that keeps a little bit low going forward, goes through to wicketkeeper Simpson. So he's on 57. 100 is up for Nottinghamshire. 100 for 2. Slater on 57, and with him to Joe Clark, who has, it appears that I'm his lucky charm. Every time I watch him play, he seems to get a big score. That doesn't sound the best thing that you would want to hear, Kevin, as Bamba in and bowls, and he's forward and solidly defends that ball straight up to mid-off, and there's no run.
I was just about to say, with all due respect, Butch, Middlesex's best interests in mind. Do you want to leave?
It's probably a bit late now, Dave. We're into Kevin. We're into day 3. You should have said that. You should have said that 2 days ago. And yeah, I mean, I was here early in the season, and following on, he made 220 odd not out, saved the game. Bamba in, bowls to Slater. Slater drives on the up, doesn't quite time it. It goes up to mid-off. Again, can't score. He stays on 57. Score 102. Yes, so he made 200 not out to plot, well, probably 220 odd not out. Saved the game, and then 2 games ago at Canterbury, following on again, 140 odd not out. So must be his lucky mascot. Bamba bowls, and that stroke pleasantly up to extra cover, but it goes straight to extra cover. That was the final delivery of Bamba's 12th over. He now has figures of 2 for 41 at the end of that over. The score now is 100 for 2, with Slater on 57 and Clark on 25.
I just tweeted a picture of the low September sun nearly with us at Trent Bridge, but it's actually disappearing behind this rather large band of much darker skies. It's all very set in, all overhead. There's barely a break in, but there's just a little light patch where we've seen the sun almost break through. But now it's consistent to our right, which I think is where it's coming from. And looking at the flags, it certainly is. Away to our right, It's much darker and much heavier, and I think we might have seen the last of the sun for a while. As Helm comes in, shadows all around him, he bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off stump, 100 for 2. Middlesex need every single delivery and every single over they can get in this match, don't they?
Yeah, more importantly, they need wickets, and you're absolutely right when you say away to our right by the Dave Bracegirdle home, nursing home. It's extremely dark on that side, and heavy rain, I guess, coming in that area.
Helm has such a smooth, melodic approach. He's in, bowls, and this was pushed away into the offsider. Clark, toe into the bat, fielded in the covers by Stoneman, and there's no one. I was going to tweet a picture of it this morning because I saw a sign actually, retirement home, care home, whatever it said on the side this morning. I was going to tweet a picture and say, there you go, braces. David Townsend could set up next door and be with you, almost every single day of the season in future.
Yes.
Long-time Middlesex commentator who he commentated on Butch's career.
He did very much so.
Still commentating now.
DT.
Here's Helm bowls, and this ball's pushed into the onside. It's fielded at mid-on, and there's no run. 100 for 2. I think Paul Johnson was saying yesterday about was it Samit Patel was the last player that he played with? No, Tim Murtagh. Tim Murtagh was the last player he played with. The Murtagh now retiring means there's nobody now left playing. Well, I figured out I'm virtually the age that David Townsend was when I first met him, and at that point DT looked ancient. I thought he was a very, very old man.
Well,
but then I've subsequently
he's got a new lease of life.
Well,
last time I saw him, he was fit as a fiddle.
Well, yeah. Perhaps best left there, but Butch. Here's Helm, 2 slips and a gully, bowls, and this ball's at a better line and length from Helm. That's asking questions of Slater. Pushed back into the offside, and there's no run. But then I did reassuringly see some photos from him of his early 30s, and even then he looked about 75. So he's one of those fellas. He's always looked old. My mate Dave may or may not be tuned in this morning. Not sure where he is at the moment, but he thinks Middlesex are down. The old Oracle.
Yes, and I guess what's the latest, Dave, down at
Canterbury? 350. Yeah. Well, the fact of the matter is they've got a first innings lead and wicket standing. I mean, they're far closer to a victory in that match than Middlesex are here. You know, Middlesex may well need to have a chat with Mullaney tomorrow to try and get anywhere near to a victory in this one, but unless they can make something happen this morning. Square leg drops back, Helm runs in, bowls onto the hip of Clark, who works to deep backward square leg. A single's taken. Slater seems to be moving a little bit more freely this morning, maybe an injection or some painkillers or something. 101
yes,
for 2.
and a good overnight rest and ice and everything else would have, and obviously the desire to want to bat on, thinking there's 100 for the offing. So all of those are the incentives to make sure that you get into the middle this morning.
Helm's being used a bit as the bully bowler here, isn't he? Dropping square leg back, bowl onto the hips, into the ribs, to try and rough him up a bit, try and bang that ball in. And here we go, here's the field for Slater, who, as we said, was struck on the hip yesterday, and it hurt him, and he was limping around out there. There's a deep square, a long leg, and they're dropping back. Well, it's a deep square and a fine leg, and long leg is about a third of the way in. So they've got 3 out on the catch. How many balls left of the over? 1 ball left of the over. Is it just going to be a good line and length ball? Here's Helm around the wicket, he bowls, there's the bumper, and it's resisted by Slater. Through it goes to Simpson on 101 for 2, and that's exactly what I was going to talk about there, Butch. When you watch Helm run in, everything's there. Like I say, it's flowing, melodic, smooth approach, lovely action, everything's right. He's a fantastic player, but we can't call him a fantastic prospect anymore. And you know, he's long had aspirations of getting in that England side, and England have long had aspirations of getting him in the England side, but it's never happened.
Well, the only thing you've got to add to all of that, Kevin, is wickets, and that's the defining factor. You can have all the potential in the world, if you don't get anyone out, then that's what it is, potential. So that's the area he has to improve on, his wicket taking. But in the meantime, Bamber, who has 2 wickets to his name, will try to prize another one out. Standing in this way is Joe Clark, and Clark will be faced by 2 slips in the gully, a backward point, an extra cover in the middle. Mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man on the long leg boundary. Slight delay as Bamber perhaps wasn't quite ready. He is now, and starts his run in, and bowls to Clark, and bowls, and he's beaten by a good one outside the off stump that just left him, and he fended at that one. On reflection, Clark would probably feel that maybe that's a delivery that he could have left, but I guess early up, you're not quite sure where the off stump is, and he ended up playing and missing, and fortunately for him, he didn't get a touch.
If you could combine Bamber and Helm, you'd have the perfect Test cricketer, wouldn't you? Tall, gets bounce, fast, Helm. The consistency of Bamber's brilliant.
Bamber bowls, and Clark this time learning from the previous delivery, just allows that one to go through outside the off stump. Yes, I mean, it's difficult to get that combination that you were asking there.
Well, it's a generational bowler, isn't it? It's a Glenn McGrath or a...
You know, to find someone with hostility, and
but not even hostility,
and at the same time to have that degree of control of line and length. You know, they're few and far between. As Bamber in bowls to Clark, and Clark is playing a good delivery that just shapes away from him, but he watches it carefully, angles the bat, it goes up to backward point, and there's no run.
I guess the point I'm making in that is that Middlesex have 2 brilliant players for this level in Helm and Bamber. You know, Bamber just takes wicket after wicket after wicket because he just keeps hitting the line length. And as somebody said downstairs, he seems to be getting more out of this pitch than anybody else. Well, that's, I think, because he hits a consistent line and length, and then all of a sudden, you know, you keep hitting the same line. Something will do something.
Bamber bowls outside the off stump, and that one comes back to Clark, who shoulders arms, goes through to keeper Simpson.
You keep hitting it on the same.
No run.
You keep hitting it on the same spot. The ball's not going to do the same thing every time, but the key is keep hitting the same spot.
Yeah,
and
I
then
mean,
if there's
obviously,
anything,
you know, pitches are also important. You know, this is probably the right pitch for somebody like Bamber, who he's not going to try and do anything special. He's not going to bowl a lot of bouncers and etc. He's going to try and bowl line and length and just nip it a bit off the seam. Let's see what he can do with this delivery now in, and he bowls to Clark, and Clark uses his feet and gets outside the off stump and just works the ball from off the leg up to mid-on, but he can't get a run. So Bamber is the sort of bowler that's just gonna try and hit areas, right? So this pitch probably in the overhead conditions right now would probably be more suited to him than say on a bright sunny day when the pitch is flat and not a lot happening off the seam. Then probably somebody like Helm would be more of a bowler. Bamber now in grey conditions bowls, and Clark's nicely onto the back foot and has to defend, and a maiden over there by Bamber just maintaining the pressure, and Clark being very watchful at the end of the over. It's 101 for 2.
yeah, I mean, so that's where with Helm, if they can keep Helm fit, which he's had a better couple of years injury-wise, and with that will come a little more consistency. When you're in and out of the side.
Helm's problem's going to be, right, the fact that he hasn't got a similar type bowler to him at the other end. Somebody with, you know, with pace. You know, bowlers hunt in pairs.
Well, Cullen may be that man. Blake Cullen.
Bowlers hunt in pairs. If you can get...
Here's Helm in, he starts the new over, and this is run nicely by Slater, up over the top of it to Higgins at gully, no run.
Right. If you've got 2 fast bowlers, you know, they feed off each other, over after over, right? If there's just one, and then you've got only medium pacers the other end, unless it's a high-class medium pacer.
Tim Mercer.
I mean, if you look at
Roland Jones and Mercer spring to mind.
Right. If you look at a Brett Lee, Glenn McGrath situation, right? Brett Lee can run in and let it go with pace.
Now around the wicket now to Slater, and looks to bump him again. It's hooked in the air. Oh, and it's over Stoneman. Stoneman of the 3 was the one in. If he'd have been on the boundary, yeah, it's 4 runs. If he'd have been on the boundary, he'd have taken it, and he looks up at Roland Jones at mid-on, and he shrugs arms out and said, well, what do you do? 3 of them out there. 1 of them was in a third of the way. If he'd have been back like the other 2, then that would have been the end of Slater. 105 for 2.
Yeah, well, obviously Slater's realising that he is in and he's taking him on. It's not a long boundary by any means, and really, you know, the fielder should be on the boundary there because it's not that long.
No,
A boundary. So to be 20 yards inside is really, you know, the ball's never going to get high enough so that you just top edge it straight up in the air. And as you saw there, it was a flat shot by Slater. He just pulled it flat. He's still bringing him in again. Same thing could happen again.
Helm around the wicket, he bowls short. Oh, and Slater. I think it's hit by that, or was it a bottom edge into the ground?
Bottom edge, probably.
It goes down into the ground and trickles through to Simpson.
Yes,
straight down into the ground behind him.
Just finishing what I was saying, Kevin. If you've got Brett Lee bowling one end and Glenn McGrath, what Brett Lee knows is that Glenn McGrath is going to be mean. He's not going to give you any free hits. He's going to keep it tight, so when he comes round to the next over, Lee can attack. You're right. He may bowl a few bad balls, but he can really attack the batter.
Here's Helm, bowls outside the off stump. This is left alone through to the keeper, no run.
So what I'm trying to say is, Kevin, you need to find a couple more fast bowlers.
Well, Blake Hutton is the bowler, I think, for Middlesex. He's got a couple of other youngsters coming through as well. Cowshall being one. But Cullen, I think, is the one that's got that little bit of edge about him. And well, with Mercer now coming to the end, Roland Jones still there. Anderson's got a bit of pace in him, but again has got to find that consistency. As Helms in, bowls, as short a bumper as you can imagine. That's got to be a no ball, isn't it? It's virtually hit his toe, and it's tennis balled over the top of the batter, and it's bounced nearly halfway to Simpson. That's how short it was. It's not been given, has it, as a no ball, that? They had a long chat about it, and there was all sorts of hand signals and gesticulations, and there you go, still doing it now.
Well, he's suggesting it.
It was like a roller coaster, that, wasn't it? It was like the Big Dipper.
Wasn't a threatening delivery for sure.
But what I would ask, Butch, this ball's in its 34th over. Sometimes a ball can come to life at this side, and at this time, and the lacquer's come off. 2 slips and a gully. Helm around the wicket, wide on the crease, bowls full outside the off stump, and it's left alone, and that's the end of his 7th over, none for 16. Are you better testing a length for a little while here, just trying to get a bit of consistency on the top of off and just seeing if the ball's offering something? How many were banged in that over? So you won't know if there is a little bit out there. If you can keep it on that line and length, while it's still got a little bit of hardness to it, the ball. 105 for 2.
I think even though it's quite cool conditions, I mean, I think Yadav needs to have a ball and have a long ball. Just keep the seamers going all the time. All right, Bamba's, he's keeping it tight, etc. That's fine. Let Yadav do something the other end. Just take the pace off and try to, see if you can get any spin out of it. Also, you can see there's some footholds outside the left-hander's off stump.
Well, we saw that one that turned. It took the edge yesterday. It was caught off a no ball, wasn't it?
Bamba bows to Clark outside the off stump. Clark offers no shot. Taken there cleanly by wicketkeeper Simpson. It's 100. Let's try and see whether 105 for the loss of 2. Slater's on 61, and Clark still on 26. So these two know how. I think the partnership's worth some 70 now, so it's a good partnership between these two. As the right arm medium pacer Bamba with 2 slips in place in and bowls to Clark, and Clark is looking to turn that on the onside and ends up getting the ball straight back down the pitch to Bamba, who does the fielding. Grey overcast day here today at Trent Bridge, and a few people in to see this contest. I guess they just have one more day left of this 2023 county championship, as Bamba races in now and bowls, and Clark uses his feet. And he's going to get a single as he's down the wicket and drove it firmly up to mid-on, and a very good piece of fielding there by Tom Helm. He threw at the striker's end. I think he probably caught Slater a little bit by surprise, actually. And
Slater, as we say, will still have some little bit of discomfort from yesterday, won't he? Yeah. It's a great arm from Helm, that.
Difficult to tell from here if that had hit with the naked eye whether it would have been out. I think we would have.
It was tight for sure, wasn't it?
We'd have to have a look certainly on the replay to see whether that would have been run out, but he survived, it missed. So the left-handed Slater will come on strike. 106 for 2. He now Bamba bowls, and Slater's turning this one nicely off the pads out to deep square leg and gets a single, and he goes on with that to 62. Clark was on 27, and the end of the over. It'd be good to see that replay of that run out, because Helm moved quite nicely to his right, and I guess he's quite warm from bowling, so that would have certainly helped his movement, but certainly caught Slater off balance. 107 for 2. Clark, no, as Bamba in bowls to Clark. Clark drives handsomely down the ground for 4. Attempted Yorker, didn't quite get it right, but it was driven between the bowler and mid-off, all along the ground and into the boundary for 4. So Clark goes into the 30, and I'm sure Dave will tell me very soon how many runs Clark need to.
39 is the mark.
39 for his. When he reaches 39, he's got 1,000 runs for the season. So, am I right in thinking he's only had one before that?
1,000.
1,000 runs a season before that. Bamba to Clark, bowls outside the off stump. No shot offered. Taken by Simpson, over completed. Nelson on the board, 111 for 2. Slater is on 62. Clark on 31, and that's in reply to Middlesex 366.
Yeah. Excuse me, it's got the feel of Yadav already, as you say. And De Carey's, I really like De Carey's. I think he's got something about him. Luke Holman's a little unlucky at the moment, it's not being the side. De Carey's offering a lot with the bat, and he's obviously offered an awful lot with the ball this year as well, having picked up a 10-for, a 7th for this season. Games at Chelmsford and at Hampshire. So he'll get a fair go today. Yadav from down below us at the Radcliffe Road end managed to find a fair bit of turn last night, as his Helm from the pavilion end. He's around the wicket and he's short and wide and punched away by Slater, who moves to 66. 115 for 2.
Yeah, very good shot that by Slater. Just short outside the off stump, no pace. And Slater gets on top of it and punches it all along the ground, square the wicket on the offside. Lovely shot for 4.
What were they, 92 for 2 overnight? So they've added 23 already. We've had 29 minutes. Helm, elbows at either side as he bowls, and this bowls, well, where else would they be? At obviously either side, but pointedly at either side as he holds the ball, and his other hand quite close to each other. As he moves in, it's eased into the offside, no run. Slater's on 66, 115 for 2. Back over the wicket now, around the wicket, over. No, he's not. He's going to remain around the wicket. It was just Clark going to tend some gardening on the other side, as he has 4 balls left of his 8th over. Helm around the wicket again, bowls. Oh, now that doesn't get up. It wasn't as short, I don't think, as Slater played it. I don't think it was there for that shot. He just made up his mind early, didn't he? And he was going hard at that with that field setback. We've seen the one that's just cleared Stoneman already. He comes down and prods away on a surface. I didn't get the feeling that was that short. I'm going to have to make way for Dave Bracegirdle. Or do you want to? Are we doing a double change? Oh, no, we're not. We don't know where the colleagues are yet.
Yes, he was aiming for a short ball, but just didn't. It was perhaps a little bit too full for the pull shot, but it kept a bit low. Helm into Slater, round the wicket, bowls outside the off stump, and Slater plays no shot. The ball dies. Simpson takes it down by his bootstraps. 115 for 2.
Just do a gentleman's excuse me here, as BBC Radio Nottingham are coming for a quick update. Sure, there'll be many in the county. A little surprised that we've begun on time today. It really is a very, very grey day, and I guess without floodlights back in Rowland's day, we probably wouldn't be playing this morning. It will be pretty dark out there without these 6 floodlight pylons. There's Helm round the wicket from the pavilion end bowls. Slater leaves us alone. Here is that update for local listeners. Yes, thank goodness we've got the floodlights here. It'll be very, very dark indeed, but we began on time at 10:30. Notts continuing from their overnight score of 92 for 2. That's in response to Middlesex's 366. First scoring shot of the morning took Ben Slater to a half-century from 90 balls. He's still there on 66. Joe Clark is now 8 runs away from 1,000 for the season. He's on 31. And Nottinghamshire 115 for 2. So 1 ball left in this over. It will be Helm, and he is going to go over the wicket, just trying something a little different to Slater, varying the angle of attack. Comes in and Ben Slater just pushes it out onto the offside. There's no run. 115 for 2. The child in me, the child that fell in love with cricket, I just had to smile this morning as Rowland arrived here, and there were a number of people waiting for him outside the door with photos of the great man in action from back in the day, asking for the autograph. I'd love all that, Rowland. I'd love to see the respect from people who saw you playing back in the day, still wanting to be here on time for when you arrived to get your autograph. I think that's great.
Yeah, well, it's good to, I guess, to be remembered after so long, and perhaps some of them know more about some of the innings I played than I remember myself.
There's a great photo there of Raymond Illingworth. Was it short leg or silly point, very, very close to your bat? We had a look at.
Yes, and Ethan Bamber will now bowl to Joe Clark in now and bowls. Clark drives a Yorker length delivery. Doesn't quite time it. Got it at the bottom of the bat, but it goes quite firmly up to mid-on. He can't score. That ball's well up. He's just looking to drive. Fielded there by Helm at mid-on. 2 slips, a gully, backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man on the long leg boundary as Bamber. He's had a good shift. He's in his 15th over now to Clark, and bowls to Clark, and Clark's subtly onto the back foot and punches it firmly up to mid-off, but cannot score. He stays, Clark, on 31. Looking to score another 8 runs, and then he could have his 1,000th run for the season, and his 2nd in his career. So,
yeah, for the first time as a Nottinghamshire player. The other time he did it was in his days with Worcestershire.
Yeah. He's ready now as Bamber approaches, and he's down the wicket and whips this one away down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Good use of the feet there by Clark to the medium pacer, and the ball angled into the leg stump and just clicked firmly down to fine leg. There's a deep square leg, so he's had a lot of running to do from deep square, but the ball wins the race, and he goes now to within 4 of that magic 1,000 for the season. He moves on to 35, and it's 119 for 2.
Yeah, it's just statistically a nice little landmark for a specialist batter to reach, isn't it?
It is. I mean, every year all batters, certainly in my time, looked at scoring 1,000 plus runs a season. Bamber in, bowls, and Clark cuts that away, and it's a tumbling stop there. He didn't quite time it. He hit it hard into the ground, and he would feel, Clark, that he missed out on that delivery because it was given some width. But a good diving stop at point parried it away. In the meantime, batter didn't cross for a single, so he still requires another 4 for that magic number.
Do you agree with that?
Simpson comes up now under the stumps.
Sorry, without the floodlights, I don't think we'd be playing here, would we?
That is for sure. Bamber now to Clark and bowls, and he beats him, but a good one. And well taken there by Simpson, just curving away, good length, probing outside the off stump. Clark fending at that one. It moved, bounced a bit. Simpson standing up to the medium pacer, gloved that one quite nicely. 119 for 2, and obviously he's up there to stop Clark advancing. And Bamber, let's see how he responds now. He's in. And ball to Clark, and that's a good delivery once more. Straightens, and Clark, watchful, dabs it to backward point, over completed in the over. 119 for 2.
Yeah, I guess you were a player who played through the era where they had those bulbs on the scoreboards that began to glow as the light deteriorated. I think everybody was always fairly sceptical as to how they worked. And was it down to the scorer just to turn the bulb on?
Well, I could think further back than that when they used to. I mean, Kevin would tell you when they used to be putting the numbers up.
Yeah,
hanging the numbers up and then turning a wheel. And
we'll bring. Sorry, Raoul, we'll bring Kevin back in to join you just to finish his little stint, and then I'll be back on in a wee while.
But life has moved on, and obviously for the better.
And bowl short over the top of it. Slater steers to Stoneman at long leg, all along the floor. He's back on the rope now, so fine leg, long leg, deep square still there for Slater. Helm's 9th over, number 21. 120 for 2. I mean, I suppose Middlesex will argue, I was talking about line and length earlier, wasn't I, that they just had the field placing right. Stoneman was in a couple of yards too far, well, at least a couple of yards too far, wasn't he? Had he been back, then it would be 116 for 3 now rather than 120 for 2. But just one back for Clark, and that's the long leg who really is protecting the ball onto the pads as well, or onto the hip. Everybody else up on the single bar, deepish backward pointers. This is full and straight, and Clark looks to drive, looking for an off drive, but deflects up to mid on, where Bamber fields very much the inside half of the bat, that one. So I'd just like to see them probe a little bit more. I know Helm's being sent out there with an instruction at the moment, because you can see it from the field placing. And he's that bowler in this attack, isn't he, with Roland Jones. Higgins, who picked up a side problem at Lord's last week, hasn't bowled in this innings yet. Unlikely to do so, I'd suggest. It will be over to the spinners once Helm and Bamber and then Roland Jones are done. So Helm's in, bowls, and this ball's dabbed to mid-wicket by Clark, no run, 120 for 2. Essex are 5 down, I hear, at Northamptonshire, so Surrey a step closer to the title. Surrey winning the title and Middlesex relegated in the same year, Butchie.
Yes.
Are you prepared?
Well, I guess when Middlesex look back over the course of the season, or perhaps they'll realise that they haven't performed that well.
Helms past the umpire, he bowls, and this ball's worked mid-wicket, 120 for 2.
Even though it may come down to the final game, it's usually the result.
Table doesn't lie.
No, it's usually the result of performances over the season. And you know, you can look back at 1 or 2 games and think, if only in those games you had done so and so, you may not have been in this position.
Kent 378 for 4 now in the 101st over. Helm here bowls, and this is eased by Clark off the back foot up to mid-off, no run. Joe Denley 125, Finch 35. They came together with the score on 245 for 4. They were 138 for 3 at that point. Middlesex would have been getting excited in reply to Lancashire's 327, but this partnership is, well, perhaps taking the Lancashire win out of the equation. So you're more looking now, can Lancashire hold on for the draw at Canterbury? And if so, can Middlesex beat Nottinghamshire here at Trent Bridge? 120 for 2. Helms in, bowl short onto the hip of Clark, out to deep mid-wicket it goes. He's timed that nicely up on his toes, and Max Holden, the fielder at deep square, coming around. They have a single. Overcalled, 9 bowls by Helm, none for 22 from 9, 121 for 2, Nottinghamshire. Cloud covers, we were worried about some of the darker cloud cover coming in, and it has come in, and it's not really affecting us at the moment. The again, the sun just about high enough in the sky at this time of day, really, that if we had this cloud cover at 4 o'clock this afternoon, we could be in real trouble, couldn't we, with a dipping September sun.
Yes, and Bamba having a extended spell. He's now in his 16th. He's got 2 for 51, and he's going to be bowling to Joe Clark with keeper up under the stumps and 2 slips in the gully in place. Bamba 54 on his back in now and bowls, and Clark allows a good ball to go through outside the off stump. Very well taken again by Simpson. The ball made a very nice sound as he gloved it. Standing up. Clark just coming on the pitch, having a look at that area, just tapping it gently, and Bamba just trying to maintain some control here so that these batters don't get away, make it as difficult as possible. He's there and bowls to Clark, and Clark drives firmly, almost a Yorker length, perhaps gets a little bit too much under the ball and cannot beat. Field out mid off, so he stays on 36. See another 3 runs, and he will be celebrating a milestone for the season as he waits now for Bamba. He's halfway through his run up now. Bamba in now and ball to Clark, and Clark clips this one off the back foot. Can't beat mid on. Nicely timed, but straight to the fielder at mid on. So Bamba making him wait for this milestone, but I guess Clark will feel that he's got all the time in the world. There's no need to do anything rush, just keep batting. Middlesex ringing the changes. Now they've taken out a slip and he's going into short mid wicket, so there's just 1 slip and a gully. Hope he doesn't bowl short and wide of the off stump, as Bamba is in now and bowls, and that stayed away through the offside as runs here. The ball is going up towards the boundary. Will the ball win the race? It is flicked back just inside, but in the meantime, a good piece of fielding there. The ball was timed beautifully by Clark and Max Holden, chasing that one from that backward point position. Just slid and stopped it, but in the meantime, Clark goes, got 2, he goes to 38. So just 1 more run and celebrations for Joe Clark. It'll be the 2nd time of his career as Bamba is in and bowls to Clark, and that's going to be 4. Is it? No, it's going down to us. There's a long chase for Holden again, and he gets it, and this crowd here at Trent Bridge at the end of the season, a loud round of applause for Joe Clark, who has reached his 1,000th run of the season for the 2nd time in his career. He will now be congratulated by Slater with those 2. He goes to 40, and I'm sure he'll feel that he's not finished yet. He's going to want to carry on, but congratulations. Whenever a batsman gets 1,000, that's usually the benchmark you start with every season, that you want a batsman to score 1,000 runs. 1 ball left in this over, and this delivery is a good one. Absolute beauty. Beats him all ends up, taken by Simpson, and at the end of the over, Nottinghamshire in their first innings, 125 for 2. At the crease is Slater. He is on 68, and with him Joe Clark on 40. Sorry, Slater's on 67.
Well, Barry Clark, knowledgeable bunch here at Trent Bridge, aren't they? Good strong applause. I mean, mainly because they all listen to Dave Bracegirdle, so he tells them. Butchie's done for now. I think we were expecting a double change, but we'll wait and see on the guests. Dave hasn't paid the bills, they're not here. They've got Jake Ball coming up at some point. I think Paul Johnson's coming in again.
No, Paul Franks.
Paul Franks.
Hopefully we'll see if they pop up. 25 for 2. So congratulations to Joe Clark. Here's helm from the pavilion end. This is down the leg side, just helped away by Ben Slater for a single. had a little look this morning, just how many people had reached 1,000 for the season. Joe is the 4th in Division 1 after Josh Bohannon, who's the leading scorer with 1189, then Tom Westley of Essex, and young Kangaroo, James Rue, the Somerset wicket-keeper batter, he's got 1,000. So Clark is the 4th in Division 1, and there's been 6 in Division 2. Alex Lees is the leading run scorer in the country with just over 1,300 runs. Then Leas Deploy, who is Middlesex bound, Rishi Patel of Leicestershire, Jake Libby, Kieran Carlson and David Beddingham. So 6 players in Division 2 have all scored 1,000 runs, 4 now in Division 1. Here's Helm in to bowl to Joe Clark, stays on 40 with a defensive block. And in terms of wickets, those of you that saw Aaron Lord on the preview show, there was an interview with Brett Hutton. He's now on 60 for the season, and it was pointed out to him that he's 1 behind Simon Harmer. That's how it is. And then the next one is in Division 2, Ben Rain of Middlesex, I beg your pardon, of Durham. He's got 58. They're off for rain at the moment, Chesterley Street, but he's got a 4 for in this innings, so he's on 58, 2 behind Brett. As Helm bowls and Clark again defends, but that's pretty good. There's 3, 6, 8 bowlers across the 2 divisions that have taken 50 wickets for the season. Of course, Dane Patterson is on 49, so he'll be hoping to get 1 more wicket. 126 for 2. Joe Clark is on 40. He went into this game averaging 50.5. Apart from the 1,000, it'd be nice, I guess, to end the season with your average over 50. It's ball on its way now, and Clark squared up a little bit, runs it into the covers. And there's no run. Lovely to hear from you at Brace Cricket, at, what is it now, at Kevin P. Hand BBC.
Kevin Hand BBC, yeah.
Kevin, isn't there a P in there? I think
that's just on the...
I think I've been putting a P in there.
There's a difference between the... what do you call it? The what is it? Let's have a look. What's yours?
So I've not been snubbing you. I've not been snubbing.
So yours is Brace Cricket.
At Brace Cricket,
but you're but it reads Dave Bracegirdle, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So mine reads Kevin P. Hand, but at Kevin Hand BBC.
Next delivery is sent now, and Clark pulls it away out on the leg side. There is protection there, but he's not going to cut that off at mid-wicket. 4 to Clark. Takes him to 44. I think Aaron called you, handed over to Dave and Kevin Patrick this morning, didn't he?
I thought Martin Emerson had been teeing him up. That was why the Patrick appeared on the account, because Emma was always teasing, you're not Irish, so named after 2 Irish saints with the Dublin surname. It's a fair chance there, Marty.
You did yourself no favours that time you were in Barbados and Ireland were playing, and you tweeted to all and sundry, well, Ireland are playing down the road, but I'm staying in a bar to watch it on TV. Remember that?
Yep.
Next one is a bounce, and that's high over the head of Joe Clark. That ought to be called, and is going to be called, as a no ball. Tom Helm just banging it in short. 130 for 2. I must admit, there are times in my life when I've sought the cheaper attraction of sitting in a bar watching the sport there and having a good time. But you can't beat live sport, can you? Being there on the ground, people walking about behind the arm. Look at them at the pavilion end. Sit down, sir. Sit down. Oh, there's 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. Get out. Get out of the way. Still walking about. Sit down. Now Joe Clark's got a wasp or a bee or a hornet or a fly or a mosquito or something that's chasing him and won't leave him alone. So his concentration has been truly disturbed ahead of the final ball of this over, the 40th of the innings, 132 for 2. Helm in his 10th over, concludes his 10th over. It is a dot ball after all that. Clark's concentration wasn't disturbed too much. He's 44 not out. Ben Slater 68 not out, and to the disappointment of the Middlesex faithful, this partnership is now worth 97, 132 for 2. That's trailed by 234. going to get some spin with Giant Yadav coming on. As I said, Kev and I just managed to just have a little catch up with Ben Slater as we tried to find our way out of Trent Bridge last night. We needed the special codes to get out, and we actually left the ground with Ben, didn't we, last night? And he actually confirmed that he did snick the ball to slip, that one that was called as a no ball off Yadav. We thought it had flicked something, and we weren't entirely sure in the gloom whether it was Slater's bat or his pad or if it was off John Simpson's glove, but it deflected to slip. But he did say the no ball call. He said it didn't alter his shot, but he heard the no ball call as the ball was halfway down between the spinner and him. It was a very prompt and loud and clear call of no ball from the umpire as he thrust forward and did nick it to slip. 132 for 2, so a chance went begging really there, you'd say, for Giant Yadav and for Middlesex.
Absolutely. He steps in now, slipping a short leg. Bowls and a little bit of turn there for Yadav again. Short enough for Slater to rock back. A bit of encouragement for Yadav. He runs back to the top of his mark.
Yeah, I think he actually wanted about 3 no balls in his 4 over spell, which
not uncommon. Yeah, frustratingly for Middlesex, not uncommon that.
2 in his first over, and then that one that he actually got a wicket from.
And he steps. Bowls. That's a lovely bit of flight on that, and Slater was just reaching slightly in front of him, back out in front of the head. It felt like he replays more of a cover drive. That one was drive back to the bowler, as I say, searching for that ball. Just didn't, fortunately for him, he didn't get it hard and it went square of the wicket. It's another reshuffle though. This was late last night. I was bemoaning this from Yadav, wasn't I, when they were reshuffling the field every ball, when you were thinking
they could have got another over in last night, couldn't they?
Yadav 2 slips and a short leg now. He bowls into the block hole, and the question was just about to be asked of the umpire, did that actually hit the boot before the pad? But Yadav pulls out of the appeal.
That said, there was an endless stream of interruptions as Ben Slater was requiring treatment after being struck, and physio came on 2 or 3 times afterwards.
Yadav bowls. He's 2 points, and Josh De Carey's will be joining him in the attack sooner rather than later, you'd have thought. Umpire's asking a question about Yadav's follow through. He's saying you're too far down. Does this mark it?
I don't think he's asking him a question.
Yeah, is this an official warning? He has to tell the captain if it's an official warning, doesn't he? So is that a polite reminder?
I think it is, yeah.
And was Bamber warned last night? That I meant to check on that, as Yadav bowls and skips away off the track on this occasion. As that's is eased up to mid-on and there's no run.
A yellow card would be nice, wouldn't it? So we all know.
So good point.
A proper, raising of a yellow card to indicate that the bowler has been given a proper formal warning.
Yadav bowls. As much the width on that one allowed Slater to rock back, I think. He played that nearly off the off stump, didn't he? But he was fancying that. Well, it's not going to go the other way, and it's going to be outside the line of off. So he's gone all the way back and stroked it to point. It's a dot ball to end the over. It's 132 for 2, and Clark has 43, and Slater has 68. And Roland Jones has the ball in hand for the first time. Number 25 off 9 last night with 2 maidens. He's replacing Tom Helm.
Yeah. Ben Slater has 1 century for this season, and now 4 other scores of 50 or beyond. The last match here was in July against Kent, when he scored 100 in the first innings exactly and 87 in the second. So that's 3 decent contributions in a row here at Trent Bridge. Joe Clark is on 44. Clark has had the 2 big hundreds. Well, one is a double 100 and then the other one 141 not out, and 6 other 50s in his 1,000 run season. Roland Jones to bowl to Joe Clark. He leaves this one alone. It was a good, well pitched up delivery. It was just wobbled a little bit, didn't it? And
first one we've seen wobble this morning, really.
Clark wasn't drawn into nibbling at the wobbling ball.
Well,
Lots of bees in there.
That was a little bit more like the Roland Jones of old, wasn't it? Just hit a good length, extra bit of bounce, went through nicely to the keeper and just wobbled slightly. Goodness me, if he can leave it there, then maybe there's a burst in the old boy yet.
132 for 2. Ball in its 42nd over, this one a little wider, and it was always continuing on that trajectory, and John Simpson had to take a couple of steps to his right to gather the ball. There's one slip, there's a gully, backward point, extra cover and mid off, and then 4 on the leg side, and long leg, a regulation mid-wicket, a short catching mid-wicket and a mid-on.
How good would he have been, Braces, but for injuries? We'll never know. That 2017 when he finally broke into the Test side and took South Africa by storm, didn't he?
132 for 2. Next delivery on its way now. Clark will push it into the offside. Might have been a run, but safety first. Now, you know, there's a lot of players with ifs and buts and whats and maybes and whatever, and you know, there's plenty that didn't get to pull the sweater on or get the attention of the selectors. At least he has played for England, and at least he performed really, really well. So it is a case of perhaps, you know, as you said, what might have been, but at least he sampled it. He will always be an England cricketer.
You're absolutely right. The mindset should always be grateful for what you got, but it does leave the, you know, he should never take away the mindset, because he'd be left bitter for life, wouldn't he, if he took away that mindset. But just to watch him, you know, as you watch him run in now, still off a pretty long run up. You remember the way that ball used to come out for him.
He's in, and Clark again drops it on the leg side. Middlesex have reinforced their slip cordon. I've been seeing the well, I say Middlesex had the skipper, having seen how his first 2 or 3 deliveries had gone down, and reinforced the slip cordon.
But he does. He looks like he's got a little bit of better rhythm today than I've seen him have of late. And you know, he's had so many injuries, and Alec was talking about it the other day up at Lancashire. He just went through, you know, if a bowler's had shoulder or hip or knee or back, I said, well, Toby's had all of those.
Comes in again. The umpire is Ben Debenham at that end. Clark will get a boundary here, forcing it through the offside for 4. Doesn't leave his crease at all, unusually for Joe Clark there. Didn't really have to move a muscle after the bat had made contact. And that is the century partnership between Ben Slater and Joe Clark, coming up from what's that, 203 balls, and Slater's contribution 42, Clark's 48. Obviously there's been a handful of extras, 11 extras in there as well. They put 101 on, but it really didn't have to move at all there. That one was, I think the common phrase is, nicely in his wheelhouse. Next delivery is coming back into Clark. It was wide enough to leave and didn't disturb the furniture, but it was a nice jag back. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure when or where or why or initially by whom, but we hear it quite a lot now on the televised commentaries. It's in his wheelhouse. That's not one that I use very often, is it, you?
No. I looked at that shot, and a lovely shot from Clark. That kind of summed up for me where age catches up with everybody. You didn't easily play that shot off Roland Jones in years gone by. That was his length, just short of a length. Just a little bit of width. And if you got greedy there as a batter, thinking, oh, there's enough width there, it was that extra bit of bounce where he had that extra bit of pace, and it could have been flying through to the slip cordon. But again, it's slightly on the slower side, this track as well, isn't it? Another long chat between Roland Jones and umpire Mallender. They've had a lot of long chats in this match, the umpire.
There's an update. Denley's still there, but Harry Finch has just been dismissed for 44 at Canterbury, bowled by George Balderson. 395 for 5 is the score, so Kent lead by 68 runs with 5 wickets left.
2 slips and a short leg Yadav around the wicket. Oh, it's a lovely ball, and it's a great leave by Slater. That's beautifully judged. It's floated that perfectly, just outside off, just on a full enough length.
And I know it doesn't seem like bonus points are going to be an issue, but Kent need 5 runs in 4 overs to get another batting point.
Yadav bowls, a little short, and he's cut hard. And he wasn't that short. That's a brilliant shot by Slater. He's on to 72, 144 for 2.
I think any hope, though, that Middlesex might have that Kent might be docked a point or 2 for over rate. I'm just going to do an update for Radio Nottingham, then I'll come back to that. I haven't, but I'm always open to offers, Verity, you know that. Nottinghamshire 140 for 2. There's been a couple of nice moments already this morning for this crowd to enjoy. First scoring shot of the day took Ben Slater to his half century. He's now on 72, and a couple of overs ago Joe Clark reached that important milestone of 1,000 runs for the season when he got to 39. He's on 48. This pair have now added over 100 for the third wicket. Middlesex made 366. Notts in reply making good fist of it there. 140 for 2. So Giant Yadav bowling at the moment. This is the 5th ball of the over. 140 for 2. Quick update for Radio Nottingham. Heaven knows what I was saying. Oh yes, that with Nijar and Chahal bowling for Kent, they're certainly not going to run the risk of losing any points for a slow over rate. Well, they absolutely rattle through the overs, that pair.
They've got to hope that pitch is flat. That's what Middlesex have to hope, that Canterbury is flat.
140 for 2. Next ball is defended by Slater. By all accounts, Lancashire were off sorts. Or out of sorts yesterday. Former Nottsman Jack Blatherwick was taken out of the attack, so presumably a couple of beamers there. Tom Bailey had picked up a knock and was limited into what he could do with the ball, so it was very much an under-strength Lancashire attack, but they might well find a bit of resilience with the bat, with the likes of Jennings and Bohannon in form, Luke Wells as well. There's plenty of very capable players there, so Lancashire might yet get Middlesex and themselves out of a Canterbury hole.
Well, if they don't, Middlesex are down, aren't they? Kent could be heading to an innings victory if Lancashire can't find some real form with the bat there. Here's Roland Jones, right arm over, he bowls outside the off stump. It's left alone through to the keeper. Clark's on 48, 111 deliveries. That just showed signs of shape coming back in again to the right-hander from Roland Jones. And he, like Bamber, just seems to have found a little bit of movement off the straight, and that's why I felt a little bit sorry for Helm this morning. Sent out there with the tactic to bang it in, it would appear.
Kent have got their 4th batting point. They have reached 400, 5 down.
Roland Jones in bowls and right in behind this Clark. He's into the offside, no run. Yeah, I felt a little bit sorry for Helm in that, the field was set. Clearly the ploy was there for Slater. They were trying to bump him out. But Helm, I just don't think there are many better if he puts it on. If he can keep it on a spot, on a line and length from his height and his pace. Great ability. But never really had a chance to go at a solid line and length this morning with the clear short ball tactic that Middlesex deployed. As Roland Jones comes in, leaves it on length outside the off stump. Through it goes. 140 for 2. Of course, he's the only one really in this attack that has that ability to attack on the short length, like that. Helm with Roland Jones down on pace with the years, and Bamber's not express. Just Carey was just rolling his shoulders around there at point. He'll be next in line replacing Roland Jones at the pavilion end, you'd have thought. As Roland Jones is in, bowls, and this is hit in the air and wide of mid-on for 4. A flourish from Clark to bring up his 50. Really beautiful, lofted on drive and fully in control. And 52 from 148 minutes, 114 deliveries, 7 fours and a 6, and a magnificent half-century for Joe Clark.
He's having quite a morning, isn't he? Would have been, I guess, second in his order of priorities to reach an individual half-century. That 39 would have very much been uppermost in his mind. Well, I know it was because I've spoken to him about it, but next ball pushed into the offside, no run.
Roland Jones wanders slowly back. 144 for 2. He'll turn and bowl at that pavilion end. The flag's just dying down slightly. The cloud cover's thinned a little overhead, a little brighter. So here's Roland Jones bowls outside of the off stump. 144 for 2. You were just asked on Radio Nottingham there if you got a blanket over your knee braces. We've got a blanket of cloud, but it's a thinner blanket now. 144 for 2. 72 Slater, Clark 52.
Yes, we're not quite at the blanket stage yet, although wouldn't say no. 144 for 2. Here's another look at that lovely pick up from Clark to reach the 7th boundary, or 7th boundary 4. He hit a 6 as well. It's going to be Giant Yadav to continue. 144 for 2. He's playing 8 of the 9 matches. I think Chesterley Street got the brunt of Storm Agnes yesterday, so delayed start there as Yadav bowls and Slater just a drop and run. So at Chesterley Street, they've not started yet on day 3 with Leicestershire 96 for 6, replying to Durham's 457 for 8. Give you Division 2 first then, as we've started there. At Cardiff, Glamorgan 53 for 1, replying to Derbyshire's 450 for 8 declared. Sussex going along very nicely in their second innings. They're 304 for 3 at Hove against Gloucestershire. That's an overall lead of 311. Sussex dominating that one clearly. Just waiting for, once again, Middlesex to be very particular and pernickety with the field setting. Clark uses his feet to Yadav, plays it to mid-wicket. At Headingley, where they lost a lot of play yesterday, very wet in that part of the world yesterday, they are playing this morning. Yorkshire 44 for 1, replying to Worcestershire's 389. That's Division 2 done. So Yadav bowls to Clark, deep in his crease he defends. At Canterbury, we've mentioned Kent now 404 for 5. Joe Denley 127 not out. That's a lead of 77 over Lancashire. At the Ageas Bowl, Hampshire 30 for 2 second time round. That's a lead of 42 over Surrey. Yadav to Clark, drops it at the feet of short leg. At Wantage Road, Northants made 369, Essex 163 for 5. Matt Critchley is out there. I think he's just short. In fact, he's 11 short of 1,000 for the season. Matt Critchley 989, so he'll be open for a second innings as Clark comes down the track, gets hold of this and bullies the ball down the ground towards us for 6. His second maximum off the bowling of Giant Yadav. Nice clean pick up by Joe Clark. Always looks to take the attacking option against the spinners when he can, and he's under 58 and it's 150 up, 151 for 2. Where haven't we given you? Edgbaston, Warwickshire 149 for 6. Somerset made 215. Umpire Malinder on inspection duty. Let me have a look at the ball, young man. After it clattered into the sight screen and the machinery down below us. 151 for 2. Next ball is defended by Clark. He's on 58, Slater 73. They've added 116. No successes this morning in over an hour's play for Middlesex. 151 for 2 and not to trail by 215.
Yeah, the table situation here and at Canterbury, it required a tumble of wickets both at Trent Bridge and Canterbury this morning. There's been 1 wicket in an hour and 9 minutes at both grounds. Not ideal for Middlesex. Their hope is still there. Their hope is that it does flatten at Canterbury, and Lancashire batted out for the draw, and they somehow managed to manufacture the victory here. Not still do trail by 215 runs, so a couple of wickets on the board and a couple of new batters out there, and all of a sudden things can pick up a pace here, and that just puts it on a little bit of pressure to Kent to try and win the game against Lancashire.
It's all coming down really, I think, to Middlesex giving themselves probably half the day tomorrow, the second half of the day, to bowl Notts out for a second time, and that's what they've got to somehow find a way to do, because it would seem as if they'd be happy to set up something.
Roland Jones in, bowls full straight and turned through square leg for a single. Slater moves to 74, 152 for 2. Well, at the moment, I mean, they're struggling to bowl them out first time. They're 45 overs into this innings, 152 for 2.
In fact, it might not even need a collusion between the two skippers. It might just be Middlesex going out. You know, we don't know. We don't know how many wickets are going to go down today, or Notts might be 550 for 2 if Slater and Clark stay there all day. We just don't know. Obviously, it's all hypothetical, but might Might be fun to watch tomorrow, one way or another.
Roland Jones bowls, and forward goes Clark, pushing to mid-off, and there's no run. And the Lancashire situation, they started the game 18 points behind 4th place Warwickshire, so extra prize money if they're able to climb above Warwickshire with a victory against Kent, which obviously at the moment is a long shot. They're 12 points ahead of Somerset starting this round. Now if Somerset were to take 5th from Lancashire, Lancashire end up with no prize money, so that's why hanging on for a draw at Kent tomorrow is at the moment Middlesex's best hope, really. As Roland Jones bowls, and this is pushed up to mid-on, and there's no run, and then comes a collusion with Stephen Mullaney to set something up here. But obviously all of that obviously relies on Somerset beating Warwickshire likewise to make sure that the pressure is put on Lancashire for the 12-point gap between they and Somerset in 5th. So at the moment Warwickshire are 158 for 6, trailing Somerset by 57 runs, 4 wickets remaining. So Middlesex fans should be cheering every Somerset wicket there and hoping that Somerset beats Warwickshire, putting pressure on Lancashire to save the draw and opening up perhaps a chance for a victory here. As Roland Jones bowls, it's clipped in the air for a moment to mid-wicket by Clark, but short of Holden, and it bounces off him. They come through for a single. Clark's on to 59, 153 for 2.
So I was just sort of alluding to it. I suspect it might not even come down to a collusion. Middlesex they've got a bowl knots out by tea today, and then they've got
2 sessions.
The last session today until bad light forces us off, and until lunch tomorrow, to score as many runs as they can and forge as big a lead as they want, and then declare lunchtime-ish tomorrow, and then they've got 2 sessions to bowl knots out. But the carrot would, I suspect, need to be there for Notts to go after the runs.
I mean, they're not far off relying on a Yadav and Dekari's special here this morning now, aren't they, to hope that the spinners can make something happen. Roland Jones in his 3rd over has been a little bit of movement off the straight for him, but on a slowish surface.
Here is Roland Jones, past umpire Debenham. Slater with soft hands plays it to Gully along the ground. 153 for 2, so Notts trail by 2-1-3. Could see a tumble of wickets, but there's some decent players certainly on paper to come in. Matthew Montgomery, Tom Moores, Lyndon James, Calvin Harrison, Brett Hutton. Brett Hutton a couple of weeks ago was challenged by the skipper, the coach and the rest of the team to go out there to Canterbury, as this is pushed on the offside, and go out there, Brett. For a decade now you've had a career best score of 74. We challenge you to go out there and better that, and just typifying the man. He went out and scored 86 and that's the sort of player that Brett Hutton is, and the resilience that cricketers can find when something is absolutely needed. That was alongside Joe Clark in that 200-run partnership at Canterbury, which just transformed the game. Clark couldn't do it on his own. Wickets were going at the other end, and as I say, Brett Hutton was challenged. Yeah, you've had a great year. You've got 50-odd wickets. Terrific with the ball, but you're a good player with the bat. Go out there and better your career best, and he did that.
153 for 2. Yadav, lots of flight and a forward defence from Clark. Eases to mid-wicket, there's no run. Tim Mercer with the bat. He was the one for Middlesex all the years, really. You think, he'll get a century one day, and he never did. And actually the batting tailed away dramatically in the end for Mercer, as this ball short and onto the nearly the hip of Clark with a bit of turn. He backs up onto his stumps, tried to help it on its way, but falls off the guard just fine of Robson at short leg.
Joe Denley is out for 136. 4-1-4 for 6, a lead of 87, Kent.
Bit of flight from Yadav, bit of pace on that one as well, and a forward defence from Clark plunging forward. It deflects down into the ground and goes through to Simpson. I'm sure he got bat on it, didn't he? That didn't beat the edge, did it? I'll have a look at the replay maybe in a moment.
I thought it just came off the bottom
of the bat. Yeah, that was my thought.
And rolled harmlessly past the stumps through to Simpson.
Yadav takes the pace off that one, floats it on a similar length, and this time Clark over the top of it, dabs away. How many overs through are they at Canterbury, Braces? I'm just thinking, is that the second new ball, picking up a couple of wickets, or? No, it'd be well
just
beyond
about,
that, wouldn't
They're
it?
just about on the 110, I think.
Yes, they're well past the second
let's,
year.
Let's have a look.
Down the track comes Clark, pushes back to Yadav, no run.
110 overs, 414 for 6. There we are.
Yeah. There you go, ball 30 overs old, just coming to life a little bit for...
So Lancashire 2 bowling points, 414 for 6.
Here's Yadav. Bowls, bit of flight. Oh, up in the air, and 6. Is that going to be for Clark? He's got all of that, hasn't he? He has indeed, and long on just has a gentle stroll. Away to our right, Tom Helm to go and collect that from over the rope. That's a big shot from Clark. 157 for 2. Slater will have strike on 74, but 6 runs takes Clark to 63. Nottinghamshire trail here by 209 runs with 8 wickets standing.
Yes, if this pair were to go on and each get a century, I'd have a silver threepenny bit that Joe Clark would get there first. A reminder, if you are on the ground, there's a quiz if you're of a quizzical nature, a cricket quiz, Notts and Middlesex. There are quiz papers available from the receptions and from the library today. You can win some cricket books, and certainly if you want to, if you are on the ground today or tomorrow, a new selection of cricket books in the library, and you can take them out, sign them out, take them home, read them, bring them back when you finish. There's a lot of children's cricket books as well now available from the library if you're coming along. So make the most of the facilities. 157 for 2. Round the wicket is Roland Jones. Ben Slater defends, and also if you like the rest of us, as soon as the cricket season's finished, you sort of go into the depths of, not quite depression, but you know what I'm saying. If you're missing your cricket and your cricket fix, the Nottingham Cricket Lovers Society might be the one for you. Thursday the 5th of October in the evening, 7 o'clock here on the ground, Dusty Hare, a meeting of the Nottingham Cricket Lovers Society. Thursday the 5th of October is the first one of the winter. A full programme as Slater works Roland Jones to point, fielded by a Holden single taken, 158 for 2. Ben Slater on to 75, and some really wonderful and varied guests attending the Nottingham Cricket Lovers Society through the winter. Thursday meetings, 1 a month, and you'll be made very, very welcome if you want to come on down and engage in the presentations, the chats, meet some interesting cricket guests, have a little bit of refreshment, and catch up with like-minded cricket lovers. The Nottingham Cricket Society, Nottingham Cricket Lovers Society meeting first Thursday in the month throughout the winter. Next delivery is bowled now by Toby Roland Jones, and Joe Clark pushes it back to TRJ. We've not got LPW in this game, but I'm sure Kevin, like me, we've had a little bit of fun over the time that Liam Patterson-White's been in the side, and coming up with the hyphenated 11 or the double-barrelled 11 with Daniel Bell-Drummond and Tom Kohler-Cadmore, Oliver Hannon-Dolby, Finn Hudson-Prentice, etc., etc. Nathan Coulter-Nile, 160 for 2. Next delivery is worked by Clark into the offside, but a nice diving who's that there? Is that Stoneman? Yeah, I thought it was. Old Rocky diving to the ground, making a good stop.
There's 4 more. He doesn't have to score in Middlesex's second innings.
Yeah. 160 for 2 knots. 206 is the Middlesex advantage right now, but they would have been desperately hoping for a cluster of wickets this morning just to give them the upper hand.
The ball was still relatively fresh this morning, wasn't it?
Roland Jones in, bowls. Clark again forces it onto the offside, no run. Sky's getting a little lighter. Everything is relative, of course, but it's getting a little lighter. The nice lady on the television this morning said it should be, by and large, a dry day, but maximum temperatures only of 18 and a lot of cloud cover, but should stay dry, which is a good thing. We've got field placings hither and thither, here and there.
Oh, here we go. Short stuff. We've got a long leg, deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket.
Yeah, Joe, if you're wondering what's going to happen, Joe, we're sending everybody out on the leg side. I mean, he gave him the telegram, didn't he?
Yorker.
In comes Roland Jones. Bowls a bouncer, and Joe Clark rolls the wrists, and they get a single. Neil Mallinder square leg. It almost looked as if he was leaping to catch the ball. Single taken, 161 for 2. Just while we're on it, one or two people sent in nice messages over the course of, well, not only the season, but the last day or two, just thanking Kirsty and Aaron for looking after the live stream, and all the camera crew, everybody that's worked on the cameras this year. Really appreciate it. I think on the ground for this one, Jono and Finn and Stan and Spence and Jody, and obviously with Kirsty and Aaron looking after things. Sincere thanks, and thanks I think from the commentators as well. We very much enjoy seeing the replays when they pop up. We enjoy I mean, they bail us out, don't they, Kev, now and again, when we're able just to have a little look at the stream and see what we thought might have happened with the naked eye, and we can just have a quick look at the replay. But I know your work in all weathers is appreciated.
Here's Yadav, he's in, bowls, too much flight, too much width, and he's punched away, and deep point is, oh, Bamba, what a stop that is over there. Goodness me, he had his work cut out to stop that. They're going to run 3, but just going to touch on the fact you had to have 38 runs off 8.1 overs, fair few no balls in there. They could really do with him tightening up here. Just try and turn a screw a little bit. I guess he's attacking, he's looking for something, he's trying to find something out there. Well, he's got 2 slips and a short leg, and he's got the left-hander on strike, which is why they were bumping Clark last ball of the previous over, hoping, one, that he might sky it, of course, but 2, that it would go through to Simpson, and Yadav would have an over at Slater, who's forward now, defending with an angle bat. He picks up a single, backward a point, and he's off strike in a flash. He's on to 76, 165 for 2. I thought we were thanking Rachel for the cakes again, and my mind is turning towards the Battenberg with Middlesex wicketless after an hour and 22 minutes on the 3rd morning, a morning when the wickets just had to tumble for them here at Trent Bridge and for Lancashire at Canterbury. Well, they've got 2 in the morning at Canterbury, Lancashire.
And now we're trying the old umpire. We think the ball is not red all round anymore.
It's not gone through, off they go, so go and get a new ball.
Well, to be fair to Toby Rowland-Jones there, he wasn't just trying it on. Clearly there is something wrong with the ball, and they are going to change it. So, well done. And it's something that certainly hasn't been as prevalent this season as in the last 2, and certainly the second half of the year, if you like, just when we've just sort of come back for the last knockings of the county championship year. It's been almost a rarity, hasn't it? Certainly in the matches that I've seen.
Here it comes. Look at that. It's another one of these boxes that you state secrets in there.
Yeah, they've got the money. See it on a game show, don't you? Those metal suitcases.
You can imagine Michael Caine trying to blow the doors off a van to get at that case.
How many balls have we got in there, do you think? Can only be a dozen or so. Have they got one that's roughly 48.2 overs old and as close in condition and colour and texture and hardness to the one that they're no longer using? That's going to be Ben Debenham's decision, although he's getting a bit of help there. Who's that brought it out? The Middlesex 12th man. Good question.
Let's have a look and see who that is. My first thought was it was Max Holden, but he should be on the field. I mistakenly had him out of the side yesterday. No, he is. He's the 11th man, isn't it? Well, I say the 11th man. He's on the field, isn't he? So he's just grabbed it from over the rope. So Holden it is. Here's Yadav with the replacement ball, and the sun breaking through at Trent Bridge.
Good. Has this been a typical Yadav performance? Has he run through a side yet? Has he got a cluster of wickets yet? How long have you had him?
3 games. Right. So we were meant to have him for 4, but he missed the game at Chelmsford due to visa issues, and that was the key game really for Yadav. But his performance with the bat here was crucial, wasn't it?
Yes, yeah, played very well.
And it may be tomorrow afternoon Yadav with the ball is Middlesex's saviour. We shall see.
Yeah.
Slip and a short leg. Down the track comes Clark, pushing that replacement ball to Rowland-Jones at mid-off. So they've all had a look at it now. Bowler, batter, umpire, captain.
And those watching on the live stream can see it as well. Kent 421 for 6.
Yadav lot of flight, forward defence into the offside, and there's no one. So their lead is somewhere around 100 now.
Yeah,
isn't it?
94. Yeah.
I mean, this is the thing. You know, Middlesex have got to try and win this game, but at the moment they really are on a wing and a prayer that the Lancashire batters come out and bat for their lives. They're going to have to bat for nearly 2 days, Lancashire, aren't they? Forward goes Clark, pushing into the offside. There's no. I mean, if they're 100 behind now and still 4 wickets standing, Kent, unless they can go through them quickly, then another 100 runs there for the last 4 wickets, then it'll be tomorrow before Lancashire are at parity. Tomorrow morning or late tonight. Well, it'd be tomorrow morning, wouldn't it, really? So
I guess there might just be reasons for Kent now to either push on or declare.
Yadav bowls. Forward goes Clark, pushing into the offside, and there's no run. Well, I'd keep going for the runs if I were Kent, because, as I say, if they get another 100 for the last 4 here, even without pushing on, mid-afternoon, you're going out then and having a go at Lancashire. Lancashire have got to bat all evening, half the afternoon, and they still won't be at parity, so they'll have to bat until tea time tomorrow, really, to save the game. And even then, Kent will come out and have a throw the bat at it. So
and Kent will be looking at the score here and thinking, they'll be thinking, well, keep going nuts. Why
exactly
you're doing that? We might as well just plod on here.
As I say, the closest team to victory in any of these matches at the moment is Kent.
You're doomed,
yes. At the moment, Middlesex are doomed.
As Private Fraser would say on Dad's Army. You're doomed.
We just need Pike to run in shouting, "Don't panic."
Yeah, you stupid boy. Here's Roland Jones from the pavilion end. Slater happy to defend. Very close to 12 o'clock. Tea. No, lunch. We have lunch before tea. Lunch is at 12:40 today. We should still be making up overs. So it's an elongated day, 104 overs, but there's no way we're going to get 104 overs in. We saw last night, 6:10, and that was it. The light was done. It's the same the night before. 165 for 2. Next ball is a little bit of fortune for Ben Slater. He's playing away from his body there, and an inside edge drags it back. The old nutmeg, I think, dragged it back through his legs and gets a single. Not where he was intending, but Ben Slater moves on to 77. Began the morning on 49. What's Joe Clark on? 23, something like that. 25 overnight. So Joe Clark scored 44 on his own in this session. 166 for 2. Roland Jones to Clark. He's in now and bowls, and Joe Clark turns it to mid-wicket. We've had a little bit of Bamber, a little bit of Helm, a little bit of Roland Jones with the seam. We've had Giant Yadav. Not seen Ryan Higgins at all with the ball, and we've not seen Josh De Carey's today. Bowled a couple of overs yesterday.
Yeah, Higgins, as I say, carrying that side injury from last week. I'd imagine he's at this stage, 50th over of the innings. He's not going to bowl.
66 for 2. The skipper standing up. Bowls. This is his 14th over. Pushed back past him to mid-off by Clark.
I was trying to work out. We were trying to get the heating working this morning, aren't we? I'm looking around thinking, is that aircon on up above us? Are we getting hit by cold air from the front and from behind?
I've no idea. Maybe what's turning off. It's been a thorny issue all season. I don't think
is it hot or is it cold?
Well, I don't think we've ever had warmth coming out of it, to be fair.
It did just strike me for a moment there. I'm sure I'm getting hit by cold air from behind and from in front.
166 for 2. It's good for you. This is the 50th over of the innings, and Clark works it again to mid-wicket. No run. Is gone on the attack against the spinner a couple of times this morning. A couple of sixes, one down the ground, one dragged over wide-ish mid-wicket. Just 8 runs behind his batting partner now. Slater 77, Clark 69. Last ball of the 50th over. Sees Clark drive to mid-off. No run. I think that was a maiden. 166 for 2.
Well, that's what they've got to do, Middlesex. They've got to dry the runs up.
No, there's one run, I beg your pardon. There was a run to Slater at the start of the over.
And that's where Yadav, as he asked, was this a Yadav performance? Number 39 from 9. It's a little bit too expensive for an off-spinner in a pitch that's turning like this one is. If you take the no balls out of it, it's not the worst performance, but even still you take the no balls out of it and you'd think you need to do it a little bit cheaper than that. Jayant. Josh de Carey's would be thinking, give me a go. They're all having a natter about something again. Umpire Malander has had a little running commentary himself here, isn't he? Oh,
they're not happy with that ball.
Another one being changed.
Yeah, Ben, you've got this one out of the box, but it's only lasted an over. So we'll go and fetch another one.
Oh, brilliant.
That's almost a reflection on umpire Debenham, isn't it? I know he will have had a good look and found one as near to the other one as he could, but it's only lasted an over.
Well, the other thing is, the one that they found as a replacement was that from last year's batch of balls, so that one quite conceivably was a rough ball from last year, when they're replacing the slightly better batch from this year with the rougher batch from last year.
Just sort of canvassing opinion now amongst the Middlesex players. An update for Radio Nottingham. No wickets this morning will be the good news for Not supporters. Not such good news for followers of the Sea Axes.
Essex 7 down. Titles Surrey's as if it wasn't already. Wesley's gone for 49. Harmer and Umesh Yadav together. They require another 214 runs in 40.3 overs. It's for 400 to keep the title race alive, but ain't gonna happen. Hampshire 42 for 2, leading by 54. Gubbins 12 and Vince 15. Kent crucially for Middlesex. Oh, 7 down now. Everson's gone. Bowled Hartley for 12. Lead by 101 with 3 wickets remaining. Is this the moment, Middlesex fans? 3 quick wickets there. We'll see.
Yeah, it's been a very good 90 minutes or so for Nottinghamshire supporters, and certainly there are 2 batters out there. Ben Slater, who's 77 not out, Joe Clark 69 not out. They've added 131 together for this 3rd wicket, very much eating into Middlesex's advantage. The visitors, who desperately need to win this game in order to have a chance of staying up, made 366. Not so 200 behind. They're 166 for 2. So with this replacement ball, Giant Yadav bowls a delivery from round the wicket, which turned appreciably. He'll be encouraged by that. Not so much by umpire Malander going and just having a look at his footmarks again. There's Yadav in again to Slater, who smothers any spin, working it to backward point, no run. Floodlights have been shining brightly throughout this passage of play this morning. Certainly needed them at the start. Might be just light enough to do without them now, but understandably they're being left on as there's another no ball from Giant Yadav. Slater defended it, but 2 more to the total for another overstep. 168 for 2. Notts trail by 198. Here comes Yadav once more. Balls now. Slater again, happy to defend. 2 slips and a short leg. Just wonder if maybe you go full on attack, pop in a silly point there as well, maybe. Who knows, as Slater works it away on the offside. Into backward point, no run. Truth, there's not been much that's looked like popping and bringing close to the wicket catchers into play. Fairly placid surface, as you'd expect. Late September, Yadav getting revolutions on the ball here, and Ben Slater, dogged resistance, 77 not out. Faced 144 deliveries now. One ball left this over. 5 dots so far, but the no ball prevented it being a maiden, of course. 168 for 2, another Yadav no ball. But Ben Slater really not too perturbed by the other deliveries. And Yadav is through 10 overs, 1 maiden, none for 41. Just wonder what Middlesex can do just to change the equilibrium here. Is there anybody in the side who's got a famed golden arm? Anybody that you can
Higgins.
hop on, sometimes rely on to break a stubborn partnership? But
Higgins,
they're
DeCaries.
not thinking along those lines as Toby Rowland-Jones
Sam
continues.
Robson.
Well,
Little bit of leg spin before lunch. Somebody downstairs had asked me earlier, who's that leg spinner? I said, it's Sam Robson. Oh, he's turning it some, isn't he? This is on the practice track next door. There's turnout there for Yadav. I think they go. Looks like they're close to it, aren't they? Give DeCaries a go, and then just before lunch, may as well throw it to Robson. Rowland-Jones is in. He bowls, and oh, look at that seam now. Well, that replacement ball, the second replacement ball. He's, to be fair, his first ball of the day, Rowland-Jones, it seemed away, didn't it? And then he had one in the same over seam back in.
it was practically a wide.
Well, it was. But we haven't seen much movement in this match, have we, for the bowlers on either side? Which is why we're only 12 wickets down in the game at this point. Which, again, if it does come to some collusion, I say collusion, that's not the right word, is it? Some sort of compromise to set up a match tomorrow, as here's Rowland-Jones. He bowls, and that's hit back in the air past the bowler. And first you think about a catch, and it went just out of reach. Then you think, did he get his fingertips to it, and with Slater being his ground, and then sliding from mid-on was Bamber to prevent any runs, and he slid all the way through the big pile of sawdust, and he's made a right mess. They've got a single with it as well. Got a chuckle from the crowd, didn't it? A big puff of dust.
And to be fair, he saw the funny side of it as well.
Yeah.
We just got a glimpse of him there on the live stream.
Was it gloomed up a bit to our right braces?
We'll be all right.
Yeah, I think that's pretty similar to what it was at 10:30 this morning, and it never troubled us. Here's Rowland-Jones around the wicket, Slater. He eases to backward point, and there's no run. Yeah, but I was going to say, 12 wickets down at this point, so you be Mullaney and I'll be Rowland-Jones. Well, look, it's hard to pick up wickets on this, so you're going to need to chase something around 280 off 45 overs. Get out of it, say Mullaney, wouldn't he?
Yeah, but Notts are going to be batting second, aren't they?
Yeah. So even more worn track, you mean? Here's Rowland-Jones around the wicket to Slater on 77, wide on the crease. He bowls, and this is pushed up to mid-on. 169 for 2. I mean, I'm fast forward in here to
Notts
lunchtime
aren't going to get
tomorrow.
into a situation where they're going to say, well, you leave us 280 from 45 overs and we'll be happy to chase it.
Well, that's what I mean. So what do you think? Where do you think it's going to go? What do you think, Notts? If Middlesex are to set something, what's it going to be?
Middlesex are still 200 behind here.
No, but they're going to...
Notts are still 200 behind here.
But 12 wickets down, I worry. I just think at this point already, how are they going to get to a point? As here's Rowland-Jones bowls, and forward goes Slater pushing into the offside. There's no run. I mean, I think they're a long way away from having a conversation, because 2 wickets on the board now. Notts are still 200 runs behind, aren't they? So the second new ball will be available midway through the afternoon. As you say, Middlesex have to bowl them by tea, don't they?
Yeah.
And then at that point, Notts will be trying to bowl Middlesex, and there'll be a period of proper play. But then you just wonder by stumps tonight or midway through the morning tomorrow. Rowland-Jones bowls, forward goes Slater pushing up to mid-on, and there's no run. Mullaney may well have a figure in mind of 247 or 40 tomorrow night. I mean, that was it at Lord's, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm just wondering. Middlesex chased that off pretty well, didn't they, at Lord's?
Essex have lost another one there, 194 for 8 at Wantage Road. Northants 369. Last couple of matches in September, Northants have had a right old go at it. They very nearly beat Warwickshire, didn't they? And
Surrey did relegate Surrey, didn't they?
But they've got the upper hand there. Essex 175 behind. They're still 56 away, even from one batting point. So
Kevin Howells will be starting his engine down in Southampton now, preparing to drive to us. See Middlesex relegated tomorrow. Surrey win the title today.
There's Yadav. Bowls and aggression from Clark, a flat battered swat along the ground to mid-off, no run.
Go on, what can you see a projection then of the match going forward if Wickets don't tumble and Middlesex are desperate?
There's Yadav bowling, Clark again defends.
Yeah,
Middlesex have just got to find.
Yeah.
They've just got to find a way to bowl Notts out today, otherwise they're out of it.
Well, because Notts could bat on till stumps tonight
exactly.
and be in the lead.
That's what I say, they've got to bowl them out. Yadav bowls. This one is wide of the off stump through to the keeper.
Butcher's arrived back. He's surprised to still see me on the mic with the "I'll make way for Butch" in a moment. The guests will be lining up this afternoon.
Next delivery is defended by Joe Clark. He's on 70, 7 behind Slater.
Could be a long afternoon this for Middlesex. What did we say? 27 overs after this to the second new ball, half an hour to lunch, so 19 overs into the afternoon. You'd almost be saying take the seamers all out of the attack now and just throw it to the spinners through to lunch now.
Yadav. Is it Clark on the pad and gone? Kept a whisker low, little bit of turn from Yadav. Middlesex have got a bowling bonus point. They've got a wicket. They've ended that stand on 134. Feel a little bit for Joe Clark. He was absolutely dead in the water in front of the stumps. It kept low and just hurried through, and Clark has gone, and there is that breakthrough, 169 for 3, and Middlesex and Kevin Hand and Roland Butcher no doubt breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief there, because almost out of nothing there, maybe the first signs that the wicket is going to just provide a bit of assistance and might just give some encouragement to the bowlers. Good hand for Joe Clark, 70 from 150 balls, 7 fours and 3 sixes, but couldn't do with one there. It just scuttled along into his pads.
That'll do well for the highlights reel, won't it? Feels like a time to throw the ball to the spinners and wicket next delivery. Thank you, Giant. Matt Montgomery comes out to bat, and they've played him really well, I think, Yadav, because they have both backed up to him a long way, as Clark did there. And as you say, any little bit the problem with the spinner, you back up that much to a spinner, any little bit of deviation in the bounce and you could be in real trouble. Kept a little bit low, and Clark was as plumb as could be. Certainly they could have had a grumble about that Mulaney LBW as he outside the line of off, but this is the moment, isn't it? We talked about turning 1 into 2, open and end up Middlesex. Can they just force a way through here? And they've got a long time to take another 6 wickets for the bowling points, but again, I don't think at this stage, I have a look, but I think bonus points now completely irrelevant in it all. It's a case of win or bust for Middlesex here. There's 3 go down around the back. Can Yadav? I mean, you really could, with that first innings 50, now 53 overs into this innings, ball in hand, need a lot from Yadav.
You talk to the players as I do, and day in, day out, they always say, it's a surface that it's all right once you're in on, but it's difficult to start on. And
they're still 48 runs shy of the follow-on as well, Braces.
Exactly.
I'm giving Butch a wink behind you as I say that.
You give yourself a little bit of encouragement. What are we waiting for now, for goodness sake?
Well, I said it last night, and I
think a fielder's gone pushed in at silly point, as I was just advocating, and I think Neil Mallin did quite rightly. Said, well, if you're going to stand there, you want pads on. So that's why we haven't got any cricket. Oh no, it's another helmet being brought out.
But I think for what you just said, though, isn't it? He's got to have a helmet on if he's going to be there. Isn't that the point? Higgins is going to don the helmet. I think that's Jack Davies that's run it out. I think look on the camera, just look into the naked eye.
It's a helmet for leg slip, not the man at silly point who doesn't seem to have protective pads on, so a drive might just warm his shins up a little bit.
Who's that in there? Holden.
Final ball of the over then, a wicket taking over for Yadav, Matt Montgomery's first delivery. Pushes it past Holden, he's off the mark first ball, 170 for 3. Yadav has a wicket, 11 overs, 1 for 42. That's 170 for 3, trailing by 196.
Having bought that wicket for Middlesex with that piece of commentary, I'll hand the mic over to Roland Butcher to take a hat-trick now before lunch.
May well happen, 170 for 3. Yadav had a 7 over unbroken spell this morning, and finally he's got a wicket. think there's going to be a change at the... No, there's not going to be a change at the pavilion end. Toby Rowland-Jones is going to continue, but protective pads are being put on 70 for 3. We are 25 minutes away from lunch. And once again, I suspect it's Middlesex's time being wasted here, with pads being applied and all the rest of it. Cricket could be being played here. They want more protective gear to be brought out. Sam Robson. Well, Kevin actually made the call that Sam Robson had been bowling nicely on the practice wickets this morning, and that's what it was all about. They were getting Sam Robson undressed. They've taken off his protective pads, and they said, get on with it now then. You've got a new man out of the crease. Let's have a bit of Sam Robson leg spin, and let's see if you can get a wicket or two. They've gone for him before Josh DeCary's. Interesting move, Roland, but they clearly feel that spin at both ends and fielders round the bat is the way to go. I'm a little surprised they've not done it a little earlier. 170 for 3 is the score. I think we're just about close to a resumption in cricket, but fully 5 minutes wasted there.
Yes, Dave, and the breakthrough coming at the right time, and Kent, I know, 7 down the last score I checked, 420 odd for 7. It's not having an effect on this game. Robson will start to Montgomery, bowls, and that's good flighted delivery, a little bit of turn. Montgomery comes forward and defends that to that short third man position. He's got a slip and a forward short leg, backward short third man, extra cover, mid off, man on the cover boundary. In now the leg spinner bowls, and that's stroked away off the back foot, should get 1. The ball's on its way back to the keeper, so just a single, so Montgomery goes to 2. Slater, he's still there, 77. He's been there right from the off, and score now moves to 171 for 3. Field changes for the left-handed Slater. Also, Robson's going to go around the wicket. He's going to maintain that slip and forward short leg. He's going to have a man on the sweep, a deep square leg. He's got a deep mid wicket. Also, mid wicket's coming in place. Backward point, mid off, and a man on the cover boundary. So anything just pushed into the offside is a easy single, or anything pushed towards square leg is an easy single. Just adjusting the field, making sure that deep square leg goes a little bit squarer. Robson in, bowls, and that's worked into the onside, but it goes straight to mid wicket. Can't score, stays on 77.
Kent are 8 down, 432 for 8, leading Lancashire by 105. But as we've been saying, it's all about now, can Middlesex conjure up a winning position from here?
Robson bowls, and that's tossed up, and through the half volley, and Slater being very, very defensive there, just tapped that one in front of him when he could have been driving down the ground. Just having a good look at Robson. Robson bowls, and he's forcing this one off the back foot. It's just going to get a single because there's protection out on the cover boundary. So he gets 1, goes to 78. Montgomery comes back on strike. Once again, Robson switches to back over the wicket. Robson bowls, flighted delivery, and well flighted and defended on the offside by Montgomery. Over completed, first for Robson. At the end of it, Nottinghamshire 172 for 3.
Wonder about over, really, considering that 2 minutes ago he had his protective pads on, was fielding at short leg, and clearly it was a little bit of a reaction to the wicket going down from this end. Quick, Sam, get your pads off, and you're on next. And
Yeah,
you know,
I mean,
all being considered, it was a decent over.
Yeah, he landed them well. I mean,
Yeah.
came out of the hand nicely.
Can you bowl them? Could you ever bowl leggies? It's not natural, is it? Not a natural action.
No, well, I started right through my early years my early professional career was as a leg spinner who could bat. I started as a leg spinner.
Could never get him to land. There's Yadav then. He's got man in front of the bat on the offside and 2 slips. Bowls to Joe Clark. That one turned a little bit. If you weren't with us earlier, had a word with Ben Slater last night and did admit he nicked that one to slip from Yadav. That was, he said, yeah, I said I played the shot. I wouldn't have played the shot any different, but I did hear the no ball call as it was halfway down. He said it didn't alter anything, but so it's a steer to backward point. So he was caught off a no ball last night late in the gloom. At that stage he was hobbling around, having been struck by Helm on the hip. No lingering after effects this morning seemingly. He went out there, you could see him stretching and bending and flexing that left leg. The start of the day pushed this to backward point, but certainly hasn't been handicapped in his running as he was last night after being struck. He was in a great deal of discomfort. He was 49 not out overnight, so he's been very much on the defensive this morning. Only added 29, cuts this to backward point, again no run, but helped. Joe Clark had 134 for that 3rd wicket. Clark the only one to fall this morning. LBW to Yadav in the last over from the Indian. Clark made 70. Slater drops this to leg. John Simpson after it, no run. In the process of his innings today, Joe Clark reaching 1,000 runs for the season. 2nd time in his career, 1st time for Notts. The last time he did it was back in 2016 for Worcestershire. But of course these days, Roland, they only play 14 first-class matches, don't they? It's a little harder, and he's averaged over 50 with perhaps 1 wicket left, 1 innings left if Notts get to bat again tomorrow. End of the over here as this goes through to Simpson, 172 for 3.
Yeah, nice way to finish the over, that last delivery. With a turn and bounce there from Yadav. He got 2 to turn quite appreciably in that over. So balls starting to grip. So 172 for 3. Montgomery will take strike and Robson will continue with his leg spin. He's in his 2nd over. Slip in place and a forward short leg. Yadav now goes out to deep square leg. Robson in, bows to Montgomery. He goes for a sweep shot from outside, a paddle sweep from outside the off stump. Ball turns past the outside edge. Taken there by Simpson, just looking to paddle it fine. Might be better off to just drive it through the offside, because Robson in, ball to Montgomery, and he's driving and goes past the outside edge. That ball tossed up in the air and just turned across the right-handed batter and taken by Simpson once more.
I seem to think you and I were on commentary when he got out at Canterbury, and I suggested he tried a reverse sweep, which he does in white ball cricket, and he did it and got out to the reverse sweep.
This one brings him forward and he defends. A nice flighty delivery out on the offside. Might be worth bringing a bat pad on the offside as well, just to bring a little bit of pressure on Montgomery. That would be... He's only just come to the crease, so Robson maintains the same field. He's not changing at the moment. He's in now, ball to Montgomery, and he's playing this one on the offside. It goes out square and he gets a single. Point comes off the boundary and just returns the ball underarm to the fielder there at no mid wicket. So it brings Slater into strike. So 173 for 3. Robson goes round the wicket, still with that huge gap on the offside between backward point, bowls, And this one's worked into the onside. He's looking for a single, but he won't get it because it's a good work done there. It's mid wicket running away to his left. Ball moving quite quickly because on the square where the grass is quite short, the ball moves quickly. So no run, 173 for 3. Slater still 78 as Robson come in around the wicket with his leg spin. In bowls to Slater, and Slater is forward and defends on the onside. End of another good over there by Robson. He's now completed 2 overs. He's got down for 3 at the end of that over. Nottinghamshire are 173 for 3.
Essex are 11. No, they're not 11. They're all out for 211. I think that yes, that does mean Surrey are now Division 1 champions. They are confirmed as Division 1 champions mathematically, with Essex having just been dismissed for 211 in their match at Wantage Road.
Well, it looks
they're 158 behind, so Surrey are county champions.
It looks as if they're all getting closer to Surrey now. I mean, last year they won it with a game to spare. This year you've taken them to the last game, so
173 for 3. Yadav bowls, and there is the Montgomery attempted reverse. Didn't get anything on it, and he's sort of given Middlesex a hefty clue there that he likes to play that shot. He always plays it in white ball cricket. He's got all the shots in the world, Matthew Montgomery, and no real surprise that he looked to play the reverse there against Yadav. They've not looked to plug that gap, so he might look to do it again as he gets off strike and away with a push through the covers for 2. 175 for 3, but Kent are still 8 down, 434 for 8. But the big news of the morning now, I suppose, is that Surrey are county champions. They've defended their title. A lot of resources at their disposal, but a lot of very good players as well. Next one is pushed back to the bowler. Not's only played them once this season, only played them at the Oval. Didn't play them here, but I guess the flip side of that is they only played Northampton and beat them in inside 7 sessions. Next ball is defended by Matthew Montgomery. So yin and yang, isn't it, really? They didn't play the weakest side in the division, but didn't play them twice, but they didn't play the strongest side in the division twice. I do think it is wrong that there is an imbalance. You don't play everybody home and away, but that's how it is. Again, attempted reverse, and this time he has got hold of it. That's what I'm talking about, Roland Butcher. The reverse sweep for 4. Played that one nicely.
yeah, good shot. Obviously prepared to play the shot if it's. That was a full delivery wide outside the off stump, and he played it quite nicely. Made good contact. Gets himself a boundary.
So what does Yadav and Roland Jones do now? Do they put a man there? They've got to put a man there, surely. They're just moving the man that was square onto a 45, an angle of 45, to try and cut that out. Here's Yadav in again to Montgomery, just dabs this down on the leg side. It's the end of the over. 57 overs gone in the innings, so Middlesex a long way from a second new ball, and we are 10 minutes away from lunch. It's around about 12:30 now. 179 for 3, maybe 3 overs. There's a bit of a prolonged chat going on with umpire Debenham, but it looks as if Sam Robson's going to have another over.
Yep, 179 for 3, 78. There to Slater. It's been there right from the off. Had to go through some trying times yesterday with that hip injury. He was struck on the hip. Battled away to the end of the day. Now he's come back today and he's continued the battle. So
he's only scored 29 this morning. Got 4 of those right at the start of the day. The boundary to get him to his half century. So.
Robson now round the wicket to Slater, bowls, and he's off the back foot and punching this one square. Should get 2 here. And the return is on its way, but after a hesitation they go through for 2. So now 181 for the loss of 3. A ball was just short of a length and 4 square the wicket on the offside. There's a deep extra cover on the boundary. He had to make good ground to his right, but could not prevent the batters crossing for 2. Robson bowls and Slater's driving through the offside. He's only going to get the single. as that same fielder comes in towards the extra cover region and restricts the batters to 1. So it goes to 81. Slater certainly wouldn't be looking for 100 before lunch. He'd be keen to come back after lunch, as Robson goes over the wicket now and bowls to Montgomery, who goes for a sweep shot, a little paddle sweep. Looks like he got a little top edge, the ball went straight up in the air but fell safely on the onside.
I wondered if it was just booed. I think he was perhaps just thrusting his pad at it.
I think the last thing they'll want to do now is to lose a wicket, and Montgomery's looks as if he's going to give them a chance. Robson bowls to Montgomery and he drives handsomely through the offside. I think that's going to be 4. Yep. Fielder on the point boundary could not get around in time. Fast outfield, quite short on that side. Nicely driven and a much safer shot by Montgomery, and is probably against Robson. It's better to play that shot than to keep going for the paddle sweep. And lovely shot, 186 now as Robson bowls. Quicker delivery, flatter, but a turn, and then Montgomery allows it to go through safely outside the off stump. 186 for 3, and he's moved to 13. Montgomery. Robson bowls, and he does play the sweep. He's going to get 4 runs here, I think. There's a long chase down there for Yadav, but he's not going to get it. Little fine sweep. That one a little bit too full, that delivery, and just a fine sweep. And Yadav coming around from square leg gave up the ghost halfway through, so to finish the over with a boundary at the end of the over. Nottinghamshire have moved to 190 for 3. Montgomery takes his personal score under 17. And at the other end, Slater's on 81.
Yeah, they had a little look at Sam Robson, didn't they? The first 2 overs, and just got him weighed up. That was a little loose from Robson, and if you've got Montgomery looking to play all around the wicket, it's very difficult to protect everywhere. Somebody who's more than happy to play the conventional sweep and the reverse sweep. Got to plug those gaps. Might be time for 2 more overs. 7 minutes away from 20 to 1. Yadav into bowl, knots 190 for 3. Slater leaves us alone, and not entirely sure how that didn't just go on and lift off a bail. It was very, very close to the off stump. It was a good leave, as they say, but crikey, there was nothing more than a lick of paint between Ben Slater, 81 not out, and Ben Slater walking back to the pavilion. His delivery is met resolutely with the full face of Slater's bat.
Yeah, he was expecting that ball to just spin away. Looked as if it just went straight on.
Yeah, it'll encourage Yadav that, and just look to attack that off stump a little more. He's in again, and bowls now, and Slater pushes it into the offside. He'll be having more than half an eye on the time and how many deliveries are left in this session. He certainly won't want more than this over and 1 more. 12:34. Next delivery is again blocked by Ben Slater. 190 for 3. Another good contribution at the top of the order from Slater. Last match here against Kent in July, I said earlier, 100 in the first innings, 87 in the second, when it looked as if he was going to be on for 2 tons in the match. Yadav bowls, Ben Slater defends. Also, of course, he'll have seen what happened to Joe Clark, the one that just kept a whisker low and trapped him in front, so he'll be having that in the back of his mind, be very aware. That's a possible way that his innings could be brought to an end. Won't be raising the bat up too high to Yadav, and again he brings it down and defends, and Yadav through a nice tidy over there. 190 for 3 it remains. Montgomery's 17 not out. Ben Slater might have done his work for this session. He's 81 not out. There are 5 minutes to go in the session though. If Middlesex are canny, they'll race through this over and at least try and get 2 overs in.
Yes, some maiden over there by Yadav. Just flighting the ball nicely, as it's quite pleasant out there now. There's some sun and chill's gone away a little bit by now, Dave. It's
Yeah.
just before lunch. The weather is excellent. Montgomery now will face, and there's a change. The forward short leg goes to a backward short leg now, as Robson is in bowl to Montgomery, and that turns wide outside the off stump, spinning away and bouncing. Simpson takes it cleanly. 190 for 3. Slip, backward short leg. There's a short third man. Robson bowls wide of the off stump, offers no shot through to the keeper. Extra cover, mid off. There's a man on the cover point boundary. There's a mid on, deep square leg, and a deep mid wicket, as discussion just was had with Robson. Perhaps just tell him to. Yes, and that's better delivery, pitching a wrong leg stump, and comes off the outer edge, goes to a short third. A good diving stop there at short third. Bit of a hesitation between the batters, and eventually decided not to go for the single, as Robson now will change the angle of delivery. He's going to go around the wicket. Just having a chat with the umpire. Field remains the same.
Not saying you chat for as long as you want to the umpire. It's 12:37. 3 balls left.
Yep, he's ready now. Short third goes a little bit deeper, as Robson coming around the wicket with his leg spinning bowls, and Montgomery just pads that one away. There's a bit of a polite inquiry there by the bowler for LBW. The ball ran off the pads, went to slip, obviously pitching outside leg stump. So Robson will be looking to target the leg side, but a huge gap on the onside in bowls. He goes for the reverse sweep. I think this might be buys. It goes between the attempted googly.
It's given wides now. I find
that's
that
a ridiculous. I don't quite understand that at all.
No, and what it does mean, another ball will have to be bowled as well.
How can that be a wide?
I don't know. I really don't know. Unless the umpire has told him, you know, you are bowling, to my mind, a continual leg stump line, and if you carry on bowling there, I'll wide you. Unless he's told him that, I don't agree with it.
That makes no sense whatsoever. I mean, he attempted googly, he went for the reverse sweep, the right-handed batter. That one is tossed up again, and it's padded away by Montgomery out on the offside, and there's no run. Cannot see how that can be a wide. The ball that was a regulation ball outside the leg stump turned a little. Batsman was playing the ball on the opposite side of the field. It went between the keeper and the leg slip.
12:39, last ball of the over.
Bowls, and he's swept this one away for 4. Reverse sweep actually from outside his leg stump, and he's reverse swept it for 4. So he takes his personal score onto 21 now, Montgomery. The score now 199, and looks as if the umpire's going to get in place and have another one.
Dialogue's continuing between Sam Robson, and understandably unhappy Sam Robson, and umpire Ben Debenham. Now at this end, Toby Rowland-Jones, Mark Stoneman, 1 or 2 others just having a word with Neil Malinder, maybe about that very same thing. But we are going to get another over. 199 for 3. But I agree with Rowland. That was a harsh call. Unless, like I say, unless he said you can't keep bowling there. This is pushed into the offside, and there's no run.
But he can keep bowling there.
Well,
you can keep bowling upside the left stump. The batsman keeps padding it away. He's padding it away.
I'm just offering a possible reason for him signalling wide, because it was, to my mind and clearly yours, it was very, very close to the pads. This one is defended by Slater. He's 81 not out. I think everybody will be glad just to get off and reset, refocus. Notts have only lost 1 wicket this morning. That was Joe Clark, who fell LBW to Yadav for 70 in the 53rd over. You'd have balls. Slater defends. We're now in the 61st. We began having bowled 28 overs in this innings. This is the 61st. So what's that? 33 overs this morning, but it is a session of 2 hours and 10 minutes. Yadav. And again to Slater. He's going to get a run here. Just turns it away behind square. In fact, he's going to push hard and come back for 2. Yeah, he will. Could have stayed at the non-striker's end, but that is the 200 up for Nottinghamshire, hence the applause in the background. 201 for 3. They've gone for lunch at Canterbury with Kent 447 for 8, leading Lancashire by 120. So still work for the Lancashire bowlers to do there. Yadav with work to do here for Middlesex. 2 balls left before lunch. Slater defends the penultimate delivery. And it is 201 for 3. Thanks very much for your company this morning. Love to hear from you if you want to get in touch. Those of you that are on the ground, remember the library is open. There's a quiz in there for you just to take away and maybe test the old grey matter during the afternoon session. If you want to pop to the library, there are books there to take out and borrow, and there are books to be won in a quiz this week as this goes through to the keeper. That will end the session. 201 for 3. The morning began with Notts 92 for 2. Ben Slater was 49 not out. He cut a ball away from Ethan Bamber in the first over for 4 to reach his half century. He's advanced his score to 83. Joe Clark was 25 not out overnight. He reached his 1,000 for the season when he got to 39, went on to get to 70 before giving out LBW, a ball that kept a whisker low. Matthew Montgomery came in at the fall of that wicket. He's 21 not out. They've added 32. Notts lead by 165. A quick word, Roland, before we head off to lunch. Middlesex have got to find a way to get 7 wickets this afternoon.
Yeah, a very good session this first session here for Notts. Just losing the 1 wicket. I think they scored about 102 they scored in that period. So they've had a good session this morning. Slater continued where he left off yesterday. He's still there. Not out on 83. Be looking for a century after. Joe Clark played really well today. I thought deserving of getting that 1,000 runs. The sun is out in all its glory now. Yeah. So I think we should have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you very much, Roland. Very much enjoyed your commentary and your contributions this morning. The same with Kevin Hand. It's lunch here at Trent Bridge. 201 for 3. The players will return in about 40 minutes' time. Hope you'll join us then. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge as our umpires Ben Debenham and Neil Mallinder stride towards the middle, and in a moment or two we'll be back underway in this LV Insurance County Championship Division 1 game between Nottinghamshire and Middlesex, with 5 sessions left in the season for both, or a maximum of 5 sessions we should say. Nottinghamshire had a good morning today. They added 109 runs for the loss of 1 wicket. Joe Clark was the man out for 70. He was a little unlucky. The ball kept very low, scuttled onto him, and it was palpably LBW to Giant Yadav for 70. But in reaching that score, it did mean that Joe, for the first time in Nottinghamshire colours, has passed 1,000 runs for the season. So our congratulations to him. Unbeaten, Ben Slater began the day 49 not out. At lunch he's still there, 83 not out. Matthew Montgomery is 21 not out. So Notts with very much the better of the morning session. As I say, 109 runs and 1 wicket going down. We didn't see Josh De Carey's bowl during the morning session. So, appropriately, straight after lunch, or ironically, or coincidentally, we're going to see Josh De Carey's bowl the first over of the afternoon session. So the Middlesex think tank has come together, and this is the way forward according to them. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from Radio Nottingham. Roland Butcher, former England and Middlesex Test batter, will be with us during the course of the afternoon, and also here, suitably replenished by the Trent Bridge catering staff, I hope, from BBC London, Kevin Hand.
Oh, chicken and mushroom sauce, lovely. Lovely mushroom sauce it was. It really was good. As good as it looked, which isn't always at places. You see something that looks lovely, not so good. Oh, it was great. It was lovely lunch. Now here's De Carey's after lunch with a slip and a short leg, and he bowls to Montgomery, who's forward first ball defending, and there's no run. 21 from 24 deliveries. Montgomery really moved it on there, didn't he? And Nottinghamshire lingering around the 200 deficit mark for a wee while. Not in any alarm or anything, but it just kept a little bit of distance. So if Montgomery hangs around, well, there we go. It could be shoved away pretty quickly. He shoves this one with a reverse sweep, wide of slip, Eskenazi, and fine at the backward point, Ryan Higgins, and they've taken 2. He's on to 23 from 26. 83 for Slater, who was caught off a no ball yesterday evening. So De Carey's and Yadav at either end to go after the left-hander after lunch. That makes sense to me. As De Carey's is in, bowls, and down the track comes Montgomery, toe end of the bat. Pushes it up to mid-off. Not a bottom hand in that. Really trapped the bat down hard. He was a little worried, I think, that he misjudged it. As here's De Carey's, he bowls, and the reverse sweep again to backward point, no run.
Really one innings of substance this year for Matthew Montgomery. He's played in 10 of the 14 games, 177 here against Essex. If you're going to get a ton, get a big one.
Not today, please. It's Montgomery eases this one into the offside, and there's no run. Well, the Surrey are champions, aren't they? And the season could dwindle out in this final day and a half with no real drama at all. Division 2 sorted. Championship sorted, and at the moment Middlesex are on their way down, barring a lot of movement here or at Canterbury, as this ball's cut away through point by Montgomery. He might get 4 more here. Stoneman gives chase and never gives up. Bless him. He may as well have. It was a lovely shot for 4, beautifully timed.
Worth the dive, Mark.
Rather him than me. 207 for 3. Slater 83 will have strike. Montgomery has 27. Yeah, Middlesex need a clatter of wickets here, but really, they need Lancashire to bat for, it's going to be nearly 4 sessions to save that game down at Canterbury, otherwise they're down braces.
There could be a bit of jeopardy, the final session tomorrow, but...
what, here or there?
Well...
I mean, it could be done there today, if Lancashire start badly in that innings.
Well, yeah.
And all of a sudden, you'll have me crying on your shoulder all day tomorrow, braces.
Is it that bad a deal? I've overseen 2 Nottinghamshire relegations, and fortunately they've
but you bounced back. Yeah, exactly. I've overseen 2 Middlesex relegations. It's taken a long while to come back up.
There's Giant Yadav then spin at both ends. The Indian spinner bowls to Ben Slater, eases this to point, no run.
I rather felt they were flogging the seamers this morning May as well. I mean, what is it? 62 overs now. Spin up to that second new ball, surely.
I just think you might get Hove next year. You might
You
might get Scarborough. Next one is bowl to Ben Slater on the front
Chesterfield.
Northampton, Leicester, Derby. Cheltenham, you might have Cheltenham Festival. This one is a run to backward point by Slater, no run. Yesterday both Seba Mead and Stephen Mullaney fell to Ethan Bamber for 4. We had a little bit of shock and awe this morning with Ethan Bamber and Tom Helm. Good spell from Roland Jones. Next ball is pushed into the covers, no run. And the spinners with Yadav now into his 12th over of the day. From this end we had a bit of Sam Robson as well before lunch. And now Josh DeCary, so certainly all the bowlers getting a bit of a go. That's a good delivery, that one went. Taken by Simpson, just seemed to hold it back a little bit. Nice bit of flight and then finagled the ball to grip and bite and just turn a little bit past the edge.
He played him well off the back foot actually, Slater. He's really tried to make Yadav go quite full with his length.
He comes again, where's 16? Neil Mallinger is the umpire at this end. There's going to be a couple, no, there's going to be a single here. I thought he'd forced it wide of Holden, who makes a sliding stop. 210 for 3, the easily distinguishable Holden.
Because of the amount of layers he's wearing. He's got a long sleeve jumper on.
The shock of dark hair as well.
Yeah.
Sunglasses on his cap. Top of his cap. Montgomery happy to defend with through a couple of overs. 210 for 3. That's 63 overs gone in the innings. Middlesex will be hoping to keep it nice and dry in terms of runs if they can up until the 80th over and see if that second new ball brings dividends.
Well, that turn that Yadav got there, that ball to Slater, that's the ball, isn't it? We saw it yesterday. Take the edge of Slater and no ball, caught it slip. That, I mean, there's that much turn out there that's what Middlesex have got to hope, that they can rattle through knots with something of a lead here still. As you said, they've got to bowl them by tee. They'll have 2 sessions with the bat and 2 sessions to bowl them out. It's funny, one of the Middlesex tweeters, and forgive me, whichever correspondent it was, was talking about Higgins getting to 1,000 runs. DeCary's bowls, this one's dropped for a single, just fine of extra cover. 211 for 3. So that's fine of Holden. And teetering on the brink of being very quiet here because they may be coming for an update in a moment. But on the Higgins note, I'll tell you in a moment. I'll keep going for now on this over, and then I'll tell you in a second on the Higgins note, just in case they come to us. As DeCary's comes in, a slip and a short leg, he bowls, and a reverse sweep away again from Montgomery. 4 more. He's on to 31. 215 for 3.
Just been not so very good day here, Verity. They're 215 for 3, so they've only lost 1 wicket today, that of Joe Clark, and although he made 70, I think one of the milestones Joe Clark would have been looking to achieve this season was 1,000 runs for the season. When he got to 39 he did that. As I say, he reached 70 before getting a ball from the Indian spinner Giant Yadav, which kept low and sent him on his way. But since then Ben Slater's continued on his merry way. He's on 85. Matthew Montgomery playing very, very positively indeed. He's on 32. Remember, Middlesex pretty much have to win this game to have a hope of staying up there. 366 for the visitors. Notts in reply. 216 for 3. So there's an update for local radio listeners. We've been joined nationally by listeners to 5 Sports Extra here at Trent Bridge. We've got Josh DeCary's bowling from the pavilion end to Ben Slater. So hopefully you got a flavour then in that brief update of what's happened today. Just the 1 wicket has gone down on a day where Middlesex really have got to try and run through the Nottinghamshire side and impose themselves on this game, bearing in mind what's happening at Canterbury, where Lancashire are the visitors as Slater eases this into the offside. Middlesex's skipper is Toby Rowland-Jones. He's run the changes today with a pace to begin with, and now it's spin from both ends with Yadav and De Carey's bowls to Slater. This one strikes him on the pad, but he lunged a long way forward. Not out. End of the over. Nottinghamshire trail by 150. Kevin Hand was just before lunch just saying, well, they've not saved the follow-on yet. They're a runaway, Kevin. I'm starting to feel a little bit sorry for you this week, as all Middlesex supporters will be, but you've got to find a way, I think, to bowl knots out this afternoon, pure and simple.
Well, I think our dad's army analogy had it quite right earlier, didn't we? As he was saying, doomed, or do you run around saying don't panic? Which one is it? Well, at the moment it feels like doomed for Middlesex, because they really do need Lancashire to pull something out of the bag at Canterbury, as well as Yadav's in from the Radcliffe Road end, a reverse sweep from Montgomery. He's been doing that a lot to Carey's. How much Yadav will enjoy that, I'm not so sure.
Also doomed,
Yadav's coming
Kevin,
around the wicket.
beg your pardon, is Essex's championship hopes. We know Surrey have wrapped it up. Second time round as a bit of an after effect. Essex 7 for 3 at Northants.
Yadav bowls, and the reverse sweep comes out, and this one is away in front of backward point for 4. Well, Yadav's response to the reverse sweep was to go around the wicket, but Montgomery's response was as you were. Another sweep and a 50 partnership from 70 deliveries for the 4th wicket, and Montgomery has 36 of them from 35 balls in 35 deliveries in the same time. Ben Slater has 8 of those, so it just tells you a little bit. They have, as I say, they've rushed it on from, they were hanging around 200 behind for a wee while, and the fall of Clark came at that point, but Montgomery's moved things along at a pace here which is cranking up the pressure on Middlesex.
He's faced 35 balls. He's probably faced 15 of them as a left-hander.
Yes, yeah, he's cashed in on the reverse sweep to De Carey's in particular. Now Yadav back over the wicket to him, slipping a short leg. He backs right up to that one, which is how Clark was out, struck on the pad by one that kept a fraction low. 220 for 3, 146 runs behind. Yeah, Middlesex somehow have to wrap this up quickly. A second new ball in 15 overs time as Yadav's in. He bowls, lots of flight again, and a paddled reverse on this occasion, fine, of what is now his deep backward point. Just a single taken, so Slater will have strike the left-handers at the last 2 balls of the over. 2-2-1 for 3.
And I was watching at this end. Montgomery ran into Yadav, and don't think he was best pleased that the Indian was stood there, and there was certainly a coming together. I think he was looking to come back for 2 and then had a collision with the bowler.
Now here's Slater, who was caught off a no ball from Yadav last night. He oversteps an awful lot, Yadav. He's got 2 slips now, a short leg, and around the wicket to the left-hander. A lot of flight, and it's cut. No, it's not. Into the ground it drops. It must have been a bottom edge. Chops down in between his legs and falls safely away. 2-2-1 for 3. Is that nearly? I thought that was going to be a threat of some blue sky up above us there for a moment. Some lighter cloud and the sun nearly peeking through as Yadav moves away from our lofty perch at the Radcliffe Road end. This is pushed to cover, fielded by Holden. Slater has 85, and Nottinghamshire 2-2-1 for 3 in reply to Middlesex's 366.
Yeah, we're having another go at the Radcliffe Road.
Was it a clad, rad?
221 for 3. Another 15 overs before that second new ball becomes due, so Middlesex got to find a way. Just De Carey's is going to have another over. Didn't see him bowl this morning, came straight into the attack after
I
lunch.
like De Carey's, and you know there's been plenty of chatter, as there always is, isn't there, debating moves, bringing Yadav in for these 4 games, should they have brought in a batter, because that's where they failed palpably this year, Middlesex. Only one batter prior to the second innings against Warwickshire last week to reach a century this year.
It's going to go round the wicket to bowl to Montgomery. The reverse man is there, and it's hit straight to him. Who is that? Who's
Ryan Higgins.
They're all wearing
on the reverse.
Yeah, they're all wearing the traditional cable net woolly pulleys without name or number. So forgive me for not recognising Ryan Higgins from the view I've got of him here, which is his back. Next delivery is defended as a right-hander by the right-handed Matthew Montgomery. He really does, against the spinners, look to go for the reverse more often than not, and sometimes it's been his downfall, and sometimes, like today, he's got the ball away to the ropes with great regularity. De Carey's bowls, and he's driven this into the offside for a single, and for the superstitious amongst you, it's 2-2-2 for 3, double Nelson. Brings Slater back onto strike. Began this day, day 3, on 49 not out. It's now 85 not out. It really was a pedestrian effort through the this is down the leg side through that morning session. I don't think Slater's got anything on it. I don't think John Simpson more than half a glove, and maybe buys. Let's have a look at umpire Debenham. What's he going to? Always going to give leg buys, so it did just deflect away from the keeper off the pad of Slater. 2 more to the total. Put your feet down, folks. It's 2:24 for 3 here at Trent Bridge. Cloudy Trent Bridge, but the floodlights haven't come on after lunch. They were on for the entirety of the morning session. De Carey's bowls. Slater just mistimes a drive back to him, and there's no run.
The likelihood for Middlesex at this stage is that they're going to have to go cap in hand, aren't they, to Stephen Mullaney and ask, excuse me, Mr. Laney, fancy a chase tomorrow? Try and set up some sort of result here.
I think his delivery is defended by Slater. I think there's a lot of cricket to be played before then, Kevin. It's the end of the over. 2:24 for 3. Notts are 142 behind. Still, eminently possible that a clatter of wickets and Middlesex could find themselves with a lead here, and then they'd really, as I say, had to push on for the rest of the day and maybe first thing tomorrow morning.
Well, that's it. With every run that squirts away, though, and you see 2 leg buys get away, and it's 142 behind there, you just think, time remaining in this game, Middlesex are really going to have to go out and score at a fair old rate, which will bring a fair bit of risk and peril into it for Middlesex. So at what point do they go to Mullaney? And certainly when it was 200 behind still and they'd lost Clark, 7 wickets standing, you just thought was that Middlesex's moment to put a couple on the board quickly and try and rattle through. But not so. Yadav meticulously placing his field again. Goodness me, he comes in off a medium pacer's run up the off spinner. Every ball is an event in terms of the field placing as he bowls, and that ball grips and turns. Was there a little inside edge onto the pad? Drifting down the leg side. Was it more a little yelp of excitement to see if it looped up off the pad with that inside edge to bring Sam Robson at short leg into play? Yadav again. Bowls and leg side once more, and that's worked away nicely by Montgomery off the back foot. He'll turn 2 down to long leg. Deep backward square is De Carey's, and it's 140 now, the deficit for Nottinghamshire in their first innings. 2-2-6 for 3. Roland Butcher, former England and Middlesex batter, is alongside myself, Kevin Hand, replacing Dave Bracegirdle. We're on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, and we're watching Middlesex's last attempt to stay up here, as there's the reverse sweep again from Montgomery. Did he just get a little bottom edge on that? I think he must have done, because Yadav went with a muted appeal, but nobody went with him. Welcome back, Butch.
Yes, and sun breaking through here, and it's Middlesex probing away, trying to get a wicket.
Yadav away from us he goes, and it's short, and it's heaved into the onside for 4 more. 230 for 3. Yadav's gone for 64 off his 17.4 overs. It's expensive for a spinner on a pitch that's turning. But he does have the wicket of Clark to his name, the only wicket to go today. I was just saying, there was a fair old bit of chatter that he was brought in for the last 4 of the season. He missed the game at Essex, the one that he was really brought in for, because his visa wasn't ready in Delhi at the British Embassy. So he missed that game. In for the last 3. Hasn't made that big an impact. He got a 50 in the first innings, though, which was pretty useful. As he comes in now, bowls, and this is reversed again by Montgomery in a sweep down to deep backward point as he moves to 45. But much of the debate was, should Middlesex have brought in a batter, because that's where their woes have been throughout the season, Butch.
Well, it's a good question, but runs have been hard to come by. But I think generally you win games by bowling teams out, so...
Here goes Yadav. Last ball of his 18th that he pitches out on a nice line, nice length, just a little bit too straight perhaps, unless it really grips that one, and Slater pushes back defensively quite comfortably over the top of that one. 2-3-1 for 3. Well, that's Yadav's charge now, although at the end of the over Roland Jones goes over and gives him a hug and has a long chat with him, and maybe that's him done for now. 13 overs away from the second new ball, and Takeri's is continuing at the far end, and Helm is warming up. So maybe Helm's going to have his first bowl from the Radcliffe Road end. We shall see.
Yep, and Notts moving along nicely, having lost just the 1 wicket today. And right from the start, Slater, he's been there. He's on 85, faced 190 deliveries.
Today couldn't have gone much worse for Middlesex to this stage. They really need a good second half of the day here and at Canterbury, don't they?
Carey's bowling round the wicket now to Montgomery. He's using his feet and drives back along the pitch, and Carey's moves to his left, does the field in. He stays on 45. Montgomery has been pretty busy. He's going out to run a ball, so it's an important innings he's played so far, as the Carey's in now and bowls to Montgomery, and he's smashing this one through the covers for 4. Short, just dragged down, give themselves a bit of room and smashed it through extra cover. Nobody in that region. There's a cover point on the boundary, and the moment it left the bat, the ball was going for 4.
And the moment seems to be passing Middlesex by pretty rapidly here, doesn't it? 12 overs, that second new ball, all of a sudden that becomes pretty crucial. If Yadav's done for now, Carey's could be knocked out of the attack here, but I do like him. You always feel as though Carey's is on the verge of something.
Montgomery, one shot of his half century, and he's going to get it now as he pushes this ball gently into the offside. Gets a generous applause here from this faithful crowd here at Trent Bridge. Very well played innings there by Montgomery. 50 in 48 deliveries, and he hits 9 fours, so a very important innings for him and for the team, as the score now moves on 236 for the loss of 3. Brings the left-handed Slater on strike, slip and a 4 short leg. There's a short mid-wicket as Carey's around the wicket now, bowls a Slater, and he's forward. He gets that one off the outside edge, well bowled. Runs down to short third, where Yadav does the field in. So just continue with the field. There's that short third man. There's an extra cover mid-off man on the cover boundary. The Carey's round the wicket, off spin, no bowls. Driven firmly through the offside, out towards long off, and not trusting the mid-off fielder there to get down with his hand. He just sticks the boot out in the old-fashioned way, and restricts the batter to a single. So with that single, Slater goes to 86, 237 for 3. Montgomery comes back on strike for this final delivery of the over, and it's bowled by the Carey's, and he's off the back foot and punches this one out to deep extra cover, and he gets an easy single to retain the strike. Over completed. It's now 238 for 3. He has now moved on to 51, Montgomery, and a very swift 51.
Kent are 9 down at Canterbury, 477 for 9. Quinn's gone, caught Bell off the bowling of Bailey for 22 from 48 deliveries, 5 fours. As here is Tom Helm replacing Yadav. Whether there'll be a change of ends for Yadav and just say, well, go on, have a go at the other end then, see if you have any luck there before the second new ball. But I'd assume they're going to go back to the short stuff here. I think they went to a little too early this morning, Middlesex, but they did find Slater skying one on the pool, didn't he?
I'm not sure this is the right time to go to the short stuff. With 2 set batters, it might become very costly.
Yeah, Montgomery on 51 from 49. I mean, he's going. I mean, his strike rate is killing Middlesex here, isn't it? Because, as I say, every run, you know, they really do need an advantage here, which will give them something of a cushion to go out there and try and set a total and not go to Mullaney to set something up. But well, again, all of this could become irrelevant, Butch, because that lead that Kent have over Lancashire as they head towards the end of the first innings, they lead now by 150 with 1 wicket remaining. Well, it could all be over tonight if Lancashire have a rough time of it in their second innings. Middlesex were, I'd say, buoyant but hopeful when Lancashire posted 327, batting first at Canterbury, but 477 for 9 Kent in reply. Here's Helm. Slip goes down as a short mid-wicket, and he bowls full and wide down the leg side. That's a really good stop by Simpson. I assume he's gone for Yorker first ball there, but has missed it by a long way. 238 for 3. We're having a long chat about Helm this morning. He's been in and around England squads of all sorts for many a year. He's never been able to make that breakthrough, Might be to Middlesex's advantage. He's at the age now, you just think time is against him. This needed to be a big year, you fancy, as he's in. Bowls, full, straight and driven to mid-on. Montgomery remains on 51, Bamber does the fielding. Bamber's been the pick of the bowlers for Middlesex again, just consistent line and length.
Yes, in the mid-on, it's very, very straight. Got strong onside field, straight mid-on. He's literally almost in line with a non-striker. There's a short mid-wicket and the traditional mid-wicket.
Helm hits the crease now, he bowls, there's the bouncer, and it strikes on the right hand of Montgomery. Well, I was worried at first that it was the helmet himself, because he really paused as though he was stunned. He was stunned by the pain of it hitting the glove. He went for the hook, and as most bats have been in this match, to be fair, Eskenazi was struck on the helmet. He was through it, wasn't he? And he wrapped on the hand.
Yeah, I think he played a little bit too early there. He was through the shot. Shot was completed, and then the ball striking him.
238 for 3. He's okay. The physio doesn't look to be interested, and nor is Montgomery interested to see the physio, because Helm's running in again. He's past the umpire, he bowls, and full straight on the pads, but going down the leg side once more. 238 for 3.
Yeah, I can't help thinking Montgomery missed out on that delivery there, really. It was a nice full half wide on the leg side. You just got to get something on it.
Nose and toes from Helm at the moment for the next few overs. Just try and be, as I said to you, it felt in this attack with Roland Jones and Bamber, the other two seamers, he's the one that's got the pace. So they're trying to use him as a battering ram, but Helm at his best, when he puts it on a length, it's just all so naturally there for him, isn't he? He's got a wonderful, smooth, elegant run-up, which he's midway through now. He bowls and just short of a length. Montgomery gets in behind and defends into the offside. Cover collects. But yeah, it's all there for Helm. But again, he's immediately sent out with a plan here, isn't he? Just one slip, a long leg, a deep backward square leg, 2 short mid-wicket. So that pretty much says nose and toes to me all the way.
Yeah, it's interesting, those 2 mid-wickets. That's an interesting feel.
Stoneman's just retreated slightly from the first of those mid-wickets. As Helm's in, bowls, it's another bumper, and it's ridden by Montgomery off the ribs down to long leg for a single. He moves to 52. 239 for 3. That's the end of the over, so the right-hander will keep the strikes to Carey's, which will frustrate the off-spinner, no doubt. He'd like to have another go at Slater on 86. Here comes the physio at the end of the over to have a look at that right hand. He paused. He's going to go straight back off. Montgomery said, I'm fine. He paused for a moment, though, didn't he? That was why I was worried.
The fleshy part of the shoulder.
Oh, I thought he shook out the... Do you think it was the shoulder?
Yeah, he's just...
Maybe he's just shaking out the hand because to free up the shoulder then, was he? But yeah, the way that he paused for a moment, it looked as though he was stunned, and he probably was stunned by the impact, but fortunately not by a blow to the head. 239 for 3.
And Montgomery will take the first ball from the Curies. He's on 52 or 55 deliveries. Nice breezy knot. This partnership again, that's been a key part of the Notts innings so far, is that they've strung together some partnerships almost for every wicket apart from the first one. But ever since then it's been hard going, as the Curies will come in just with a short leg in place. He's got no too short third man. He's in now and bowls, and Montgomery's down and he's stumped. Down the wicket, that ball's gone straight on, missed it, and off the bills came. Simpson wasn't going to miss that. The Curie gets the breakthrough, and really Montgomery's given his wicket away there. Really no pressure whatsoever on him. He's got just the forward short leg in place. Fielders spread all over the place, and he runs past one.
De Carey's always feels in the game. That's what I said a few moments ago. I like the look of this young man. I think he's got it all. He's a top order batter through the years, and indeed was a medium pacer, but is developing into a fine off spinner. Montgomery gave him the charge, and Simpson, he's not going to make a mistake there. A fine 52 though, and it's just advanced things in terms of bringing Nottinghamshire that little bit closer. for a wee while. I mean, they were going at Clark was certainly going as a good lick, but I mean, he's gone to run a ball there for his 50, and it has just put the pressure back on Middlesex to try and wrap this innings up as quickly as possible with some sort of lead. There are 10 more overs until the second new ball. Slater remains, well, relatively immovable because he did edge one to slip, but off a no ball yesterday. Tom Moores comes out under a little bit of pressure with the bat, understand. So
just as I'm the talisman for Joe Clark,
yes,
I'm the bogeyman for Tom Moores, because I don't think I've seen him score a run yet. Dave, is that correct?
You've seen Clark hit a double century in a century, haven't you?
Yes, it'll be, and in the games, so I'll get a pair at he got a pair at Canterbury, and the game against Warwickshire. Did he get any in that game? I'm going to stretch Dave's memory here. He's going to check this one out, but
Yeah, 42 and 25.
yeah, well, he's but certainly the last game I remember well. He got a pair at Canterbury, so. You're only as good as your last innings, so he is about to face the wicket taker.
And 2 left-handers, Butch.
And the Carries, yeah.
Did you get Yadav back on straight away? Second new ball's 8 overs away? Or do you let Helm go at him?
I think Yadav is going to take a break now. He's had a decent ball. A little bit more pressure exerted on the new batsman now, so there's a slip in place and a 4 short leg. Short mid wicket, backward point, extra cover mid off, round the wicket, the Carries no balls, and Moores is forward. Just pushing that ball gently in front of him, and fielder from short leg just takes 2 paces to his right and picks it up. The Carries once more. Ball to Moores, down the leg side. A stifle appeal by only the short leg, well taken by Simpson. He didn't appeal.
Higgins, he's another all-action character, isn't he? Much like De Carey's.
Just looking for the thin edge down the leg side. As De Carey's to Moores balls, and Moores hammers a short ball off the back foot, but doesn't quite time it. Hits it hard into the ground. It goes straight to extra cover. No run. 234 for 4. De Carey's right arm bowls, and Moores is forward and defends. A good delivery. Goes to extra cover, no runs. So good over this by the Carries so far. Just no runs. He's got a wicket. And, could get a wicket maiden here. Let's see what happens with this final delivery in bowls. Oh, it turns a little bit, and he fends it to backward point. So end of a very good over by the Carries. Maiden, wicket maiden. He now has 1 for 21, and at the end of that over, Nottinghamshire are 239 for 4.
Essex 19 for 5 against Northamptonshire. Well, it's all fallen away. They've picked up a bit. Walter's got 13 now, 26 for 5. All out for 211, and the title goes to Surrey. Northamptonshire bottom of the table, could be ending with a bit of a flourish. They went well against Surrey themselves, didn't they, and had a good game against Warwickshire. Hampshire 107 for 4 in their second innings. They lead Surrey by 119. And Kent are all out. Well, here we go. It's all eyes on Canterbury now in the start of that Lancashire innings. I say the start, I mean at any point a tumble of wickets there. Kent lead Lancashire by 167 runs at Canterbury. And they are in a very, very strong position. Kent, 4-9-4, all out. 136 from Joe Denley, who left Canterbury for Middlesex before returning for the final throes of his career. 95 for, what another name, so synonymous with Middlesex, Compton. His cousin and his grandfather played for Middlesex, but he might have played a big part in keeping Kent up and relegating the county of his family, as here's Helm in bowls, and forward goes Slater, the left-hander, driving with an open face to backward point, and there's no run. Indeed, he played his cricket at Richmond, Richmond's in Surrey, but Richmond Cricket Club play in the Middlesex League, and Compton was touted for Middlesex at a point, the latest Compton. Middlesex never picked him up, never took the chance on Ben Compton, and Kent, well, he's cashing in for them. So yeah, all eyes on the Lancashire innings. If they have a bad start, Butch, then whatever happens here could be quite quickly irrelevant. As here's Helm short down the leg side, he's hooked away for a single down to long leg. Slater's on to 87, 240 for 4. Nottinghamshire, they trail by 126. Middlesex will just have to keep their minds on the job here. They have to win this game. If Kent take a draw against Lancashire, then Middlesex must win here. If Lancashire were to somehow beat Kent from that position, which seems a very, very long shot, then a draw would suffice for Middlesex. The bonus points were all in play at the start of the match, but Kent coming out with the better of the bonus points. Or sufficient bonus points to mean that Middlesex's result must be better than Kent's if they had to stay up. So wins here and at Canterbury, and Middlesex go down. Draws here and at Canterbury, Middlesex go down. At the moment, Kent are the closest result out of all of the equations is a Kent victory. As here's Helm around the wicket, he bowls full straight and just a little bit of shape through the air there, I thought. But it's been a slower Trent Bridge surface, this one, hasn't it? Bracers picked up on that very early on the first day. It's not quite as pacey as usual, and so has been the way for all of the seamers throughout this game. Although Brett Hutton had a fair time of it with another 5 for Middlesex. Needs somebody to come up with the goods here. I wonder will they hold Yadav for the second new ball, actually. As mentioned, with the 2 left-handers, will he come back on? Helm turns away from us. Radcliffe Road ends. Sun's threatening to break through as he bowls and takes the edge. A flashing drive from Moores. He's gone for a 7th ball duck. 240 for 5. Nottinghamshire trail by 126. Middlesex, well, still have a chance to try and keep it all in their own hands in terms of this match itself, and having to go to the Nottinghamshire skipper about any sort of setup of a game tomorrow. Obviously mightily worried by events at Canterbury at the moment, which might make all of this irrelevant. But at the moment, 240 for 5, and with the second new ball not too far away, Butch, then they'll be hoping that they can rattle through Nottinghamshire here and get out there and start to make a good fist of their own second innings.
Yeah, good breakthrough there for Middlesex, but a poor shot by Moores. It was wide, it was full, he just threw the bat at it, really not yet off the mark. Really hoping to connect, and his hope came true. He got a thick outside edge through to the keeper, so I don't think he'd be too happy to see me last three innings of 3 ducks as well as. So Dave, I'm not sure where I stand. I mean, do not want to see me. Would they take Clark?
You've got Clark who can't stop scoring runs when you arrive,
and Moores who can't score any runs.
They can't buy a single run. Well, in the last 3 anyway.
Yeah. So 5 down for 240 now. And
the other part of that equation, Butch, is Lancashire. The reasons for Lancashire to hold on for a draw at Canterbury is that they could lose 5th spot in this round, and with that, that's the last position that holds prize money. So if they fall to 6th, they'll end up with no prize money this year. However, that part of the equation isn't going well for Middlesex either, because Somerset are 215 all out and Warwickshire 253 for 8 now. Barnard and Briggs have got together to really top things up there, but Briggs has gone for 38. Caught Lammonby off the bowling of Wagner, and Miles caught Rue off the bowling of Wagner for 5. Briggs gone for 38. So Hannon Dolby with Barnard now as well. But were Somerset to win that game and Lancashire to lose, then Somerset would claim 5th spot and the last spot that has any prize money with it. But as I say, at the moment it's Warwickshire and Edgbaston that are looking very good, leading by 38 as they head towards the close of the first innings there. The sun is breaking through. Is that an omen for Middlesex, or is it an omen for Lyndon James, who takes guard and settles over his bat with 2 slips, 3 catches set back on the onside, a fine leg, long leg, and a deep square. As in comes Helm, and he bowls a bouncer first ball, which James leaves alone outside of the off stump. 240 for 5. It's been all the rage, hasn't it? I'm going to have to make way for Dave Bracegirdle. As I do, I'll leave the thought with you, though, Butch. It's been all the rage, the short stuff, hasn't it? And Helm's been the man who's had to do it today.
Yes, that one just short and pretty high, allowing the batsman to just allow it to go through. There's 2 men set back for the short ball. There's a deep square leg and there's a long leg.
So it's Tom Helm from our end of the ground, the Radcliffe Road end, bowling to the right-handed Lyndon James, who blocks this one. James has dropped down in the order the last few matches. He's bowled more and more, and as a consequence, they've just given him that, I guess, extra couple of spaces and extra time in the dressing room to recover each time. He's coming in at 7 now, whereas certainly for the first part of the season he's batted at 5. 240 for 5. 71 overs have been bowled, so that second new ball is 9 overs away. Didn't see Josh De Carey's bowling this morning, but he's struck already since lunch. 6 overs, 1 for 21.
Carey's to the left-handed Slater. Slater 87, De Carey's bowls and he's forward. Defends back along the pitch to the bowler and there's no run. De Carey's now in his 7th over. He's got 1 for 21. As De Carey's bowls and Slater's going for the off drive that comes off the inner half of the bat. Finds its way up to mid-on and there's no run. 240 for 5. Middlesex probing for another wicket. De Carey's bowls and that's a good delivery again, brings Slater forward and defends on the offside.
Well, Notts have lost a couple of wickets since lunch. Matthew Montgomery played really nicely. He run a ball 50 and then he danced down the track and was stumped by quite some distance. Tom Moores, following a couple of scoreless innings at Canterbury a fortnight ago, has made his 3rd duck in a row, in and out very quickly. Nottinghamshire 240 for 5. That's still 126 behind Middlesex.
Not finally, that delivery was a good one. It turned, beat the outside edge of Slater. He'll have to make a decision soon, Slater. Does he keep just playing or does he look to push on a bit more? He's been in the 80s for a long time. De Carey's to Slater and he's nudging this one through the onside. Should get 2 here. It's a long chase up toward the boundary. It's pulled in just inside the boundary, but he gets 2 off that final delivery. He hasn't scored for a while, so he'll be quite pleased now. Going on to 89, over completed, and it's 242 for 5.
Yes, another tidy enough over. Tom Helm to continue. Nottinghamshire with a little bit of batting to come. Calvin Harrison and Brett Hutton. Hutton, who just a fortnight ago registered a career best score of 86. That was in that draw down at Canterbury, and then down towards the bottom, Jake Ball playing his final match for Nottinghamshire, and Dane Patterson. So a bit of work to do, but some capable players left in the shed for Notts. Here's Tom Helm. Tall, pacey, right arm quick, comes in, bowls, and Lyndon James just drops it down on the leg side, and there's no fielder anywhere near, so Helm has to continue in his follow through. Instead of veering away to the left, he went in the other direction, away to the batter's leg side to do the fielding. Made sure there wasn't a run taken. 242 for 5, so a couple of boundaries will get Notts to a first batting bonus point. At the moment, Middlesex 4 points from this game, Nottinghamshire 3. Middlesex no longer can be reliant upon bonus points to keep them up. They've got to go on and better the Kent result, as Helm bowls again and Lyndon James is away this time, dragging it onto the leg side. Out to Stoneman, single taken. 243 for 5. Brings Ben Slater back onto strike. He began day 3 49 not out and has laboured his way really through the day, done everything that he can to frustrate Middlesex, keep them at arm's length. 11 more required for what would be just a 12th first class 100, second of the season. If he can get there. Helm bowls to him and he's cut this away for 4. There we are. That's how he started the day, with Ethan Bamber bowling from this end, and he cut the ball away for 4 to to reach his half century, but between that shot and this shot, he's largely been on a very defensive, watchful mission.
Yeah, good shot this. Quite a friendly delivery, just short of a length and wide of the off stump. And his eyes would have lit up, because he hasn't had many deliveries to put away of late. And obviously with the offside field set, the moment the ball was played in that area, it was the boundary.
Yeah, outfield, as always here at Trent Bridge, lightning fast to beat the fielder, and you're going to get 4. Here's Hellman again. He'll look to bowl a tighter line, and he does, and Slater has to work this to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So Ben Slater 93 not out. 247 for 5. Slater's 100 this season was on this ground against Kent in July. I'm very pleased to end the campaign with a second 100. His opening partner, Asiba Mead, has gone the entire championship season without reaching 3 figures. Might have one more chance, of course, in the second innings as Slater defends here on the offside. And there's no run. 247 for 5 knots, trailing by 119.
Yes, I guess Hamid will be quite disappointed with his returns. Not scoring a century in the entire season. And watching his other colleagues around the country making runs and pushing their international ambitions.
His helm around the wicket. Slater will pull this away, and there is protection on that leg side fence. He'll get a single. He'll move to 94. 248 for 5. The last couple of years has been highly plentiful for Asiba Mead, and it got him back in international favour. Played for England in, where are we, in 2021, and then went on that ill-fated Ashes tour. Didn't play for England last summer, but skippered the England Lions in their winter programme. They went on a tour down to Sri Lanka. He was the captain there, but you'd imagine he's just dropped down the pecking order a little bit.
Yes, I would think he's way down the order right now in terms of opening batters. Discussion here as to what field will be set for the left-handed Slater. He's on 94. 248 for 5. Still nobody out on the deep on the leg side. So the Kiwis wrong the wicket. Bowls to Slater, and Slater gets back and cuts away for 4. It's a good shot. He's picking the length very well, just short of a length. Very quickly onto that, Slater, and banged it away, squared the wicket for 4. The 250 comes up for knots. It's now 252 for 4. It also takes Slater within 2 of a century, and it would be a well-deserved century. He's batted hard, long and hard yesterday, as the Kiwis is in now, and that's on about middle stump, and defended stoutly up towards shortish mid-on. Mid-wicket comes around and does the fielding, and there is no run. So Slater 252 for 5. He's bowling round the wicket in bowls, and he's cutting this one away, and it's fielded there at backward point, but he gets a single. Fielder having to move. I think that's Yadav there moving nicely to his left, but he gets a single. Goes on to 99, brings James on strike. It's 253 for 5. James, he is, after a chat there with Slater. So there's a slip and forward short leg for James, and it's quite a deepish mid on as the Curious is in now in bowls, and he's working this one through the onside. It goes to mid wicket, and there's no run. A shorter, flatter delivery there by the Curious. James just onto the back foot and forcing it into the onside. 253 for 5. Curious once more. In bowls to James, and James drives, and this one is running away off that outfield. Is it going to get there? The ball's going to win the race. He didn't really time it, but the ball just sped across this huge square here at Trent Bridge. The square goes from one end of the field almost to the boundary on the other side. So the ball would run quicker over that period. And there was a vain chase by two fielders. Couldn't get there. He gets a boundary, goes to 5, and the score moves to 257 for the loss of 5. The carries in once more again and balls to James, and James off the back foot and works this one away on the offside, but a tumbling stop at point. James easily could have put that away for a boundary, but that was the final delivery of the carries over, which yielded some 9 runs, and at the end of that innings ended that overs 257 for 5.
Yeah, a couple of fruitful overs there for Nottinghamshire. Ben Slater 5 from the previous over, or another 5 from that one, so he's moved on to 99, not out. Notts bringing up their first batting bonus point, just tying things up in the points column here, 4 apiece. But Slater now on 99. The field, it's not been brought in as tight as you'd imagine. A batter on 90 now. Well, it is now. He's just adjusted it, Roland Jones. So there's 3 either side preventing the single. There's 3 out on the leg side boundary as well.
No slip, no third man.
There's Helm. Bowls short, and Slater will take it on. He'll put it away on the leg side, and he's already punching the air as he rushes down to the non-striker's end. Very well battered, Ben Slater. That has been an absolute triumph of concentration and dedication. 208 balls, 15 fours for Ben Slater. He's been at the crease for just over 5 hours, 5 hours and 2 minutes. It's his 12th first-class 100, his 7th for Notts, his 2nd of the season. And it's come up with 15 fours, 4 twos, 32 singles. We've got the wagon wheel on the board. Very little down the ground there, Roland, actually. 55 of his runs behind the keeper, 33 through point.
Yeah, very good innings. Not finished yet, but he played well.
258 for 5. Lyndon James is on 5 on strike. He'll push this into the covers. And there's no run. Absolute delight from Ben Slater, a shriek of jubilation as he pulled that around to the leg side, and he was punching the air even before he set off running, wasn't he? He'd got it away through the ring on the leg side, and there was protection out there stopping it from going for 4, but once he could see that he was going to easily get the single, he was very, very happy indeed. Now, the last time he reached 100 was here against Kent, and he got out immediately afterwards for exactly 100. As James pushes this away, and there's no addition to the total.
I'm sure he wouldn't want you to remind him of that, Dave. But he's played well. It's been a good, and he's had to work hard. Hasn't been by any means an easy 100. He's had to work hard. He's took a painful blow yesterday, battled through it. Could easily have retired, but fought through it. A lot of discomfort. And then today really just knuckled down, got his head down, and eventually got there.
Yes, he did confirm for us last night that he was, he did nick a ball that was caught at slip from a no ball, as this one down the leg side. It was short, it was pacey from Helm, but poorly directed. Goes through to the keeper. He said it didn't affect the way I played the shot, but the ball hadn't reached me, and I was aware of Neil Malinder shouting no ball. It was a series of no balls that the spinner Yadav did bowl at the time, so it wasn't wholly unexpected, but he said he didn't alter the shot or do anything different. He nicked it and he was caught at slip, but it was a no ball. But he did hear the shout as James works it away on the leg side. So Middlesex and Yadav in particular only have themselves to blame for not getting him out last night. 259 for 5 as James works the next one off his hip for a single, but it brings Ben Slater back onto strike.
Yeah, nicely played shot that by James, angling down the leg side and made a nice sound on the bat. Clipped it out to deep square.
Notts trail by 107. Looking to get much closer. They've still got 5 wickets available at their disposal. Helm running in aggressively round the wicket, nice and full, and Slater little bit of a lazy little prod at that one. It was, 18 inches outside the off stump, didn't get anything on it. It kept low, scuttled its way through to John Simpson, end of the over. 259 for 5, 75 overs have gone, so what are we imagining? 5 more overs and then we are going to get Roland Jones and Bamber have another go?
I think they're going to have to be careful here as far as Helm is concerned, because when the new ball comes, you want to have him available and fit to bowl it. So I think you could easily see a change coming from this end.
Well, that's why I was wondering if they're going to, just telling him running hard now and then give it to Bamber and Roland Jones maybe.
Well, that may be true, but what happens after that?
Yeah, yeah.
You cannot kill him and then in that final session
go again for us, Tom.
Your most threatening fast bowler cannot bowl in the final session. The Carries will bowl to James now, and bowls, and James goes back to a short delivery and forces off the back foot. The Carey moves to his left and does the fielding.
There is still time for Middlesex, of course. We've still got 56 overs left today, and even if Notts draw up close level with Middlesex's score, there is still time for Middlesex to push on.
And this delivery is smashed through the offside, and I think that's going to go for 4. There's no question about that. Wasn't the best effort by the field that went off. I don't think he could have got there anyway, but the ball went to his left and no protection in that area, so James gets a boundary. That goes to 10. The score goes to 263 for 5, and the Carey is now having another discussion. He's in once more to James and bowls, and the umpire has given that not out. Simpson and the bowler appealed, but I just wonder whether that ball was played into the ground. I'm not sure. The replay will confirm for us. Obviously the keeper is in our way, so we can't see, but they took the decision very, very gracefully and quickly. The Carey's bowls to James. James is off the back foot and punches it out to deep extra cover and gets a single. Rotating the strike brings Slater on strike, and I guess at the end of the over we'll probably have a replay to tell us whether that ball, when it came off the edge, whether it went on the ground and then bounced up, but the umpire had nothing to do with it. Lovely sunshine here at Trent Bridge as the Carey goes around the wicket and bowls to Slater, and Slater's drive in out to deep extra cover. He gets an easy single. He now moves to 101, brings back James onto strike. He's on 11. Score now 265 for the loss of 5. Trail 101 as this delivery is defending on the offside. Simpson comes out and does the fielding. Over completed at the end of the over. Nottinghamshire are now 265 for the loss of 5. We've had some 76 overs bowled so far, and just as I figured, Helm's off and back to Yadav, who will get through a few overs, and looks as if we won't get that replay, but Yadav will obviously come into bowl.
Yeah, he's just probably going to get a couple of overs now. 76 have gone, so second new ball not too far away. Elsewhere, Surrey confirmed as county champions. They've defended their title. They're playing at the Ageas Bowl against Hampshire, who in their second innings are 135 for 5 now. Hampshire leads Surrey by 147. Good game bubbling up there. Their nearest rivals Essex in a heap of trouble at Northants at Wantage Road. Essex 48 for 5 second time round. That's trailing Northants by 110. Alistair Cook out. Understand there was a standing ovation all the way back for Alistair Cook. Some wondering if that might be his final game of cricket. I think his future is very much up for conjecture. Sure there'll be an announcement one way or another before too long as Yadav starts a new over from this Radcliffe Road end. Bowls to the left-handed Slater on 101 and he defends. That's at Wantage Road at Canterbury. Lancashire begun their second innings now. They're 15 without loss. Kent very much with the upper hand there. They were bowled out for 494. So Lancashire still more than 150 away from making them bat again as the next delivery is worked to backward point by Slater, no run. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire 273 for 9, replying to Somerset's 215. Now the Division 1 scores. Yadav round the wicket. Slater again defends. Didn't get underway at Chesterley Street today after Storm Agnes and her relatives had wreaked havoc. But they are playing now. Durham 457 for 8 declared. Leicestershire 106 for 7, the one-day cup winners, finding life a little tougher back in red ball cricket as their next delivery from Yadav goes through to Simpson as their hopes of getting promotion have been snuffed out over the last week or two. Leicestershire 106 for 7. At Cardiff, Glamorgan 192 for 3, replying to Derbyshire's 450 for 8 declared. At Hove, Sussex racking up the runs in their second dig. They're 432 for 5, leading Gloucestershire by 440. Yadav again, past umpire Malinder's right shoulder. Slater, as he has done numerous times, just rocks forward and defends it away for no run. And at Headingley, Yorkshire 148 for 5, replying to Worcestershire's 389, 265 for 4. There's the score here. James has 11. Slater's on strike on 101. Last ball of the 77th over and cut away, but again can't beat backward point. No run. End of the over. 265 for 5. The 3 out today. Joe Clark, LBW to Yadav for 70. That was the innings that saw him pass 1,000 first-class runs for the season. It's the second time in his career he's done it. He did it once at Worcestershire and now this season for Notts. Matthew Montgomery, a bright and breezy 52 before he danced down the track to Josh DeCary's and was stumped by John Simpson, with the keeper then dismissing fellow gloveman Tom Moore's third consecutive duck for Tom Moore's, caught behind flashing at Tom Helm. That was 240 for 5. It's now 265 for 5.
Yeah, and the maiden over there by Yadav got a couple of balls to turn sharply, but fortunately for the batter didn't get an edge, so it's 265 for 5 and James is on strike as the Kearys will start his 10th over, bowling off spin, right arm over the wicket. Now on bowls to James, and James is forcing us off the back foot. He's going to get an easy single as there's nobody in the extra cover region saving the single. It goes all the way up to fielder coming off the boundary, so he rotates the strike off the first delivery, goes to 12, brings Slater on strike. Middlesex probably sick and tired of seeing Slater. They've seen him since late afternoon yesterday and we're in the afternoon session and he's still there. The Kearys now wrong the wicket to Slater and it's met with 4 defence. Goes back along the pitch, short leg runs halfway down the pitch, retrieves the ball, gives it to the bowler, and the Kearys will run in once more. Quite wide of the crease, the Kearys in and bowls. And Slater's working this to square leg for an easy single, just nudging it on the forward defensive, just pushed it on the angle and gets a single. Goes to 102, brings back James on strike, 267 for 5. Carries bowls and James defends. Flatted delivery goes onto the back foot and just strokes it on the offside. The bowler does the fielding off his own bowling and James stays on 12. Just the nicest part of the day so far. The weather glorious sunshine at the moment as the Kearys bowls and James is going to get a single as he just punches it off the back foot out to deep, extra cover, easy single, and Middlesex just not taking a chance on bringing up that extra cover. They're quite happy to give James a single, but he goes to 13 and one delivery left in this over to Slater. Bowls and he's forward and he's looking for a single, but James not interested. It goes up the square leg, and that was the final delivery of the Curie's over. He's got 1 for 41 now of his 10 overs, and Nottinghamshire, they have advanced to 68 for 5.
Yeah, still trailed by 98. Justicare is now through 9 overs. Yadav is the most used. 19 overs for Yadav, 15 for Roland Jones, 16 for Bamba, and 14 for Helm. Sam Robson 4 overs, none for 23. Going to be Yadav. Lyndon James on strike on 13. Lots trail by 98. Got tea today at 3:30, so that's another hour away. Put what, 45, 50 runs on that, maybe. Of course, no way of knowing. But that's going to be closing in. Oh, and there's a really good delivery to start the new over from Yadav, bottom of Lyndon James' bat, past the stumps, and all the way down to long leg. There'll be a couple of runs, and that's 270 for 5. Lyndon James on to 15. Very good delivery indeed from Yadav.
Yeah, a little bit streaky there. He's on the back foot. Could he easily play that into his stumps?
Lyndon James just taking his time to get back and regain his composure. Big tall man crouches, taps his bat, and comes down the track and hits this through mid-wicket for 4. Wide of the diving Holden, and ball crosses the rope now. Good smattering of applause. Lyndon James taking the positive route. He's on 19 from 21 deliveries, and once again a threatening partnership as far as Middlesex are concerned, just starting to take shape. They've added 34, but come in reasonably good time.
Yeah, positive use of the feet there and just driving. Just wonder whether I feel that mid-wicket could have made a better effort, but it was nicely timed.
Comes Yadav, light aeroplane going over the ground. Lyndon James is bowled. Maybe an inside edge onto the stumps, but just trying to run before he could walk a little bit there. Lyndon maybe was trying to cut it away. The ball turned back onto him. May or may not have been a graze onto the stumps, but Middlesex have got another one, and another really promising start to an innings is ended abruptly. Lyndon James bowled Yadav for 19.
Yeah, not a good shot at all really against the off spinner. He's trying to square drive. It wasn't even with a straight bat. He's trying to hit the ball square the wicket on the offside, and this is a pretty poor dismissal. There he goes. He's trying to slap the ball square. Gets some thick inside edge onto his stumps. Yadav doesn't mind. He'll take the wicket. So James goes for 19, bowled by Yadav, and another wicket to Middlesex. 274 for 6.
Yeah, we said they'd really have to they'd have to win this session essentially. Knots were 3 down at lunch. We're talking about this afternoon session as being crucial. They would probably need to bowl Nottinghamshire out and maintain a little bit of a first innings lead then, and sort of go hell for leather after tea today and first thing tomorrow morning, and just hope against hope they can bowl Notts out for a second time. Well, those plans that we drew up, they're still on course, aren't they?
Yeah, but there've been 3 gifts if you think about the wickets that those 3 that have fallen. First of all, Maloney runs down the wicket, and
Montgomery stumped, Moore's caught behind.
Montgomery, no reason whatsoever why he should have been coming down the wicket. He would have been defending the ball anyway. So then obviously Moore's flashing at a wide one, and then this really was a non-threatening delivery as well. Wide of the off stump, dragged onto the stump. So in some ways Nottinghamshire have contributed to those 3 dismissals. Middlesex will take them regardless because they need wickets, especially Yadav. He's been quite expensive, 2 for 71, but gives him a chance now to bowl at some more tail enders, so you could end up with, easily could end up with a fifer, and his figures wouldn't look so bad then.
And Captain Butcher in 9 deliveries time, he's still taking that second new ball, or are you keeping the spin option going?
Well, if they're not scoring, then you keep the spinners going.
Well, it's a mixture, isn't it? This over started 2-4 wickets, so are they scoring or are they taking wickets?
Yeah, but the new man's going to know how to try and settle in. I would imagine also that Slater's going to remain quite solid. He'll be looking towards tea.
There's Yadav then. 3 round the bat. Bowls now does Yadav. Calvin Harrison, leg spinner of course by trade. Rocks forward and defends. Big tall man, South African born, who first came to the attention here at Trent Bridge with a century for the Oxford University students, the UCCE side. A couple of 3 years ago now, defends this ball onto the leg side.
My memory serves me right. He batted well in the last game here, didn't he? I think he was in that partnership. I think he batted with Joe Clark in that partnership.
Next delivery sent down now, and again he's happy to defend. 274 for 6. Now that concludes the 79th over. We won't know yet if Yadav has done or not. He's taken his sweater, he's taken his cap from the umpire, but that's
more to do with the weather.
Yeah, I was going to say that's nothing that he hasn't done already. But I guess what we're going to start looking at now is whether Toby Rowland-Jones and Ethan Bamber start to prepare themselves.
My memory served me right. Did Harrison get 49 in that game? I think he fell just short of. Would have been his first half century, wouldn't it? I think he fell just short.
No, he didn't. He didn't. It was Brett Hutton who went on and got the runs.
Brett Hutton got runs at Notts, didn't he? He got runs at Notts.
Just 15.
At Canterbury.
Yeah, Harrison was 15 and 0 at Canterbury.
Not talking the game here against Warwickshire. The Kyrgios in and bowls, and he's forward defending.
38.
Yep, I knew he'd got a reasonable total and a good partnership. That first ball defended by Slater 102. Slip, short leg goes down, and this delivery is worked into the onside, and mid wicket comes across, does the fielding. So 274 for 6, and Notts now still trailed by some 92, so they've got a lot of batting to do. And he carries bowls and he's forward. And defends in the offside, and there's no run.
Just watching Rowland-Jones, just trying to see what his signalling. He's in a long-range arm-waving discussion with Yadav.
Well, he's just certainly changed the field. Mid-wicket's gone from short mid-wicket to deep mid-wicket, and the square leg has come up to save the single. And this one is worked into the onside. He's looking for a single. There isn't one there.
And Yadav's running all the way down to say, what are you saying, Skip? Are you saying one more over, or are you saying you've taken me off? I'm sure that's the conversation.
It's got to keep him going. Got to keep him going.
We're still discussing it.
Two balls left in this. The Kyrgios over. Yadav is now at extra cover. And bowls, and it's driving. Out to deep extra cover. Gets an easy single. Just giving Harrison the one ball to face in this over. Score now 275 for 6, and another fielder coming in now, bat pal on the offside, but should really bring the extra cover up. Don't give him an easy single, as this one is just worked away on the offside for an easy single. Just goes onto the back foot and just nudges it on the offside just behind square. Over completed, and then the end of the over is 276 for 6.
That is 80 overs. Yadav has already peeled off his sweater. I think I'd have taken the second new ball. I really do. I mean, Ben Slater's seen it all, as you say. He's been at the crease for 5.5 hours now. The one thing he hasn't seen is a brand new cricket ball out there for a long time.
But Harrison hasn't
Well, again, as we always say, there's a reason he's coming in at number 8. New bowl.
But he can easily get out off the spinner. Caught by one of those close fielders.
There is Yadav bowling to Calvin Harrison. Pushes this gently into the offside. And there's no run. In fact, Roland Jones has just... That's not Roland Jones, or is it at this end? It's just Ethan Bamber getting himself ready. Next delivery on its way now. And that's a lovely shot from Harrison. He's a tall man, he's got a good reach, just got a stride in there and whip the ball wristily away through mid-wicket for 4. That was a lovely stroke.
Yeah, lovely. That's a great shot, that. Just took it from off. Placed it between that short mid-wicket and mid-on.
Listening to live County Championship cricket, the penultimate day of the 2023 season, here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC London online. Next delivery, work to backward point, no run. Calvin Harrison has 5, Ben Slater 103 not out. Magnificent knock from the opener, delivering right at the end of the season here against a Middlesex side that we think are going to have to win this game to have any chance really of staying in Division 1, as the next ball is defended by Calvin Harrison. The flamboyant gestures and signals of umpire Malinder brought to the fore once again as he signals to Ben Debenham, his fellow umpire, that there are 2 left in the over. A big arm wave there from Malinder. Thought at first he was signalling another no ball, but he wasn't. 3 round the bat. Harrison on strike. He'll go deep into his crease, drop it down the feet of short leg. Yes, I think that's might be it. I think that that boundary through mid-wicket has made up the mind of Roland Jones. Well, let's take this second near ball. Harrison gets one that's just rushes onto him, he defends it. And he's had a word there, the skipper. I think that might be that. 280 for 6. We've had 81 overs here on BBC Radio Nottingham. And Slater on 103. Harrison has 5. Thanks to Roland Butcher for the time being. More from Roland in a moment or two. I'll be joined by Kevin Hand in just a moment. It is going to be Tom Helm, in fact, to where Nottinghamshire have lost 3 wickets during this afternoon's session. They're closing in on that Middlesex first innings score of 366. They're 276 for 6. Ben Slater still there, defying everything that's been thrown at him. He's 103 not out. He's been at the crease now for 5.5 hours, but Notts have lost some cheapish wickets at the other end this afternoon, with 3 players getting out, really contributing to their own downfalls. Matthew Montgomery played nicely for his 52 before dancing down the track and being stumped. Tom Moore slashed at a wide one before he'd scored, and Lyndon James, again playing at a ball he needn't, chopped it onto his stumps. 280 for 6, the Nottinghamshire score, replying to that Middlesex first innings total of 366.
Yeah, Bracer, sorry, I didn't mean that to be a handbrake turn there. I was only going to ask of Butch what time he thought tea was. But it seems a good time to make the change as well. I think tea will be...
it's at 3:30. It's
3:30,
set in stone.
Kevin Howes
today.
was just asking us. Here's a full ball to Slater from Helm. Push back and there's no run. BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra have left us for a little while, but... yeah, Kevin Howes was asking what time tea. 3:30 I think it was. So anyway, I guess a good time for a change anyway before... just under an hour to go until tea. So 280 for 6, 86 the deficit, 4 wickets standing, new ball in hand. What can Middlesex do?
They could do with a bang, 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 couldn't they, over the next couple of overs.
Helm's wide on the crease as he bowls. Oh, lovely ball, line and length towards the top of off stump, and a little bit of bounce, and that's hurt Slater. For the second time in the match he's hurt, this time in an even more painful place than the hip.
Yes, he's been struck round about the top of off stump somewhere. Yes, he's spent quite a hefty chunk of this innings, hobbling, hasn't he, Ben Slater, one way or another, but he'll be delighted to grind out a 3-figure score right at the end of the season. Nice one to take into the winter, warm memories to last through the cold nights.
Helm ringing very wide on the crease for his delivery. Bowls, that's short and wide and cut away to Yadav at deep point, single take, and Slater to 104. He's batted incredibly well, bearing in mind he's up against Yadav and De Carey's as well, and a sore hip, and now saw something else as well. So, but bearing in mind he was limping away yesterday evening. 2-8-1 for 6. Lancashire playing their part at the moment at Canterbury, 25 without loss, 9 overs gone. Wells and Jennings,
good players, both of them.
They want
really good players.
They want Lord's lunches next year. Here's Helm, bowls outside the off stump. It's left alone by Harrison. Through it goes. They don't want Canterbury lunches next year.
No such thing in my experience.
Lord's lunch. Oh, Canterbury lunch, yeah. Oh, hold on a minute. Yeah, there's a vested interest for you here. So have a word with Mulaney. And if the match, if we hadn't lost as much time, it would be really brewing nicely, this match, wouldn't it?
I think it still is. I think we're going to get a cracker of a final day here. I really do.
Helm into the crease now. He bowls and up onto the hip of Harrison, who rides the bounce down to long leg for a single. This second new ball is crucial. Middlesex need to make this work. They need to make this second new ball sing, don't they, somehow? Take a little bit of an advantage out of this innings with them. Just to give them that, I mean, the woes that they've had with the bat this season, if Notts reach parity or even a little bit of a lead, Middlesex's trouble with the bat, even though they've managed to pick up 3 batting points in the first innings, it could come back to bite them on last time. So they've got to keep some sort of an advantage here, really. Last ball of his 15th over, Helm. Mid-wickets just shoved around a little bit more from square leg as Helm bowls full wide outside the off stump, and that is clattered through the covers for 4. Slater moves to 108 and 286 for 6. Shades of Michael Slater about that. A left-handed Slater.
Yeah. That's 14 away from another batting point. So the relevance for Notts in this game is they were 7th and they can get to 6th, and that's if they can win this and Somerset lose at Edgbaston. Somerset just starting their second innings, trailing Warwickshire by 56 after Warwickshire bowled out for 273. Ethan Bamber is going to bowl the second over with a second new ball. 83rd over of the innings. Bamber from our end of the ground, the Radcliffe Road end, picked up the wickets of Asib Hamid and Stephen Mulaney last night. The first 2 wickets to go down. There is 2 scalps in this innings, 2 for 55. Got, I think it was 6 he got at Lord's in the first innings there when the sides met. Bowls to Harrison, plays this to backward point, and there's no run. 286 for 6. Notts trail by 80. Brett Hutton due in at 9, and then you'd imagine Jake Ball will come in ahead of Dane Patterson. Harrison has 6, played 1 lovely shot through mid-wicket for 4. Just plays defensively out. So this next delivery, 286 for 6. Ryder Cup starts tomorrow for all the golf fans. Big, intense 3 days of sport. That's over in Rome, isn't it, this time? Doesn't necessarily fit in well with those of us that have pretty much got all our daylight hours taken up over the next 3 days. This one's down the leg side. I've got cricket tomorrow, football on Saturday, and I'm going to Wembley for the NFL on Sunday, so I shan't be watching any televised golf over the next 3 days. 286 for 6 is the score. Stayed dry, thankfully. All the daylight hours today so far. It's gloomy this morning, but it didn't rain. Next one's pushed gently into the covers, fielded by Mark Stoneman. Rocky. His third county began with his native Durham, and then a spell with Surrey, which saw him play against Notts in the one-day cup final 6 years ago. Now in his third season or his fourth season with Middlesex. 286 for 6. Bamber bowls again and chopped away for 4. Maybe gone early on that. No, I haven't. Yadav won't be able to chase that down. Nice looking shot from Calvin Harrison. Takes him into double figures. And it's 290 for 6. That's 10 away then from levelling things up in terms of bonus points. There'll be 5 apiece when they get those extra 10 runs. Short and wide from Ethan Bamber. Final ball of the 83rd over. Strikes him on the pad, and asking umpire Malinder, who leaned a little bit to one side then the other before coming to his decision, which presumably was not out. 290 for 6.
Yeah, it looks high and leg side, didn't it? From our angle, it might have been high and outside the line of off if we see a replay of that one, but it was only a half appeal, really, wasn't it, from Bamber. There's a man who likes an appeal on the big screen up above us, Stuart Broad. Here's the replay, high and leg side, yeah. So Bamber settled down quickly. Nobody really went with him, but yeah, Broad's on the Batman scoreboard over there.
Yes, he's hopefully going to be on the ground tomorrow, and pretty much the way that the club celebrated with Samit Patel and Jake Ball yesterday, it's hopeful that Stuart will be on the ground tomorrow and he can be given a farewell gift, because of course his retirement was announced not only from Nottinghamshire but from the game as a whole a month or so back.
In comes Helm from the pavilion end. He bowls, and this is punched away into the offside by Slater off the back foot. Helm, who broke through really as a young bowler, much like Broad, big, tall, athletic, quick. Looked to have a lot of promise in the world at his feet, just as Stuart Broad did. Injuries were cruel to a young Tom Helm, though. He's never really been able to put run of form together to force his way finally into an England side. A fabulous white ball bowler though for the county, and as he plays franchise T20 and T10 cricket, he's in now. Bowls, and there's a good line and length ball again from Slater, eased away into the offside. He was used as a battering ram, a bully in this innings so far, but now he's been given the new ball and asked to bowl line and length, which I'm pleased to see. He's a better bowler than just being a bang it in man at his best. He's the kind of bowler now that's would be able to go through a side like Roland Jones of old, or Finn. Floodlights kicking into life again here at 10 to 3 on this third afternoon. Let's hope we get the full day's play today. Light doesn't cause an issue. Helm past the umpire, bowls, good line and length again. Slater on the back foot defends, just lacking a little bit of pace this pitch, so not really rushed even on the back foot. Slater, what have you spotted, Braces?
The lights are back on. The floodlights are back on. Just turned them on. Not been on since lunch. They were on throughout the entirety of the morning session, but clear sign there that it's getting gloomier.
Helm to Slater. Bowls, and Slater's beaten by a ball that brings him forward and doesn't particularly get up. Past the forward defence it goes, and that's the kind of line Helm, with all his talent, that's where you want to see him. Persevering.
Sure, Gloucestershire are hoping that Sussex have had enough of batting sometime soon, because Sussex second innings are 482 for 6. They already lead by more than 500 against Gloucestershire, so that's going to be one heck of a challenge for Gloucestershire.
Helm hits the crease, he bowls, and it's edged. Flashing drive outside the off stump from Slater. Vacant deep third, brings 4 runs, but a thick edge from Slater. 294 for 6, they trail by 72 now.
Slater on to 112, not closing in on that second batting point. 294 for 6.
Taking a deep breath, looking at some of those Middlesex batters around the fields. They've got their work cut out in the second innings here to try and post something for Nottinghamshire. Felt as though they'd done so very well in that first innings, 366, but not chipping away at it. As Helm bowls, forward goes Slater, pushing back up the track to mid-off, and there's no run. Dispirited perhaps by the Kent performance at Canterbury. I doubt it. They'll focus on what they're doing here, but it just hasn't been the day that they would have wanted. 4 wickets, 1 in the morning. They've come back this afternoon. They've got a second new ball. How much damage can they do with it? 48 overs to bowl on day 3. 294 for 6. Nottinghamshire trailing by 72.
Very much earlier in the season, 3-day finishes were the vogue. There was a bit of weather around last week, but all the matches went into day 4 last week. And at lunch I was having a look around and expecting the same again this week, but Essex have collapsed dramatically, having been made to follow on. They are 97 for 7 in their second innings at Wantage Road. That one may well be done sometime soon, as this is pushed in the offside. Not writing out the Essex tale entirely, but they still trail Northants by 61. Of course, they are following on, so 3 more wickets for Northants, and that will be the first match in this round of matches to be done and dusted. And Northants and Essex supporters, your season will be finished. Northants heading to Division 2, Essex heading to a runners-up spot. 294 for 6. That's Bamber. Bowls again to Calvin Harrison, who blocks this one into the offside. Stays on 10 with a couple of boundaries. Lancashire still 40 without loss. That will be music to the Middlesex ears. The aeroplane flies over the ground. The noteworthy thing about that is we can see it, we could hear them this morning because the cloud cover was so heavy we just couldn't see them, as this next one is again pushed to cover by Harrison, but the clouds, such as they are very high at the moment, so we can see the aeroplanes and the floodlights are on. 294 for 6. Great shot of the ground there. Once again, huge thanks to the camera crews that have helped us throughout the season and indeed remain on duty here on the penultimate day of the season, as Ethan Bamber bowls to Calvin Harrison, chopped away to backward point or almost towards third. An angle of 45, he'll take a couple of runs. 296 for 6. And I'm going to sneeze.
Bless you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Crikey. I don't know where that came from. Sort of felt that one just rushing up on me from nowhere. Lancashire 47 without loss.
Go on the Lankies.
I do promise I'm not going to walk you through every single
No, please
run
do.
scored, but
Just don't walk us through every wicket that falls.
I thought there'd be some life in that one yet.
Go on the Lankies.
Bamber bowls to Harrison, defends.
Well, there's prize money for them. They have to mind their work. If Somerset go well in the last day and a half against Warwickshire, then...
No. We don't want Somerset doing too well, because Notts can overhaul Somerset.
Oh. But prize money finishes at 5th spot.
Well,
so
I don't want to burst your bubble, but Notts do want to win this. They're still all mentally scarred from what happened at Lords, and I know they do feel they owe Middlesex one for what happened at Lords.
Oh dear. That's not what Middlesex fans will want to hear. They'll want to hear that Notts are desperate for a Lord's lunch next year.
296 for 6. You'd take us to Uxbridge or Merchant Taylors or somewhere. Next one's cut into the offside, and there's no run into the 85th over. 296 for 6, or where was it we went today? This
Radlett.
year? Radlett, that's it. Can't even
You
think
get-
of where it was called.
You're getting as bad as Kevin James. He bemoans an outground. He says, why do Hampshire always end up at the outground? Why can't we go to Lords? Always banished to an outground, he says.
If anybody's had enough Lord's dinners in his time, it's Kevin James, former Middlesex player.
Aye.
Tea at 3:30, so 35 minutes or so. 47 overs to go in the day. It's a good old chunk of cricket, isn't it? We're probably going to have 38, 39 overs left in the tea interval. Very much expect that 10 past, quarter past 6, the light will have gone again.
Helm to Slater, bowls, and forward he goes. The left-hander pushing back into the onside of that thick edge down to what was a vacant deep third. It's one slip, a gully and a deep third now. Backward of on the offside. There's a deep point, Yadav. Fractionally backward of point. Cover Max Holden, stretching his neck, looking up to the sky. Mid-off picking at his boots. He's Ethan Bamber. Mid-on Roland Jones, the captain. Deep backward square leg. Who is that down there? Stoneman by the looks of it. This is cut into the ground to Gully. Sam Robson, who immediately throws the ball up in the air in celebration at stopping it. And then long leg Josh Carey's down below. In fact, I wondered why I paused on deep backward square. I think it's actually Joe Cracknell as a subfielder down there. So Stoneman off temporarily, we hope. 296 for 6. Helm turns in his 17th over, third ball of it, around the wickets of Slater. Balls now, and Slater defends into the offside, a single taken out to deep point. He had Slater hitting in the air over an advanced long leg earlier. Had he been on the ropes at long leg, where his two teammates were, Mark Stoneman, it would have been a catch taken, but they had them staggered, didn't they? Fine leg out, long leg in, a third of the way, and then deep square back. If he'd have been back, well, if he'd have been back, Slater may not have played it, but I don't think we could quite say that he placed that over.
Yeah.
Over Stoneman for 4.
Just think that was a little too easy there, allowing Ben Slater just to almost walk that single.
Helms in. He bowls, and this is worked down to deep backward square leg for 4. Lovely shot, beautiful timing by Harrison. Clipped away, and that is the 300 up for Nottinghamshire. Second batting point, 301 for 6. Harrison moves to 16.
Played some nice shots, Calvin Harrison, 3 boundaries in his 16, partnership worth 27. Notts trail now by 65. Getting obviously threateningly close now to at least reaching that Middlesex score.
This one's eased to point by Harrison. Helm just back of a length. 2 slips and a gully. Point, cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And long leg, the 6-3 field. Strong breeze blowing across Trent Bridge.
Essex lose another 199 for 8. A couple of balls and that'll be done. Potentially.
Off goes Helm. Pacey run up, bowls, and forward goes Harrison, driving to mid-on, no run. End of the 5th over with this second new ball. 86 bowled in the innings, 301 for 6, trailing by 65 now Nottinghamshire. And half an hour to tea on day 3.
Yes, we lost a lot of play on the first day. A little more yesterday, and thus far, a full day here on day 3. This is just looking down the other games. I guess the only one that's sort of lost a similar amount, or is at a similar stage in the match, is at Headingley, where Worcestershire made 389, Yorkshire 213 for 6. 16 wickets have gone down in that one, as well as here. Everywhere else they've had certainly more wickets go down. We're going to get a bowling change, and Yadav not out of the action for too long, the spinner. got obviously a much newer, much harder ball. Just going through what he wants, and Toby Rowland-Jones, likewise the skipper, relaying what he would like from his spinner. And between them they'll set the field again. We've got to wait and wait and wait for players to get dressed. This is when I get the call to take over the running of the game. This will be one of the things. Players have got to get dressed off the field of play. Spend so long watching people pop pads on and helmets on and other paraphernalia. If you're going to do it, you've got to do it over the edge of the pitch, over the boundary. 301 for 6. Yadav then. Seems to be his preferred end. Bowled, I think he's bowled throughout from this end. 21 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 75. He's round the wicket to Ben Slater. His first ball is nice and full, and again, very, very easy for Ben Slater just to drop it on the leg side and walk down the other end. And move on to 114 not out. Does have a double century to his name, Ben Slater, last year at Durham, so a long way away from a career best, but this has been a terrific knot from him, his highest score of the campaign. Yadav bowls, and Harrison comes down the track and has hit it one bounce to Helm at mid-on, and maybe Helm has got it on the finger end, which isn't good news. No, I think he's okay. Had he been at a conventional mid-on, he would have been in a position to catch it, but he was a good halfway back, wasn't he, and the ball was never going to carry to him.
He stepped back though, didn't he, as well?
Yeah, it wouldn't have reached him. Yadav in to Harrison, drops it down at the feet of short leg, no run. 302 for 6. Notts trail by 64. We've got half an hour, just under half an hour to go until the tea break. Time running out for Middlesex as Yadav bowls again, and Harrison works it away onto the leg side for a single. Yes, Notts closing in on that Middlesex first innings score of 366 now. They're being led by a splendid knock from Ben Slater. He's been there since the start, been at the crease for over 6 hours now. 114 not out. He's had good support today. Joe Clark made 70, 52 for Matthew Montgomery, and Calvin Harrison is hit 3 lovely boundaries so far in an innings of 17. We take tea at 3:30. Nottinghamshire by then will have closed in even further on that Middlesex score. They're 303 for 6.
Nottinghamshire's weather, and that's windy afternoon, overcast and grey though.
It's just the 6th over of the second new ball. Yadav bowling to Ben Slater on 114. He'll go deep and wristily flick it to leg, but there's no run there. And it is the end of Yadav's 22nd over, 4 maidens, 2 for 77. 63 runs the difference. Middlesex need a really good 25 minutes here.
Yeah, they do, all day long, pretty much. You said it, didn't you? Middlesex need to bowl them out by tea. Gives them a couple of sessions to bat, and then a couple of sessions to bowl at Nottinghamshire at the end of the match. Weather permitting, of course, hopefully we don't lose any light this evening. Here's Helm at top of his mark. 2 slips. They're considering a third. It's a gully. Cracknell. Backward point. Mid-off is Stoneman, so he's back on the field. Who's off? Looks like Eskenazi. Who's gone into slip? Higgins. Higgins at slip. Robson at second. Cracknell the gully. It's Carey's at backward point. And so here's Helm, and it's driven to the cover. Mark Stoneman. Mid-off Rowland-Jones. Mid-on the ever-enthusiastic Ethan Bamber, clapping his hands. Mid-wicket Holden, and long leg Yadav. He's got half a teapot on. Yadav down there. 2 for 77. Only himself to blame last night for bowling a no ball and finding the edge of Slater's bat.
Essex are 9 down. Northampton need 1 more wicket and that game will be finished at Wantage Road. First one in this round of matches to be done.
Gully's been moved across to square leg, so it's a 5-4 field. And Helm is in, bowls, oh, full straight, and a thick inside edge bounces over the top of the stumps. And Simpson wanders around to a leg gully to collect the bobbling ball. 303 for 6. Harrison 17. Warming up at second slip is Sam Robson. Is he going to have a little bit of a bowl before tea, a little bit of leg spin? Or is he thinking there's going to be 4 quick wickets? He's moving to gully now from slip.
The thing with Essex being made to follow on and effectively going to lose the game any time now is Simon Harmer can't add to his 61 wickets, the leading wicket taker in the country. Brett Hutton second with 60 wickets.
Ooh. Helms in, bowls, and forward goes Harrison, pushing to cover, no run.
So might be something for Brett Hutton to aim at tomorrow. I'm just having a little look at Ben Rain is on 59 wickets for Durham, with Leicestershire 143 for 9 now. He's got a 5 for, that's in Division 2, so he could yet emerge as the overall leading wicket taker, but in Division 1 looks to be between Harmer and Hutton.
Helm bowls, full, straight and defended. Halfway forward Harrison to that one, but gets the bat down happily.
Sussex have declared at Hove 505 for 7, setting Gloucestershire the small matter of 513 to win. Good luck.
Pavilion end here at Trent Bridge. Off he goes, bowls and inside edge onto the pads as Harrison pushes forward. Just a defensive push really. It was a push all right. He replays a solid forward defence, but he was searching for that one somewhat and he found it at the inside of his bat, crucially. Otherwise it'd have been an almighty peel for LBW, or it had got through the gate, one or t'other. 303 for 6. I like this from Helm. He's probing. He's asking questions. Last ball of the 18th. Roland Jones comes across to have a chat with him. Last ball of the over. 5-4 field it is, so a slip in a gully. All that's catching behind the stumps as he's in, bowls, and this is played with an open face to backward points off the front foot by Harrison, and there is no run as De Carries does the fielding. 303 for 6. Just coming up to 10 to 3, and 10 past 3. And just over 20 minutes until tea on day 3.
It's difficult to know really what else Middlesex can do. They've taken the second new ball, they've tried pace at both ends, they've brought Yadav back. Do they want to get more overs in? Do they want to scuttle through their overs quickly and get spin at both ends? Or is pace going to be the way through? They'd love to dislodge Ben Slater, who's been the very model of resilience and concentration. Turns this to leg. No run. Yadav bowling at him for the umpteenth time. Slater on 114. Struck on the hip by Helm last night, and didn't seem at one stage as if he was going to be able to continue. He's very glad he did. Chops this to backward point. There's no run. Joe Clark with 70. Matthew Montgomery 52. Been outstanding today in support of Slater. Next one is pushed into the offside. Tom Moores didn't score. Lyndon James 19. Calvin Harrison 17 not out. Others that we've seen today, Mulaney and Mead, both dismissed cheaply yesterday, each made 4. Yadav bowls, and Slater at full stretch to ball turning away from him with the bottom edge of the bat, just finds cover.
There's enough turn there, isn't there, for Yadav?
Fairly gentle, isn't it?
Well, there is that, yes. And also that was a long way wide.
303 for 6. Comes in again. Bowls. This is eased to backward point. There's no run. 3 for 6 here, Nottinghamshire.
He's played that one well because he's backed right up to it and it hasn't turned. That was the one sliding on from Yadav towards off stump. He eases into the offside, but again, if that one turns.
Next delivery from Giant Yadav, the Indian international, to Ben Slater. It's a no ball, another no ball from Yadav. 305 for 6 as 5 Sports Extra listeners join us here at Trent Bridge. The floodlights are on. It's a grey old scene above us, but the clouds are high. I think we're going to be okay certainly for a while. As this is pushed in the offside, we were promised a dry, cloudy day, and that's what we've got. End of the over, so not closing in on that Middlesex first innings score of 61. We've had 89 overs. Middlesex took the second new ball, but within 5 overs of it, they'd reverted back to spin from this end with Yadav. They just can't get rid of Ben Slater. That's been the problem. He's been at the crease for over 6 hours for his 114. Good support at the other end throughout the day, and Calvin Harrison is currently enjoying a fruitful partnership. He's 17 not out, and I think the skipper here, Kevin Hand, is saying, well, if you want a job doing, you've got to do it yourself.
Yeah, I liked what I saw from Helm there. I really did. I thought he bowled well on the stumps to Harrison. Got a flashing edge from Slater, didn't he, through in between second slip and gully. He did well with the new ball there, and he's actually bowled with pretty good consistency this September, Helm. I like what I've seen of him. I haven't liked some of the tactics that he's had to use, where I think they've just gone too short with Helm too soon. Used him as the bully, used him as the bumper bowler. But here's Roland Jones, who should be putting it on a good length on that off stump. Slip and gully, crouched down, and this ball's just a little short, just a little wide, and Harrison's getting his eye in because that's crisply punched away off the back foot for 4 runs. Lovely shot by Harrison. 309 for 6. They trail by just 57 now, Nottinghamshire, as Harrison moves to 21. Much as at Canterbury, if Nottinghamshire get into a lead here, then there'll be sharp eyes on the start of the Middlesex innings, given their woes with the bat this year.
Well, that's going to be the fun part of it, isn't it, I guess for all of us, just to see how Middlesex go about setting up their victory chances.
Roland Jones bowls, and forward goes Harrison, pushing back to mid-on. Well, that's why I feel that they've got to wrap up these wickets and take something of a lead. It was 200 the lead when Clark fell.
You know, really, we're sort of thinking they've got the period between now and tomorrow lunch to get into a position where they're setting Nottinghamshire at least 200, and then they'll be hoping they can bowl knots out in 2 sessions tomorrow, the last 2 sessions.
Roland Jones bowls, and little inside tickle through to square leg by Harrison. Yeah, it was 200 that deficit with 7 wickets standing when Clark fell, but Montgomery, a run a ball 50, was fantastic. Took a big chunk out of that 200, which at that point still felt as though it could be decisive. Moore's going for a duck. James made 19. Slater immovable with his 114. And now Harrison 21 from 39, proving a further problem here for Middlesex as Roland Jones bowls to him, and just short of a length straight, and from within the crease Harrison eases into the onside where Holden fields.
We have our first result of this round of matches. The season is over for Northants and Essex. Northants bow out of Division 1 with a 39, an innings and 39 run victory over Essex, who I think are nailed on to be runners-up, aren't they? Disappointing day in that sense for Essex, that Surrey went on to win the title and then made to follow on. They've been bundled out for just 119, so Northants and Essex supporters, your season is duly over.
Square leg drops back as Roland Jones bowls full and straight, and it's driven back. Straight back down the track, mid-off and mid-on combined to collect. 309 for 6. It could well be that Middlesex pick up a victory here and go down. Depending on events at Canterbury, they have to better Kent's result. Kent.
Well, it's tea there. Lancashire 55 without loss in their second innings. They're 112 behind, but with Jennings and Wells still there, there's life in that game.
How many behind now, sorry?
112.
Oh dear. Roland Jones bowls, and just full of a length. That's defended by Harrison. Up to mid-off again.
There's life in that game, which means there's life in this game here for Middlesex.
That is the end of the over. 309 for 6, Slater 114. He'll have strike from 247 balls, 6 hours. Brilliant. Brilliant from him, especially a blow to the hip which hurt him.
Yeah.
Hurt him hard yesterday evening. Harrison 21 from 42, and Jayant Yadav has 2 for 79 from 23 to go with the 50 that he scored in the first innings, and Middlesex really do need him to find a way through here.
Yeah, if somebody's struck on the hip, as Slater was yesterday, you know, you can, well, we'll rub it and we'll run it off, but I think there were, half an hour, 45 minutes from then until the close, and the physio came out to him 2 or 3 or 4 times, and he could hardly get down the other end when they went for runs. And we understand there was a strong discussion about sending a runner out, as Yadav bowls and Slater sprinting down the other end. He's firmly back 100% now, although maybe a little weary. 310 for 6, but it did seem as if, well, he's either got to retire or have a runner, because he could hardly move, could he? But the powers of, no doubt, some painkillers and a good night's sleep and maybe a massage this morning, and maybe the sheer determination of Ben Slater to get out there and score runs. There's another lovely shot from Calvin Harrison. Moves on to 25. Has hit 5 boundaries in that, and they've all been very, very special shots indeed. This one through extra cover. Just over pitch from Yadav. Got there, the big tall South African born leg spinner, and drilled it away. 314 for 6. Notts trail by 52. Yadav in again. This one turns in from outside off, back into the right-hander, and Harrison waiting to block it. It's the 91st over of the innings. Bonus points not as significant now as they normally would, and Harrison's gone after this one. It's gone up in the air, and he's got a little bit lucky there for the first time, because it's gone over slip and down towards the pavilion rope, but it plugged on landing, so they only get a couple, but it went vigorously hard there, swishing away towards the leg, and it ballooned up over slip, and they take 2. Harrison on to 27, 316 for 6. Minor win for Yadav. Comes in again, bowls. Harrison reaches forward and works it away to leg, no run.
He's been signed to make an impact in September, Yadav. Can he do it at the very last here? The tension at the moment, Dave, feels as though it's, will there be a tense finish on the final day or won't there, rather than we're in a tense finish at the moment.
Yadav bowls, and this is blocked. End of the over. Another good one for Calvin Harrison and for Nottinghamshire. 6 from it. Slater's 115 not out. Harrison is now 27. They've added 42 for this 7th wicket. And we close to within, 11 minutes of the tea break, with Notts trailing by 50.
Rarely do we have a championship season that doesn't offer us something either at the top, championship, or Surrey have pretty much had that wrapped up in this round. Essex, it was a little bit of a long shot, even longer shot with the performance they put in against Northamptonshire. Struggled there. They needed a lot to go their way in the last couple of rounds. Essex nearly did for a moment, but Northamptonshire racking up those runs, and Essex succumbed to the pressure, failing to get to 400 and then capitulating in the second innings. Division 2 wrapped up, title and second spot. All we need to know now is who will be joining Northamptonshire going down, as Roland Jones is around the wicket. He bowls to Slater, opening the face out to deep backward point for a single. He moves to 116, 317 for 6. If you were somebody who liked to place a bet, then at the moment you'd be putting the money on Middlesex being that side going down. Can they find some tension in this final day and take it to that final session, that final hour?
Just a little reminder to those of you that are in the ground listening to us, the library is open at tea. There are books in there, a whole new stock of books that are available to be loaned out to read, take them home and read, and there's also an opportunity to win some books. There's a Nottinghamshire and Middlesex quiz going on in the library.
Roland Jones with the bouncer. Through it goes to Simpson, bending his back. The old fella.
It's like doing the parish minutes, isn't it? Mrs. Jones is having a cake stall and there'll be a whist drive on Thursday evening.
Plenty of chatter out there in the fields. They know this is a key moment. 49 the advantage. How they dearly love to take something into the second innings as the lead, as Roland Jones bowls. Another bouncer to Harrison down underneath it. Rolling back the years, as I say, Roland Jones. Murtagh hanging up his boots and not selected for this game, having taken 8 for in the match last week at Lords. I wonder if they're regretting that slightly right now. Roland Jones is a year older than Stephen Finn, who's also hung up the boots this year.
Yes, and talking of retiring, Stuart Broad is another one, of course, and if you come into the ground tomorrow lunchtime, Notts will be honouring Stuart Broad on the pitch. Presentation to him, much the same way we had with Samit Patel and Jake Ball yesterday.
Roland Jones in, bowls, just short of a length, up on his toes, or just over the top of it. Harrison easing into the offside. Don't quite have to get up on your toes anymore to Roland Jones, do you? It's not quite got the same. Well, again, the pace of the pitch isn't really helping him here, but it's that little nastiness that Roland Jones. That's probably what's the best way to describe it. He used to be a nasty bowler, didn't he? The way that even on a length, it was a nasty ball to play. It wasn't that it was constantly banged in chin music. It's very difficult to play off a length, as most bowlers are, but Roland Jones more so than others, as this one short of a length again and ridden by Harrison. 2 points, no run. One's come of Roland Jones' 17th over. Cast a quick eye on Canterbury again, and you said it's tea there.
Yeah.
Oh, of course, because they're probably not making up overs as we are here. 55 without loss. Lancashire trailing Kent by 112 still. Wells 35, Jennings 18. 2 names that could be real heroes for Middlesex fans this evening. Roland Jones past the umpire, last ball of the over, and again up on his toes. Harrison to ease this one back with a point, and there's no run. 317 for 6, 7 minutes to tea. Here on the third day at Trent Bridge, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra with Roland Butcher, former Middlesex in England, myself Kevin Hand, and Dave Bracegirdle.
Yep, very close to the tea interval now. Well, yeah, we are told it should be dry here tomorrow. I've not actually had reason to look at what the weather forecast is going to be down in the southeast, but that would also bring about a little bit of cheer in the Middlesex camp if there was some wet weather due down in Kent tomorrow, wouldn't it? Or a heavy storm leading to a loss of some play tomorrow. Make Lancashire's task of getting a draw out of that game a little easier. What are you pointing at?
What's the umpire? I mean, he's got a long run up there, Yadav, hasn't he? And umpire Mallander's come all the way to the top of Yadav's run up, which is as long a run up as you could imagine for a spinner. It's a medium pacer's run up, isn't it? And he's had a long chat with him about something. What could that be?
I don't know. Well, I would suggest he goes back half an inch. The number of no balls he's bowled in this innings is not quite sure where the line is. It comes in, bowls to Ben Slater. Drop this on the leg side. There's no run.
Well, he had Slater caught on a no ball, didn't he? Yesterday evening.
Yeah, but Ben Slater did confirm post match he was caught at slip off a no ball, but he did say, I didn't alter my shot, but I knew it was a no ball. He bowled a few and very much heard umpire Mallinder say it as the ball was on its way down to me. This next one, it's a good delivery, goes through to John Simpson. Whether Slater was just playing deliberately inside the line or whether he was groping at fresh air there, hard to tell. Suspect he's been there long enough and has worked Yadav out by now as he turns this for another easy single to mid-wicket for a single. 117 now to Ben Slater, 319 for 6 Nottinghamshire.
The other games we were saying that could influence slightly this game is the Warwickshire-Somerset game for 2 reasons. Nottinghamshire hoping to catch Somerset, Somerset hoping to catch Lancashire. Lancashire need to play out for the draw in case Somerset beat Warwickshire in that game.
Yadav to Harrison, blocks this one. Time certainly for another over after this. The 25th over that Yadav has sent down.
Yeah, 28 without loss, Somerset. Still trailing by 30 runs, though, at Edgbaston.
Harrison again, just happy to block. He's played some lovely shots, some really nice timing from Calvin Harrison in this innings so far. 5 sparkling boundaries. Clearly more than half an eye on the tea interval now. Yadav bowls, and well, he's hit this one firmly on the leg side. It's a good stop at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Oh, it's hurt Stoneman, hasn't it? That really was an excellent stop, as you say, low to his left. Had to get down, full stretch to get to it, and ouch. Well, they need him still in this match. He's up, I think he's okay. I don't think he's heading back towards the dressing room. Hurt though.
Yes, they'll need him. He generally delivers against Notts.
Higgins the man to deliver in this match, only the second batter from Middlesex to reach a century this year. Robson making his second century at Lord's, carrying his bat in the defeat to Warwickshire last week. But that was a long wait to second innings of the penultimate match of the season for Middlesex to find a second century this summer. It's why they are scrapping for survival on the penultimate day of the season itself.
Middlesex physio just rushing around the boundary edge to just check with Mark Stoneman, who's gone out there onto the leg side rope with Ben Slater on strike. Slater just soaking up a few seconds, just deliberately looking and checking that Mark Stoneman's okay. You can see that the board does say 15:27. They'll want to make sure this is the final over. Middlesex hurried through one just before lunch, snuck another one in. Slater does pull this behind square and will get a single, and he'll be hoping his work for the session is done. Moves on to 118, 319 for 6. Notts trail by 47. Brett Hutton doing at 9, Jake Ball and Dane Patterson. Wouldn't be the biggest surprise in the world if Middlesex can get the 1 wicket and then 3 more follow fairly speedily, but usually if you're relying on that, then the tail does tend to wag a little bit, and we have seen Brett Hutton, we've seen Dane Patterson, of course over the years seen Jake Ball, all at various times prove to be stubborn opposition when they've got bat in hand. Roland Jones round the wicket. Ball's a bounce which Harrison just bobs underneath. 319 for 6. Leg slip in there, so that's clearly going to be the plan for Roland Jones, bowling round the wicket to the right-hander. Just try and get him fending off his hip towards leg slip.
Final county championship match of the season. They're playing Middlesex at Trent Bridge, and Dave Brace Girdles there.
And I think we're about 4 deliveries away from the tea interval here, Andy, with Nottinghamshire 319 for 6. So they're 47 behind. They've got in that position largely due to Ben Slater, the left-handed opening bat, who's batted now for 6.5 hours for his 118 not out. He's had good support today. Joe Clark made 70, 52 from Matthew Montgomery, and Calvin Harrison is sharing in a partnership currently worth 45 with him. He's on 27. Middlesex made 366. It's a match they've simply got to find a way to win, otherwise they'll be relegated. Nottinghamshire 319 for 6. That's an update which snuck up on us for the local radio. We've not missed a single delivery here as Roland Jones bowls a bouncer that Harrison ducks underneath. There have been times in this game where it seems like Middlesex simply forgetting that they've got to get on with it and rush through their overs and get wickets as quickly as they can. They've been just a little lackadaisical and a little slow in setting the field and a little tardy in getting to the positions.
I don't see how slowing things down helps them in any way.
No.
You know, you're not frustrating Nottinghamshire here by slowing things down. You're actually probably playing into Nottinghamshire's hands by just putting or taking time out of the game.
He's just moved Gully to third slip, which is, what's he moved, 3 yards? Every delivery there seems to be a hold-up of sorts down the leg side, and has he got a wicket? He has! Up goes the finger. Well, we'll never know if that unsettled Calvin Harrison, but the leg theory worked. A leg side strangle. John Simpson with the catch, and Calvin Harrison has gone for 27. Notts is 7 down. That may well be the tea interval at 319 for 7. Notts with a deficit of 47. Good work from John Simpson. Toby Rowland-Jones knew in an instant that there had been some bat involved, and we've just seen the replay here in the commentary box. It's a really good take, and that will send Middlesex off with renewed vigour and a renewed spring in their step. Calvin Harrison caught Simpson, bowled Rowland-Jones for 27. He was at the crease for an hour. There's 5 boundaries. And, well, it may well be a case they didn't bowl Notts out by tea, but might be able to do it shortly afterwards. 319 for 7 is the tea time score here at Trent Bridge as we hand listeners to 5 Sports Extra. Back to Kevin Howell. And for those of you following on the BBC Sport website, well, it is tea. It is 3:30, so we'll be back in 20 minutes' time. There'll be more from Roland and Kevin and myself when we come back. The light's okay, even though the floodlights are on. 319 for 7. Slater continues. He's 118 not out, but he's lost another partner. Calvin Harrison out just there on the stroke of the interval. Caught Simpson, bowled Rowland-Jones for 27. We'll be back with you in 20 minutes. Welcome back, everybody, to Trent Bridge, where the players are returning to the field for the final session of day 3. Time running out for Middlesex, but you suspect they've really got to make the running in this last session of the 3rd day. They need 3 more Nottinghamshire wickets. Notts 319 for 7, so Middlesex still holding slender advantage of 47, but they did pick up a wicket, the final ball before tea, dismissing Calvin Harrison. Imagine 1 more wicket for Middlesex and the end would be nigh, with only Jake Ball and Dane Patterson to come. So Middlesex will be, I think they'll be disappointed if they're not batting within half an hour. That'll potentially give them an hour and a half, 2 hours, depends how long the light holds this evening, and then, well, as much as they want to take out of the game tomorrow morning to leave Nottinghamshire something, but more pertinently to give themselves time to bowl Notts out for a second time. If Middlesex can win this game, they can still stay in Division 1, but right now they need 3 wickets, they need some runs, and then they need another 10 wickets, so they've got a stiff 24 hours ahead of them. Nottinghamshire, meanwhile, will be hoping to make all that an irrelevance. They'll be hoping that Brett Hutton, who's just arrived at the crease for the final 2 balls of this over from Toby Rowland-Jones and Ben Slater, can bat on and on and on and take Nottinghamshire into a first innings advantage. Roland Butcher's with us. I'm Dave Bracegirdle. Kevin Hand's here as well. Just see you through this over as Brett Hutton, backing away seemingly from Rowland-Jones, pushes him to the offside. I think Rowland-Jones slightly entertained by that stroke or non-stroke from Brett Hutton. Had a little word with him. Smiles, I'm sure. 319 for 7, but I say don't dismiss Brett Hutton as a number 9 you can blow away quickly. A fortnight ago he set a new career best score of 86. He can be nuggety hard when he wants, and he bobs underneath this one and it goes through to the keeper, so he won't mind that. He'll take a few on the body if it means he can preserve his wicket. Slater 118 not out, 319 for 7, as Kevin Hand gives us his thoughts on A, what he wants to happen, and B, what will happen.
Well, I think Middlesex need to find these 3 wickets very, very quickly, because the 47 run advantage that they hold in the moment in the first innings is crucial, really. Should Nottinghamshire significantly whittle away that 47 run advantage and indeed gain a lead, then Middlesex is Achilles' heel this year. The bats could well come back to haunt them one final time.
Well, I suspect it's not going to be just a normal approach, is it? They're going to have to play positively, they're going to have to get on with it, they have to score runs relatively quickly.
Yadav right arm over, padding up is Slater, no run. Well, that was what was set up at Old Trafford. What, you know, Middlesex should have been more positive when they were 19 for 5. 6 noughts in a row against Essex early this season. There's any number of pretty rough starts that I could reel off for you for Middlesex. As here's Yadav, he bowls, and this is wristily worked to square leg by Slater, and there's no run, and that's the problem, really. You know, come out to be positive, but if they're 19 for 5 again, the game could well be up tonight. And here's Yadav in bowls, and that gets the back of the bat, I think, as again Slater looks to wristily work it to the onside, and instead he snaps his head to follow the ball into the off, and he has a single.
Yes, can quickly put behind him anything that's less than 100%. Ben Slater, as always, is very good at just concentrating on the here and now, but that was a bit of a false shot. Very much like to play that again, but he'll get back into the groove and start again. It's going to be hard to dislodge. He has played some long old innings for Nottinghamshire, and this one typifying it now. Way past the 6-hour mark at the crease.
Yadav bowls to Hutton, good stride, defends to backward point, slip, a short leg and a silly point. 320 for 7.
In fact, it's very nearly 3.5 hours he's been at the crease.
Have again. A lot of flight and defence bumped to Robson at silly point.
Last year when he got his unbeaten double 100 at Durham, Stephen Mullaney declared 9 wickets down, and my interview with Ben at the end of the day, so it's the first time I've carried my bat.
Yeah, and have again. Bowles. Hutton defends just past silly point for a single on this occasion. 3-2-1 for 7.
And I had to point out it doesn't count if your captain declares 9 wickets down. It's only technically a carried your bat through the innings if the side is all out. So he might be looking for that. That's very much on here, isn't it? 3-21 for 7. With one match having finished today, Northants defeating Essex by an innings, and the result there is effectively, well, it was already signed and sealed once Essex didn't get maximum batting points, but Surrey have been confirmed as the Division 1 champions for the 2nd year in a row. It's going to be Toby Rowland-Jones, the Middlesex skipper, to bowl to Brett Hutton. That's trailed by 45. Should still be 37 hours to squeeze in today, but we've found it going dark 6:15 the last 2 nights as Hutton, little push into the offside, and there's no run. So approaching 4 o'clock now. Be very surprised if we get as many as 37 overs in from here until they do go off.
Lancashire 93 without loss in the 24th over. They trail by 74. 49 Wells, 40 Jennings. Welcome to listeners on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
Here comes the Middlesex captain, Toby Rowland-Jones, bowling from the pavilion end here at Trent Bridge. Short, and Brett Hutton goes on the pull. Managed to get it down to deep backward square where Giant Yadav does the fielding. Hutton on to 2. Made a career best score of 86 a couple of weeks ago. His first half century in something like 3 years since he returned to Trent Bridge, having had 3 years away with Northants. Took 5 wickets in the Middlesex innings, Hutton, to take him to 60 for the season. As it stands right now in Division 1, he's 1 wicket behind Simon Harmer, who of course has now finished, with the Essex game being the one match so far to be concluded. So Hutton with a chance, a real chance in the Middlesex second innings, I guess. If he can bowl as he did in the first, he could well become the leading wicket taker in the country for this season. 322 for 7. Ben Slater on strike on 119 as Rowland-Jones bowls to the left-hander, just happy to defend that, push it into the offside.
3 back for Slater. Deep square, long leg and fine leg. Long leg was up in a staggered trio this morning on the onside, and Slater just managed to clear Stoneman, chipped it over him. A couple of bounces and 4 runs. Had he been back, Slater would have gone earlier today. It was a big miss by Middlesex.
Rowland-Jones in to bowl to him once more, and he'll pull this one away on the leg side. It's in front of square and will go for 4. Really is an unforgiving outfield here. If you get some pace on the ball, it just doesn't slow up at all. It quickly scoots over the outfield and away for another Slater boundary. Moves to 123. 326 for 7.
Crucially, it's been an unforgiving surface for the bowlers, hasn't it? I mean, that's a ball, in its 15th over now, second new ball for Middlesex, and that just sat up, no pace.
Yes, it's effectively taken the bouncer out of this game, hasn't it, really? There's Rowland-Jones in once more, and that was a little loose from Slater. Might just be one of the first signs of tiredness we've seen from Ben Slater in his marathon innings here. A tired little push towards the ball outside the off stump.
Well, I think it should have taken the bouncer out of the game, braces, but Middlesex have persevered with it, haven't they?
Yeah.
Helm, at the start of this Nottinghamshire innings, really was asked to bump quite a lot. Too much for me, but then, as I say, this morning he could have had Slater had they not have put Stoneman just a little bit too far in. He was a third of the way in.
Rowland-Jones passed umpire Debenham bowls, and that's worked through mid-wicket. There'll be at least a couple here for Ben Slater. It was just a push into the gap So Nottinghamshire within 38 runs now of that Middlesex first innings total of 366. It's the end of the over. 36 overs remain in the day. The onus very much on Middlesex. Just looking there, is that a Middlesex 12th man? I remember it is a 12th man who's come rushing on and he's spoken only to the umpire and rushed off again. What's all that about? We'll never know.
Jack Davies. Umpire's following him all the way off.
No idea what that's about at all. You don't very often see.
Oh,
see
look,
that.
he's waving up. What is it? He's waved up to the ground staff there, and then he's pointed at the sawdust, has he? Pointed at something, the umpire. He waved up to somebody in the pavilion and then pointed at something on the ground. Well, the ground staff wouldn't be over there, would they?
No, they're away to our
What's he
left.
waving at?
I don't know. I guess we'll never know unless you ask at close of play. But
I've
it's
forgotten by
strange
then.
that, but well, for somebody to rush on and speak to the umpire, here's Yadav.
3 around the bat as he bowls, and that's a glorious drive by Hutton. His first boundary, I'm sure. Roland Jones gives chase but gives up. 3-3-2 for 7. Hutton moves to 6 from 8, and Nottinghamshire trail by just 34 runs now. It's a margin that really will be causing nerves for Middlesex with their woes with the bat this season. They cannot afford a bad start to their second innings here, or the game could well be up for their chances of staying in Division 1. That's pushed Silly Point back, and Yadav comes in with just 2 around the bat now. He bowls, and nice length on that one, and Hutton prodding forward, defence to points.
Trust me, Kev, we're going to get a corker of a finish here. Middlesex are going to have to score their runs quickly.
Yadav in, bowls, a lot of flight, and heaved up in the air and over long on for 6. Deepish mid-on is Tom Helm, comfortably clear of him, and Hutton doubles his tally. He's on to 12, 338 for 7.
It's just floated up there by Yadav, and I guess he's not normally treated like that by a number 9. But Brett Hutton is a solid chap, solid customer. When he puts bat to ball, he can send it a long old way, as he did there. Lovely shot.
Former Indian Test spinner Yadav steps in again now. Bowls, and has he got him on this occasion? No. It turns outside off stump. May have beaten the inside edge, taking a little bit of pad maybe through to Simpson. Simpson hops away, throwing the ball in the air. Middlesex all go up, but the umpire's finger does not.
That's something I've really noticed before with John Simpson. He does like an appeal, doesn't he? 338 for 7.
Roland Butcher says so did I go up on that one, as here's Yadav.
Next ball is...
This is pushed into the offside, no run. 338 for 7.
An update coming again for BBC Radio Nottingham listeners in just a moment, and we'll have a switcheroo in the commentary box. Get their thoughts of Roland Butcher. Just a moment as Hutton punches this down the ground to Helm at long on. And Brett Hutton will keep the strike. He's on 13, 339 for 7. We've had 97 overs. Bonus points not quite as significant in this game as normal. Floodlights are on, grey skies over Trent Bridge, but we've played non-stop since 10:30 this morning, and Nottinghamshire closing in on that Middlesex first innings score of 366. The opener, Ben Slater, been at the crease for more than 6.5 hours. He's 125 not out. He's got Brett Hutton for company at the moment. Knots are 27 behind here, and we've still got 35 overs remaining if the light holds.
Here goes Roland Jones, 339 for 7. He's got a slip in place, a backward point, and a mid-off. It's a 6-3 onside field. Short leg the closest catching as Roland Jones is in, and he bangs it in short, and in behind this one Hutton defends into the offside, and Roland Jones at the end of his follow-through is snarling, trying to roll back the years. 339 for 7, and Roland Jones slowly back to the top of his mark and ready to charge in again. Luke Wells has his 50 for Lancashire at Canterbury. Lancashire, who could hold on to 5th spot in this round with a draw, so something to play for as Roland Jones bowls, and this is driven back to him by Hutton. He gets a hand to it low to his right, so there's no run. So yeah, Lancashire 94 without loss, trailing by 73 now. Wells has 50 and Jennings 41. Should they lose 5th spots, then they would lose any prize money this year. The team that could grab that prize money and 5th spot is Somerset. They're 43 for 1, trailing Warwickshire by 15 runs in their 2nd innings. But as Dave Bracegirdle said, should Warwickshire win that game against Somerset, then Nottinghamshire with a victory here would be looking to finish above Somerset. There's a delay out there which is pausing me slightly. Umpires coming together now. What's up? It's not the light Roland Butcher, but what on earth could it be? There's been an awful lot of talking between the umpires in this game. Something else upsetting them now?
No idea whatsoever.
Well, Shortleg's making some sort of protestation back, and he's now pointing back to them, and well, we're all going to get on with it. I think there's just a bit of chat out there. Roland Jones was gnarly and snarling at the end of a follow through to Hutton a moment ago, and I don't know if Shortleg has got involved in it now as well, and that's why he had to go and say to the umpires, well, I was only giving it back to him what he gave to me. I don't know, we'll find out later perhaps as Roland Jones charges in. There's a short ball, and Hutton, we may not like him if he's angry, he hooks that one away down to deep backward square leg, where Yadav is one of the 3 posted out on the boundary for the short stuff. 340 for 7.
Yes, and Hutton not afraid to take on the short pitch delivery. Obviously this pace is not a very pacey pitch, so Roland Jones is having to hit it quite a long way down to get the bounce, but at the moment Hutton have no problems in getting hold of that pull shot.
Here's Roland Jones around the wicket from the pavilion end. He's in now, bowls, and this is short, and attempted hook from Slater through to the gloves of the keeper. It is no run, but heart in mouth moment for Slater, whether he just got a little tickle on it or glove or anything, but safely through to Simpson from his perspective. And Jones will be infused that he's able to rush the batter. There's a deep square, a long leg, and a fine leg for Roland Jones to the left-hander as well. Deep backward point, deep third as well. Only slip catching mid-off, mid-on, and cover on the single. And Roland Jones to Slater on 125. This time he goes after it again, and this time he makes a sweet connection, but all along the floor down to Higgins, who is the middle of the trio out there on the onside. John Simpson has run up to take the catch, and then he's thrown it all the way to the fielder at deep square, which was Josh de Carey's, who's had to come charging in to collect it. And the reason Simpson's done that, to wake them all up on the onside, because they need to come in, because it's the right-hander on strike now. Well,
I've still got to be careful with Hutton, because he's not the worst with the bat, and the offside field offers him opportunities. Those 3 men out in the deep for the short ball.
Roland Jones, with the last ball of his 20th over, puts it right up there, and Hutton forward defending into the offside. The alarm on my phone for rain has just gone off. Let's hope not. There was a forecast of a shower perhaps before stumps tonight. There are 34 overs to bowl. Light will become an issue obviously as well, even if it was a light shower, but this time of year, a bit of cloud cover and a low sun, it's an issue immediately for artificial light overtaking natural when it comes into play. 3-4-1 for 7. Just quickly the other scores. Surrey are 16 for 1, 21 for 1 now. They require 164 at Hampshire to end the season with a victory. The champions, Lancashire 95 without loss, still trailing by 72 at Canterbury. Northamptonshire beat Essex by an innings and 39 runs. And also in Division 1, Somerset 50 for 1 now, trailing by just 8 runs. They're 50 for 2. Goldsworthy's gone. Court Burgess, Bowl Barnard for 8. Dixon's still there on 18, so they trail by 8 runs with 8 wickets standing. Here's Yadav.
Yadav the ball to Slater. He's round the wicket and bowled and driven off the outer half of the bat, but he's going to get a single. It goes all the way out to the point boundary. Return comes in, so with that he moves to 127 now. Slater brings Hutton on strike. Hutton's moved nicely on to 14.
How concerned are you by the Middlesex top order going into this third innings of the match, Butch?
Well, we'll just wait and see. And Hutton stroking this one pleasantly out to long on, gets an easy single and rotates the strike, so brings Slater back on strike. They would have hoped to have kept him on strike for a little bit longer, but Hutton has shown us this season that he's no mug with the bat, so it's not a foregone conclusion that he will just give his wicket away.
I mean, this is becoming a one-innings match now, isn't it? It could become an innings defeat for Middlesex if this partnership goes on too much. They only trail by 23 now. But if it becomes a one-innings match, there's only 1 day left.
Get off balls, and he's forward. Slater, and shot we've seen for a day and a half now, just defends it on the offside, and showing lots of patience, which he's done right from the off throughout this innings. As Yadav rung the wicket once more again and bowls to Slater, and he's, oh my word, how did that miss the stump? Giving himself a bit of room, looking to cut it square on the offside. It kept a bit low.
They backed up so much to Yadav, haven't they?
Very well taken there by Simpson, and that must have been a whisker away from the off stump. It just didn't turn. He was expecting it to turn, and it just kept going. Yadav in and bowls, and he's going to get a single here as he works it nicely through the mid-wicket area. Mid-on has to run around to his left, gets the single and goes to 128, brings Hutton on strike for the final delivery of this over from Yadav. He's now gone 27, this is his 28th over. He's got 2 for 103. There's a long one in place for Hutton. Yadav bowls, and Hutton strokes this pleasantly off the back foot up to long on. Gets an easy single and will retain the strike. So, nice rotation of the strike by the tail ender. And at the end of that over, it's 345 for 7.
Well, they broke the habit of a season in the first innings here, Middlesex, when they racked up 366, having only claimed 2 batting points all season prior to this match. Then they claimed 3 in the first innings here. As Dave Bracegirdle was saying, our colleague from BBC Radio Nottingham, they'll have to start pretty boldly, Middlesex, won't they? Because time is running out in the game, and again, a one-innings match with Middlesex needing a victory and only 1 day left. Then they've got to get runs on the board.
Well, before that, they've got to get these 3 wickets. So
well, that's where an innings defeat comes into it. Never mind an innings.
It's not foregone conclusion that you'll just wrap it up.
Never mind a one-innings match. It could be an innings defeat.
Not the way the pitch is played already. You've got to try and earn these wickets.
Roland Jones around the wicket, slipping a short leg. He's in from the pavilion end. He bowls short, and Hutton pulls him away. And on the bounce, a couple of bounces out there, a rolling, tumbling Ethan Bamber stops the ball and holds them to just a single.
Yeah, powerful pull shot there by Hutton. Not afraid to take the shot on. .20 is the deficit now. Any sort of lead here for Nottinghamshire will be putting all sorts of tremors through Middlesex fans, having seen positions like 4 for 4, 20 for 5, 19 for 5. Roland Jones in, bowls, and this ball's clipped to mid-wicket, where a wide mid-on is Eskenazi coming around and preventing a single deep mid-wicket setback. They have been a second innings side. Well, Nottingham should know that at Lords, when Notts set them 2-4-7 to win off 40 overs after a day of rain on the final day and just a session left of the match. And Middlesex chased it down. Peter Milan, Max Holden among the heroes in that innings. I'm going to have to go out and set something on this occasion, as Roland Jones is past the umpire, still around the wicket. He bowls short and it's hooked. It's a brilliant shot. Fine effort by De Carey's. It was an outstanding effort by De Carey's. Low to his left. He threw out a hand to try and flick it back in, but it was so powerfully pulled by Slater. And that's the 350 up for Nottinghamshire, an emphatic way to do so. 350 for 7, 132 for Slater. Yeah, short ball. It hit was tremendous power. De Carey's did really well. He's out on the boundary. There is a short boundary, so he really hasn't got a lot of room to play with. dived and just got a hand to it, couldn't stop it going over.
Here's Roland Jones's response. It's short and it's gone again. 4 more in front of the deep square, comfortably in front of the deep square. 3-5-4 for 7. Nottinghamshire trail by just 12 runs. Middlesex have a problem here. They have to wrap this up. The ball's in its 19th over. The short ball theory for me just has not worked today, Roland Butcher.
Yeah, well, the fire really is not in the bowling anymore. You've got a set batsman who's there in the 130s, so it's food and drink really. You should be seeing, he's been at the crease over 6 hours, so he's seeing the ball pretty well.
Midway through his run up, Roland Jones got 2 balls left to the over. He bowls, and this one is on a line and length and defended to cover. And he's got his hands on his face, Roland Jones, feeling he was nearly through. Did feel as though he was a little late on that Slater, in that he wasn't forward perhaps after the last 2 bumpers.
Yeah, obviously hanging the back on the back foot, but still in good enough form to still get forward and defend.
.354 for 7. 99.5 overs bowled in this innings, and Roland Jones, turning by a pile of sawdust, sprints in and bowls full and straight and defended to mid-on. Slater 136, Hutton 17. The last wicket Harrison caught. Simpson bowled Roland Jones for 27. This partnership's worth 35, of which Hutton has 17. So ball's 19 overs old, so a new ball for Yadav to bowl with. It really does feel as though it's the overseas off-spinner that needs to help Middlesex out of this hole here. They've got 12 runs to play with in this first innings, and for me it desperately felt as though they needed a first innings advantage, Roland Butcher.
Yeah, I think Roland Jones will probably take a breather now. It's probably him or Bamba would come into the attack to have a run out. But at the moment, these 2 batters, Slater, he's 136, has been there a long time really. He's batted exceptionally well, as Yadav took Hutton with a slip and the 4 short leg, and Hutton is forward and just defends the ball out on the offside, and there's no run. Hutton is on 17, and Slater, yeah, really Slater's batted very well. He's been the sheet anchor really. He's been the glue of this innings. 136 as this delivery, Hutton struck on the pad and given not out here by the umpire. Loud appeal by the Middlesex bowler, and fielders close to the bat.
Just outside the line.
Struck on the pad.
Big man as well, isn't he?
Height could also be a problem. We can't see it properly, but replay will show us that. This delivery, Hutton is forward, and it just comes off the inner half of the bat, rolls past the short leg to mid wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, he's a big man, isn't he? And it did hit high up on the pad.
354 for 7, and I think Hutton just waiting for the ball to be in his heart. He loves to go over the top. This one is there, and he's forward defensively. There's now a very straight mid-on in place, literally standing right in front of the non-striker. So he's probably about 20 metres away as Yadav bowls to Hutton, and he's forward again defending. It goes straight to that fielder at that short mid-on position, and there is no run.
100 up for Lancashire, Butch. 105 without loss. They trail by 58 at Canterbury now.
And Hutton showing good patience here as Yadav bowls, and he's forward, and that goes off the outside edge to point. Over completed. It's a maiden over to Yadav, and it's now 354 for 7.
Sorry, 28 for 2 at Hampshire. Sibley and Smith are out. Dawson and Abbott. They require another 157 more for victory. Victory parade for Surrey. One way or the other down there. They've been lifted, having been crowned champions today with Essex's defeat at Northamptonshire. Well, it was Essex's failure in that first innings to reach 400. They were 211 all out and then skittled for 119. Josh de Carey's is on, and I think this is the right move. I said earlier, I think spin needs to play a very big part for Middlesex in this innings. Ethan Bamber is the other one. This morning a few had commented that he's looked the pick of the bowling in the match from both sides, Bamber, but hasn't got the wickets return. Hutton blasted through a 5 for in that Middlesex first innings. 366, 354 for 7, Nottinghamshire in reply. Somerset 66 for 2. Lead by 8 runs with 8 wickets standing against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Most of the Division 1 scores go through Division 2 in a moment as De Carey's around the wicket. Begins the over to Slater, who's forward, bat and pad together. Defends the ball into the onside. An exasperated yelp from the field, hoping that inside edge was about to be beaten. Leicestershire 9 without loss. They trailed Durham by 305 runs as they follow on at Chesterley Street. A lot of flight from De Carey's on this. It's pushed back by Slater. No run again. Glamorgan 301 for 5. They trail Derbyshire by 149. That match at Cardiff still in its first innings. So Hove in a moment, but De Carey's bowls, and this is turned away just fine of mid-wicket for a single, and Slater's on to 137. 355 for 7. Sussex declaring their second innings 505 for 7. 128 for Coles. In that innings, James Coles, Hudson Prentice with a not out 71. 79 from Tom Alsop. 50s as well for Clark and Orr. Gloucestershire in reply 44 for 3. Here's De Carey's right arm over to Hutton, drives a single down to long on. 2 to come of the over, 356 for 7. The left-hander back onto strike. Charlesworthy, Dent and Bracey gone. Ollie Price and Hammond together, 44 for 3. Gloucester requiring a mere 469 more to win. At Hove and Worcestershire, Division 1 bound behind Durham, 17 for 2, leading Yorkshire by 144 in their second innings. Headingley, De Carey's around the wicket from the pavilion end here at Trent Bridge. He bowls and Slater defends into the offside, and there's no run. 1 ball to come of De Carey's 12th over, 1 for 45. He's been one of the highlights of the season for Middlesex in a difficult year. Young batter who's come in and established himself as an off spinner as he's bowling now, and there's the end of the over. A solid defence. Thou shalt not pass from Slater as he shows the full face. In defence, 137. Hutton will have strike on 18. 356 for 7. You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra with Dave Bracegirdle of BBC Radio Nottingham, myself Kevin Hand of BBC Radio London, and the former England and Middlesex opener Roland Butcher.
Yeah, and just the 2 singles coming off that Josh De Carey's over, keeping it pretty straight, pretty tight, and both players, Slater and Hutton, quite happy to just defend when needed and then nudge the single. But yeah, that will continue, and Hutton's on strike. 355 for 7. Yadav bowls, and he's going onto the back foot and nearly plays that into his wicket as he's trying to defend. Ball goes from bat to ground and just ends up at slip. It's a bit of luck there for Hutton. I think Hutton's just waiting for the ball to be above the eye line. He wants to clear the boundary in front of us here as Yadav bowls to Hutton, and it's driven beautifully through the offside for 4. That's not the shot of a tail-ender. That's an authentic extra cover drive to a wideish delivery, given some air, and the key there really was the width. And on this occasion, Hutton decides to hit it through extra cover, which he did with perfect timing. Gets himself a boundary, and the score, he goes into the 20s once more, and the score goes now on to 360. So just 6 runs behind now as this one is pushed into the offside for an easy single, as there's nobody at extra cover. The fielder has to come from backward point. So Hutton gets a single, goes to the non-strikers end and brings Slater on strike. Slater's on 137, 5 runs, Notts trail, and still got 3 wickets in hand. Yadav around the wicket to Slater, and he's off the back foot and just playing that ball easily out to extra cover boundary and gets a single once more. Just literally strolled the single. Goes to 138. Brings Hutton back on strike. 2 men in the deep, long off, long on, and a deep mid wicket. And Hutton's off the back foot and gets an easy single. Good cricket again. He just stands up and just pushes it with a straight bat to extra cover. There isn't an extra cover. So once again, backward point has to do the job. So runs coming along quite easily here. No great threat.
They trail by just 3 runs now as well.
Yep. And that's once more he's rung the wicket now and bowls and he's forward. That's a shot we've seen for a day and a half now by Slater. Very watchful. At no time has he throughout this innings decided to change gear and dominate. He's just been steady all the way through. Really, he's played the sheet anchor role exceptionally well. Let everybody else come and play around him, and he's been the one constant in that he's just kept defending and picking off the bad delivery.
Kent will feel pretty happy with life right now. Despite Lancashire's solid start, Middlesex have got their work cut out here, and what Nottinghamshire are doing. 1, they're going to give themselves a great chance of getting a bite at what's been a fragile top order for Middlesex when they come out to begin their second innings, but 2, they are heavily strengthening the hand of Stephen Mullaney, the Nottinghamshire skipper, when Middlesex potentially come cap in hand. Even if they have a good start, Middlesex, to their innings at some point, with time running out in this match, they're going to surely have to go to Mullaney and say, look, give us some runs, and what do you want to chase? As here's to Carey's 3-6-3 for 7. He bowls, and that's wristily driven down to long on by Hutton, just right over the top of it. Rides that off spin on the drive and picks up a single. They trail by 2 runs, Nottinghamshire. So if you're a Kent fan looking at this,
if I was Nottinghamshire, I would have a different approach. My approach would be, first of all, I'm going to get as much of a lead as I can.
Carey's bowls, and this ball's into the block hole, dug out with an inside edge onto the toe by Slater, falls into the offside. And forgive me, say that again.
Yeah, I'm gonna get as big a lead as I can.
Yeah.
And really, what I'm saying to you is, well, if you want to make a game of this, you're going to have to take the chances.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's to Carey's bowls, and this ball's pushing away into the offside from Slater. 3-6-4 for 7.
So when you bat, you're going to have to bat positively, which gives me a chance of also bowling you out.
Butch, if they're 20 ahead, and they're only 2 behind at the moment, Middlesex have been in some terrible, terrible top order positions this year. As to Carey's rasps that one down, and it's defended.
So I would leave it all to you. So you've got to do the pressing with the bat. You've got to make the declaration, and you've got
you wouldn't get involved in a negotiation at all.
No, not at all.
To Carey's bowls, and this ball's pushed up to mid-off, and a quick single's taken. 3-6-5 for 7. The only thing I'd say to that is Middlesex absolutely have to win, so could offer you something very, very generous to do so.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, by virtue of me doing what I do, you'll have to do that to give yourself a chance, and that gives me another chance of winning. So I'm not making any deal with you.
Yeah. That's almost the point, isn't it? There's barely a deal to be done. It'll be what Mullaney says. Which, as I say, this is strengthening the hand of Nottinghamshire. Mullaney all the way. They trail by just 1 run now as De Carey's his right arm over. He's got a man on the drive on the onside and floats this one up nicely under the nose of Hutton, who defends into the vacant offside. There's only a fielder at deep cover and a mid-off, so the wicket keeper and a deepish backward point all scurry into the covers to prevent a single. 3-6-5 for 7, Nottinghamshire. They trail by 1 run in their first innings here at Trent Bridge.
Yes, and it's just only a matter of time really before that deficit is erased. But just getting back to my point is that, say for instance I get a 50-run lead,
and it could be over tonight.
then really, you're going to have to bat attractively to first get rid of that lead, and then if you want to have a chance at winning, set me a total. And in trying to set me a total, you've got to take chances. So you could also find yourself in trouble.
Oh yeah, they're a long way off from talking to Mullaney, because they've got to get themselves out of trouble here first, Middlesex. They're in a lot of trouble, and that's where I'm coming at from a Kent perspective. If you're Kent looking at this right now, you're thinking Middlesex have got their work cut out to get a victory there.
Yeah, I mean, Kent would be feeling quite pleased in the position that they're in themselves. You know, in saying that, they could get beaten as well. Ken?
Middlesex will live in hope.
Yep, changing bowling, and Helm comes back into the attack. 366 for 7. Slater on strike on 139. Just one slip in place now. He's in the second slip really, and then there's a ring of fielders.
Yeah, there's no rush. I was thinking it must be close.
There's a square leg saving one. There's a mid-off. Huge gap on the offside. Plenty of space on the leg side as Helm comes in now, bows, and that's pulled onto long leg. Fielder doesn't have to move. Control pull all along the ground. He gets a single. So the applause comes out as the scores are level, and still 3 wickets in hand. So it's now 366 for 7 as Dave Bracegirdle comes back into the hot seat, having taken over from Kevin. Field changes for the right-hander as Hutton prepares to take strike. There's still just a one slip. The field's still really well spread, particularly on the leg side. There's lots of fielders on the boundary as Helm into Hutton, bowls short, and Hutton pulls just to the left of the square leg, who dived. I'm not sure, I guess that ball was played into the ground. I didn't see it properly, but it didn't look as if it was a catch. But
there's the lead. Notts have the lead.
He gets a single, so Notts lead by 1. It's now 367 for the loss of 7. Slater comes back on strike. He's on 140. So his next target really would be 150. As Helm with number 7 on his back in bowls, and Slater's hitting this one. He's going to be out. Short ball. He was hitting that one. He didn't try to control that one by hitting it down. He hit it in the air. He was looking to hit it for 6. And that was his downfall, and yet I've settled on it out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Takes the catch, so Helm gets the breakthrough. The end of a marathon innings by Ben Slater. Smith lasted for some 284 balls for his 140, and he's receiving now a big hand from this crowd here at Trent Bridge.
Applause in the background for terrific innings from Ben Slater. He's just been dismissed for 140. It really was a marathon knock from the left-handed opener, who was at the crease for 7 hours. Has just pulled a short ball from Helm out to the deep mid-wicket fence, where he was comfortably taken. Notts have just taken the lead. The ball before that Slater dismissal. They're 1 in front here. 367 for 8.
Yes, and they're not total of 140 for Slater. Just 3 runs coming down the ground. 3 in the mid-off area, none in the mid-on area. So very strong square the wicket on both sides of the field. So the new batter comes to the crease now with its ball, and he'll probably want to join in the fun as well. He's been sitting there watching all day. Now he gets the opportunity to come in and use his bat.
Yeah, maybe for the last time. Maybe he'll get an opportunity in the second innings. Jake Ball is another one that really over the years has flattered to deceive. I can remember him as a young man relatively early on in his first class career getting a 49 not out against Warwickshire. He hit Jeeton Patel away for 3 or 4 big sixes in that innings, and always thought, well, certainly got it in him. If he can play an innings like that, 49 not out, he could maybe go on and get a really big score. But we've seen nothing over the years since.
But even for Ball, the field is still well spread as Helm bowls the balls, and he just jumps, expecting the ball to bounce a little bit higher. It doesn't, but he gets enough on it to defend it on the offside. And pretty much the same field as for the regular batters. as he's about to make the change now. Looks as if a short leg is going to come in place. Calls for the helmet, but there's a long leg, there's a fine leg, and there's a deep square leg all on the boundary, and the short leg in place now as Helm in and bows the ball short, and he ducks onto that one. Doesn't really bounce, goes on the half volley to the wicketkeeper Simpson, who doesn't take it cleanly. So Notts lead by 1. It's now 367 for 8. Middlesex would love to wrap this up as soon as possible. Then they'll have a little tricky session themselves to bat this evening. Not a lot to gain, but quite a lot to lose. As Helm, with 2 balls left in his 19th over, bowls down the leg side, and a weary delivery, but it's a good take by Simpson, and no ball call by the umpire. Obviously striving for extra pace. Helm just overstepping, so 269, lead goes to 3. So Helm still with 2 balls remaining. He's got 2 for 58. Starts his run in. Bowls, and that's a length delivery, but it's nicely played by Ball as he comes onto the front foot. Strokes it out to cover point and gets a single. So he gets off the mark. Leads 4. Over completed. Another helmet comes onto the field, so probably Simpson. Is there going to be another short leg, or is he going to stand up?
I don't know. You just said it's going to be a tricky little session for Middlesex. It's got to get these 2 wickets, but I think then they've just got to go out and get on with it. They've got to somehow by lunch tomorrow get themselves 200 in front, and it doesn't matter if they have a bit of collateral, if they lose a few wickets in the process. They've just got to get on with it and get themselves into a position where come lunchtime tomorrow they can say, right, well, perhaps not enough runs, but we've got 200 and we've got to give ourselves 2 sessions to bowl Notts out for a second time.
Ideally what the collateral could be this evening.
Well, it could be, but there is the Carey's from the pavilion end, bowls driven into the offside. There's no run, but also additionally you could be 100 for 1 or 2, and you could have done half your work this evening, and could be in a nice position tomorrow morning as Jake Ball decides he's going to bow out of Trent Bridge with a shot or 2. Didn't quite reach the pavilion rope there, but lifted it high down the ground. A couple of bounces and over the ropes for 4, having a bit of a go at De Carey's. Nice from Jake Ball. He's on to 5, 374 for 8. Notts lead by 8. It's just Dane Patterson to come, and I would imagine he'll bat in the similarly adventurous mode. It's usually block or hit with Dane. See ball, hit ball, so that might be...
Well, if I was Hutton, I'd be having a word with Ball on 26. Enjoying the stay at the wicket.
There's the Carey's in to bowl. He's backed away, missed that. Just backed away too far. It goes through to Simpson. This pair actually made their Nottinghamshire first-class debuts, or made their first-class debuts on the same day they were playing for Notts against the MCC in the Champion County game in Abu Dhabi in 2011. Jake's last match for Notts as he runs this one off the outside edge. On an angle of 45, Helmfield, single taken, 375 for 8. There is perhaps another batting point up for grabs if Notts can get 25 runs in 4 overs and 2 balls. Not out of the question if they can find the middle with 1 or 2 here, as De Carey's tosses it up, and Brett Hutton has sent this many a mile up into the sky and has been caught, and that is the end of Brett Hutton. Gone for 26. Second wicket for De Carey's, and it means that Middlesex have got maximum bowling points. I know it's an irrelevance really, because the bigger picture is all about winning the game, but they're getting close to bowling Notts out. That's 9 down, 375 for 9, and Hutton has been well caught by the skipper Roland Jones from the bowling of De Carey's for 26. Only faced 35 balls, 2 4s and a 6, and Ball and Patterson. I think they used to say, didn't they? Let's start the mower or start the roller. Applause then for Brett Hutton. And here comes Dane Patterson, who, when Middlesex do bat again, of course, Dane Patterson is on 49 wickets for the season, and I've talked a time or two about milestones today. I know he'd love for the third season running to reach that 50 wicket mark. Here he comes.
Sure, he'd like to get a few runs if he hasn't had the best of times with the bat. You doubt that possibility, Dave?
I'm not anticipating this will be a lengthy partnership. It might be swish out. It might middle one or two, but I would think we're fairly close to seeing the Middlesex openers rushing off and putting their pads on. I don't think we'll be too far away. It's got one ball left in this over. There is a touch of gloves, no doubt a word between the two of them, Jake Ball and Dane Patterson. It's difficult for a fielding side when somebody with Patterson's eye comes out to the middle, because he generally will just take it upon himself just to go hard, and sometimes he has whacked it many a mile, and then another time, as I say, he's swished and been comprehensively cleaned up, and you don't really know how to set a field to that sort of player. Let's see what he does. One ball left here. Might have a look at De Carey's. He might have a go first ball. De Carey's bowls to him on. He's kept that one out. So I think that's possibly the best result all round for Nottinghamshire, because it means they can have another little chat now, and Jake can decide what they're going to do, because he'll be on strike.
Yes, and just wondered if De Carey's had given that one a bit of air, what would have transpired after that. Instead he bowled it flat and shorter, which allowed Patterson to defend.
20-5 now. We finished, due to light, 6:15 on the first day. In fact, we did get to the end of the allocated overs, although we'd lost an awful lot of time prior to then, and then last night went off at 6:10 with overs remaining. It was just too dark, so it's the sort of time you're looking at.
Yep, not too sure Patterson's going to want to get down this end. I think he'd be quite happy for ball to take as much as a strike, and he will look after the Carey's. Helm with a slip and a short extra cover in bowls, and that's worked away off his legs down to long leg, and single taken off the first ball. So Patterson gets what he doesn't want.
I don't know about that. I don't know as he's got a preferred type of bowler to face. He will just stand there as if he's in the nets, and if it's in his arc, he'll have a hit at it, whether it's a slow ball, a spinning ball, or a quick ball.
I think should get a couple of short balls. I think short legs, could put a short leg in there.
Got 3 out on the leg side fence. Not entirely sure that's totally necessary. Let's see.
He's into Patterson in bowls. Patterson ducks even before he delivers that one. It was shortish, not really a bouncer, but he was ducking under it.
That's just a waste of a delivery.
Taking his eye off the ball.
A full straight delivery would be what I would be saying to Helm. He might hit one, yeah, but he won't hit two.
But that should follow the short ball. You've got to get him thinking back first, and him in again and bowls down the leg side, going for that full length delivery. Didn't quite get the line right. Taken by Simpson, batsman swishing away down the leg side, making no contact. 376 for 9, the lead 10. Not of any significance at the moment, but the last bit at the crease, as with 2 for 60 is halfway through his 20th over in Balls to Patterson, and Patterson is hitting this one through mid-wicket. Is going up towards the boundary. Has the ball got the legs? It's just going to creep through, and he gets 4. Going for the Yorker, and getting the bat down on that one. There's acres of space on the leg side in front of the wicket, and there's just a mid-on and deep square leg, so there's a lot of room.
There is still, of course, that extra batting point. 20 runs away now.
380 as Hem bowls. And he ducks under that short one. Didn't fancy that too much. He was backing away first and then coming back into line to duck under it. Didn't bounce that much, but it went through to the keeper. Ball 7, Patterson 4. Lead now 14 as with the final delivery of this over. Bowls, and that's turned him around. He's jumped into the line trying to turn on the onside. Ball ends up at extra cover, over completed. 380 for 9.
Yeah, remarkably sensible cricket from Jake Ball and Dane Patterson there. 5 from that particular over, so that's 107 overs bowled. Nottinghamshire have 3 overs here if they want to get an extra batting point. 20 runs needed, so might need 1 or 2 out of the middle, either Jake Ball or Dane Patterson. I'd imagine it's going to be De Carey's again. If anything is floated up, that either of them would look to take on that challenge of belting it down the ground for runs. So long on and long off are posted. Ball on strike is leaving Nottinghamshire the end of the season, effectively have to play tomorrow. Still going to carry on playing. Understand he's got a number of options. Works this on the leg side and there's no run. You'd assume they know that they need 20 runs in now 17 balls for an extra point, but never entirely sure with tail enders if they're reading the script or up with the game. And again, Ball happy to just nudge it out onto the offside. There's certainly ones to be taken there if Jake wants to just push and run and get Patterson back on strike. De Carey's figures of 2 for 52 in his 15th over. Comes in again. Oh, reverse for 4. Wow! Wow! Listen to the crowd. That was as good as anything we've seen today, I think. It was certainly premeditated. He's quickly into position. That's obviously one that has been practising in the nets out of sight of the general public and probably everybody else. Everybody collectively went, wow. Nice shot, Jake Ball for 4. He's on to 11. 384 for 9.
Yes, a reverse lap.
It was out the middle, wasn't it? We saw Matthew Montgomery play a few, but it didn't hit it as sweet as that. There's De Carey's in again, and this time he does go big into the offside. It's in the air and will be caught, and knots are all out. Middlesex have done what they needed to do. They've restricted Nottinghamshire to a first innings lead of 18. They've bowled knots out for 384. Dane Patterson 4 not out. Jake Ball last out. Good catch by Sam Robson on the cover boundary, diving to his left, had to make up a little bit of ground and then throw himself away to his left. Held it well. Josh De Carey's with his 3rd wicket, 3 for 56. And well, I've been saying all along, I've just got the feeling in my water that it's going to be a good day today. There is going to be a cracking conclusion one way or another to this one. We know that Middlesex need to win. There's a long old chat going on out there between some of the Middlesex players and the officials. I can only speculate. Well, I can't even speculate. No idea what it's about. But well done, Middlesex today.
Well, I guess about the type of roller.
Yeah. In fact, you're absolutely right, because that is that a light roller was half. I don't know if they've got a bigger one than that, but anyway, whatever roller was making its way out to the middle has been summarily dismissed by the umpires. Off you go, get off there, because normally it's 7 minutes rolling between innings if they've opted to take the roller. But Toby Rowland-Jones and his team have said no. So star man of that innings, undoubtedly Ben Slater, who made 140. It's the top scorer in the match, just found his way 3 runs beyond Ryan Higgins, 137. Joe Clark reaching 1,000 for the season, he made 70. Matthew Montgomery 52 from 56 balls today. But some handy little contributions there. Lyndon James 19, Calvin Harrison 27, Brett Hutton 26, and even Jake Ball at the end 11 runs. So 384. Nottinghamshire with an 18-run lead. What have we got today? The board's showing 22 overs remaining. I don't know if the 2 have been taken off for the change of innings or not, but whether we've got 20 or 22 Roland. Middlesex got to get some runs this evening, haven't they? Make life easier for them tomorrow.
Yes, but they can't be too adventurous either, because they know if they lose 2 or 3 wickets today, how hard the job's going to be tomorrow. So it's going to be a watchful session on their part and try to get to close the play without losing too many wickets.
You see, we're yin and yang. You're saying go out there and don't be sensible, don't lose wickets today, save your wickets for tomorrow and then go hard. So you're going with Robson and Stoneman, the traditional openers, and go out there and play as openers.
Well,
I'm saying shuffle the pack, get somebody out there, crack on, get 100 tonight.
Well, that would be nice, but I can't see that happening. They won't come out playing shots tonight, because if you lose 2 or 3 wickets, then really you're struggling tomorrow to 1, set a target, and 2, maybe even save the game. So the best thing to do is to try and get through tonight. Losing, if you lose 1 wicket maximum, get through tonight. If you play all the overs and reassess the situation tomorrow. I don't think you're going to win the game today, or put yourself in a position to.
Well, can Middlesex win this game?
I would say it is highly unlikely, but in the game you really don't know.
Because the follow-up question is, you're the captain. The follow-up question is, how many overs do you want, and how many are you prepared to leave Nottinghamshire? And that's going to be the equation that Toby Rowland-Jones is balancing in his mind right now, surely.
No, but the problem for Toby Rowland-Jones is that there's no deterioration in this pitch in terms of making it a real advantage for a bowling side, right? I think for Notts to lose this game, second innings they'll have to bat pretty badly in order to lose this game. I don't think Middlesex will be able to bowl Notts out because the pitch is deteriorated and batting is difficult. I don't think that will happen.
You misunderstand me. I have elevated you now to Middlesex skipper here, Roland. You can't be saying we can't win this game. You've got to be saying we're gonna win this. So how are you going to win it? You've got to get runs on the board and give yourself as much time as possible, surely.
The reason why I'm saying that you're going to struggle to win this game is that this is a tricky session now.
Yeah.
Right. So you've got to be extremely careful. So you could finish the day not losing many wickets, but I don't suspect that you will have many runs either. So tomorrow morning is a different day. You're going to have to bat. Depending on how the inning starts will dictate how quickly you bat. And then really, to give Notts a short chase, because you can't give them a long chase. It's going to have to be a short chase. And the pitch is still pretty good. So really, Notts hold all the aces. All the aces.
Well, I'm giving you 2 aces now. Are you taking, as captain of Middlesex right now, are you taking 35 for none tonight or 105 for 3?
I'm taking 35 for none.
Ooh.
Because that 100 you're talking about could be 100 for 6. and the game is over.
Well, there's the bell ringing. Of course, I'm just playing devil's advocate. We don't know what's going to happen. Roland, of course, is right in his approach that the more wickets you've got in hand, the harder Middlesex can go tomorrow in the last hour before lunch. But I guess the fact they can rattle along this evening, or if they could rattle along this evening, would make it a little easier from them. I was only tugging at his chains there. Just obviously Roland's approach is absolutely the right one to set the platform, but wouldn't it be fun if they went out there tonight? Let's see what Kevin Ann thinks.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, I think Middlesex, well, you go back to the game at at Lords when they were set 247 to win off 40. They sent Eskenazi out to open with Stoneman. Robson dropped down to something like number 6, 7 or 8, didn't he, in the order, Robson?
Was that at Lords?
Yeah,
against
when
Notts,
they put Eskenazi up to open. And of course they've got
he went in the first over.
Well, yeah, they've got Eskenazi and Holden, who are the 100 players for Middlesex, and Helm as a bowler for tomorrow when it comes to it. Because at some point Middlesex have to make a move, don't they? And the question is, do they make that move tonight or do they make it tomorrow morning? What we've seen with this ball is that once you get past the new ball, it does look pretty flat out there. Both sides racking up 350 in late September with heavy overheads. It's a slowish pitch, which is probably to the saving of the batters because it is late September and we've had heavy overheads throughout. So with this slowish surface, I think Middlesex, it's basically 3 sessions and just over half a session left, isn't it? So I think there's a lot they could lose in this session. Well, I don't think there's a lot they can win, which actually, where you said, what was it, 105 for 3 or 35 without loss?
I'm sacking Roland and I'm promoting you now to captain of Middlesex. Are you taking 35 for none or 105 for 3?
Probably 35 without loss, to be honest. Yeah, because I agree with Butch in that you could lose it in this session. You'll do well to win it at this point because you're up against the new ball as well. Get past this new ball and then you've got if Robson and Stoneman can keep going, great. If they don't, then you've got Holden and Eskenazi and Higgins and Simpson. That's a powerful middle order to carries. There's a lot of
if you're 105 for 3 tonight, you might give yourself time to get to 300 tomorrow by lunch, or 280 and have 15 minutes at Notts before lunch.
This is Middlesex. I mean, honestly, that's what I've been saying all day. I just worry that Middlesex, it's 19 for 5 again, 20 for 5, 4 for 4, the 6 ducks in a row.
Right. Let's forget all that. And
no, don't.
No, I was going to say, and let's come back to reality. What do you think the close of play score will be tonight?
45 for 2.
Oh, I was going to say 45 for 1. So there we are.
Who are the 2 out? Who's the 1 out for you?
Well, I don't know. I've no idea.
I mean, Robson and Stoneman, they need one of these 2. Robson's got 2 centuries this season. And of the recognised batters, Higgins is obviously one, but he's been playing the all-rounder alone. But Robson, take Higgins out of the equation. For those that go in purely to score runs, Robson is the only person who's really done it, averaging 32. The rest are averaging mid to low 20s, high teens. Mark Stoneman would dearly love to go out with a flourish here, and he scores quickly, doesn't he?
Yeah.
So,
or he certainly used to. I've not seen as much of him as I used to see him when he was in the Durham side. They always seem to be playing Notts and Durham on a regular basis.
Well, if it's Stoneman that gets the century in this innings, if he can hang around, then Middlesex will do it at a rate of knots, won't they?
Well, we might just have a little bit of insight, Kevin, onto the approach this evening, because my morning guest that I trailed, or one of my morning guests, has just popped in. We'll bring Kevin Hand back in 10 or 15 minutes, but I'm pleased that we have got a guest in. Thanks, Kevin. I'll apologise and say thank you on air and off air as Brett Hutton starts and bowls. It's because Notts coach Paul Franks has popped in to say hello.
Afternoon, Dave.
I said to the boy, Paul might pop up this morning, and there were 1 or 2 knocks on the door, and
yeah,
we're having
sorry.
No, absolutely delighted you've come across and said hello late in the day. Let's hope it's not that late in the day. 22 overs. If we get them all in, this could yet turn into a cracker of a game, couldn't it?
Yeah, I think it's
Hutton bowling, sorry Paul. Stoneman defends 0 for 0.
I think we'd all feel like it's set up in a good place. Obviously there's a lot on it for Middlesex, where everybody's aware of that, and we're desperately keen to finish on a high and get to where we feel like we deserve in this fixture as well. We've invested a lot into it, so how Middlesex approach this last period of play, as it does get a little bit gloomy at this time of year, at this time of night, doesn't it? So it'll be a good watch.
There's Hutton. 5 wickets in the first innings. Bowles cut into the offside, and there's no run. He's 1 wicket behind Simon Harmer. I'm sure he played it down. He was asked last night in his post match interview. He's been mentioned, or it's been mentioned to him a time or two over the last 2 or 3 weeks. He'd love to be leading wicket taker in the country, wouldn't he?
Oh, he knows.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
He's been excellent all year, and I think if he does get into that space, it'll be a really strong reflection. Look, he's had an outstanding season, and if he does get into that space, it'll be due reward for what's been a fantastic effort.
There he comes. Umpires have changed ends, of course. So Ben Debenham at this end. Mark Stoneman drives this up to mid-on, and there's no run. I've mentioned a time or two to Kevin, who wasn't aware, and no reason he should have been aware. All those years ago, I don't know if you were still playing, but you'd certainly been around that time that Durham were up all night because their hotel was on fire in the gym. They were out on the street all night, didn't get any sleep, and came here and beat Notts in a run chase. Stoneman and Mustard went out there.
I think I remember that one, yeah.
Yeah, it was a long old time ago, as Hutton bowls to him again, and he's away, partially stopped by Montgomery on the offside, but there's a single. Pluses today, obviously, Ben Slater's terrific knock, Joe Clark, again a really good knock, but passing 1,000 for the season. Thought Matthew Montgomery played very nicely.
Yeah, I think that's fair, Dave. I think all three of them will be happy with how they've gone about their work. I think Slats has played, to make back-to-back home hundreds towards the end of the summer is a really good effort. I think Clarkie's been in great nick across the last probably 2 months. So yeah, they've both played really well in this innings in particular. Monty's had a challenging year in many ways, but we know how high quality he can be and what he's got to offer moving forward. So I'm sure all three will be delighted with their contribution.
Here's Hutton bowling to Sam Robson, his first ball. He's got a fine record against Notts. Sam Robson is off the mark first ball with a single. Yeah, young Monty, Matthew Montgomery. I wasn't entirely sure today whether he's right-hander or left-hander. He seemed to have played as many reverses as he did orthodox shots. Lovely knock.
Yeah, and that's one of his biggest strengths. I think that's one of the things that sort of initially caught the eye when we were running our eyes over him, was his ability to do the unorthodox really, really well. I think we might consider it to be unorthodox, Dave, as old timers, but he sort of takes to it quite easily and finds a way to make it look really effective. He works really hard at it. We saw some of it today, playing out really nicely for him.
You can't call yourself an old timer. Here's Jake Ball. We're talking about reverse sweeps. I think perhaps the best one today was played by Jake, and you can hear the crowd all around us just suddenly go, wow!
Yeah, there was a bit of that. I don't think we're going to hear the back of that for a bit now.
Nice yesterday, in a sense, sad in another sense. Obviously saying farewell to Jake and to Samit Patel. Just talk to you for a split second about that as he comes in his first ball. Jake Ball is wide of the off stump. It's always sad when somebody leaves. Memories of your own last game, I guess, inevitable, but nice to give him a good send off.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought the response from the membership was good for both of them, both respected, outstanding performers, multiple trophy winners. Have left a really strong landmark. International players, local boys, done really, really well, and we're really proud of them.
There's Jake Ball from the pavilion and bowls, and Sam Robson tries to get it away. There's no run. We've just been joined by 5 Sports Extra. Paul Franks, the Notts coach, is alongside me at the moment. I'm just going to do an update for Radio Nottingham in a second, so this next few seconds will be a little disjointed, and then we'll try and get back to normal. It's 2 without loss, Middlesex. They are 16 behind today. They've bowled Notts out for 384, of which Ben Slater made 140. Jake Ball bowling at the moment to Sam Robson, and the ball goes through to the wicket keeper Tom Moores. 2 without loss. Loads of questions for you, Paul, of course, but we've got Radio Nottingham news, as you can hear, blaring out in our ears, and then we'll get that out of the way and we can hear ourselves thinking. Surrey County champions, that was confirmed earlier today, for those of you just joining us. As Ball bowls, Robson wristily works it onto the leg side. Dane Patterson doing the fielding. Dane Patterson, I think, has an extra special reason for being out there because he's on 49 wickets for the season. Here is that update. Yes, for the third evening running, we've got a gloomy, gloomy last session in prospect ahead here at Trent Bridge. The floodlights are on, grey skies overhead, up to 20 overs remaining if the light holds. Middlesex batting for a second time. They're 2 without loss. That's a deficit of 16 after Notts just a few minutes ago were bowled out for 384. Ben Slater was the top scorer with 140, and Joe Clark, who passed 1,000 runs for the season today, he was second top scorer with 70. Middlesex 2 without loss. So there's the update for Radio Nottingham. Now they've gone, we can hear ourselves think, Paul. Jake Ball's got 1 ball left in this, the second over. It's been ... so far. Comes in to Sam Robson, former England international, and he works this past the diving Lyndon James at backward point, and they'll come back for a couple of runs. Asiba Mead doing the fielding, 4 without loss. Those shadows around the players are particularly intense at the moment, and that's always a worry, isn't it, Paul?
It is. You know, you start to see the light fall. It happens even in day-night white ball cricket, doesn't it? You start to see those shadows become more prevalent. When you can see 4 of them, you know you've probably got a problem. That tells you that the light's not quite as good as it should be. We've seen a relative level of consistency from the umpires in this game, with trying to keep the game on as long as they can, and that's then their responsibility to judge when that's not the case. So it'll be interesting to see how much of this last session we actually do get in.
Just before Radio Nottingham came to us, I'm just asking you about obviously Jake Ball playing in this game. Samit Patel obviously has not played red ball cricket for a while, but yesterday the club gave them on-field presentations at the tea interval, and off the field said bye-bye with 1 or 2 more nice words and presentations as Stoneman plays this up to Jake Ball, who shies at the stumps that the non-strikers and narrowly misses. He did execute a run out in the first innings to get rid of Ryan Higgins. Single taken, 5 without loss, but almost the end of an era. Of course, there were a couple of players that you played with throughout your career.
Yeah, I was thinking back to it earlier in the week, and to have played in Jake's debut was, seems a long time ago. I played in Brett's debut as well in that county championship game in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah.
And you look back and it feels like a long time ago now, but guys have gone on to make great careers for themselves, and I certainly wish them both the best of luck. I think they've both, in Samit and Jake's case, got a lot to offer.
This is a good looking shot from Robson to the next ball. Yeah, he's got it past Asiba Mead, and that will race away for 4. One thing that has been constant over the season, over the years, is how fast the outfield here is. You beat the fielder, you get forward, don't you?
You do, and Steve and his staff continue to almost speed it up year by year, much to the frustration of the bowlers, to the delight of the batters at times. But it's one of Trent Bridge's biggest qualities, isn't it? It's looked immaculate all season. Steve takes great pride in it, but that certainly wasn't. There was no fetching that one back.
Paul Frank's with us, Notts coach, watching on as Brett Hutton comes away from us. Another crisp drive up to mid-on. There's no run, 9 without loss. Last winter, I know you were off on your travels, successful travels, went to Pakistan. Anything lined up this year? Going back?
No, not to Pakistan as such. No, not this winter. Obviously, there's been a changing of the guard, if you like, within the PCB, and there's various structural changes that have meant that opportunity is not there at the moment.
Hutton in and bowls now, and this is driven up to mid-off. Must just update the Middlesex supporters who are desperately keen to know of events at Canterbury. They're finished, they're done for the day there at Canterbury. It must be either bad light or rain, but stumps at Canterbury. Lancashire 126 without loss, so there is still a little bit of hope for Middlesex. Lancashire trail by 41 runs, but Jennings and Wells have made a good start there. Stumps at Canterbury in that one as Hutton in again, bowls to the right-handed. Robson works it to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, so I'm excited to have been asked to work with England under 19s this winter. It's an exciting winter for them, for those young players. They've got a World Cup to look forward to in January in Sri Lanka, and a camp and various overseas bits of work pre-Christmas. So that's certainly an honour for me. And
so where does that begin? That begins Loughborough, does it?
Yeah, it begins in Loughborough at the end of October.
Hutton bowls nice and full, and Robson works it again away on the leg side, fielded by Hamid. Middlesex understandably busy here. Got to get as many runs as they can. What are we sort of thinking? Knots are going to be left to chase something after 2 sessions?
Possibly. I don't know.
Lunch tomorrow?
I think they'll probably, knowing what they know about the light in this session of the game, means that the variables might be that if we get similar weather tomorrow, you might not be in a position to bowl a side out during this time. So the quicker you get them, the more time you might have to bowl, which means you've almost got to gamble a little bit on the daylight as much as anything.
2 umpires are chatting. Of course, this doesn't do anything for speeding the game. They're both looking skywards, either play cricket or get your light meters out and say it's not fit to play. But a situation, perhaps saying to Stephen Malay, they're going to take them off. Now that's really not good news for Middlesex, is it? 10 without loss, they're going to take them off. Wonder if Stephen was given the option there, well, we can stay out and bowl your spinners. Wouldn't have thought Sam Robson and Mark Stoneman are too happy about that ball.
Well, I can completely understand where Sam and Mark would be sitting at. I think since the rules and regulations changed, where you used to offer the light to the batsman, and it was very much at the batsman's discretion of whether you would leave the field or not. Back in the day where we used to have lights on the old scoreboard, and you used to have a fair reflection of what the light was like. Now the light is solely in the hand of the umpires. And particularly where you see shadows. We mentioned the shadows, Dave, and I think that's the point that they were making. They were having that chat about the shadows across the pitch and the issues that might cause. But unfortunately, the light now has nothing to do with the players. It's all dealt with by the umpires.
But sometimes you do get the umpires say to the captain, we think it's a little dangerous for the quick bowlers, but we're happy to stay out with the spinners. I just wonder if that conversation was had, and presumably Stephen Mullane, no, we've got a new ball here, I want to use my new ball.
Of course, absolutely. Yeah. And I think in that space, that's Stephen's prerogative to do so. Yeah. I think it's unlikely that it's going to get any brighter. And the situation of the game, that'll be frustrating Middlesex as things stand.
Have you got a dash, or have you got 5 minutes?
No, I'm fine.
Right, we can sort of rush through a few questions there, wary of the fact that there was perhaps a time element. So the winter plans, Loughborough initially, and then where is that going to take place? The World Cup.
That's going to Loughborough then leads into India for a quadrangular series through November. Back to Trent Bridge for some winter work through December. Christmas with the family this year, which I didn't have last year. Obviously we were playing on Christmas Day last year and doing various bits and bobs, which was quite novel and quite different. But that's not the case this year, and then that leads into the new year, into Sri Lanka, and what will be a fantastic challenge in the World Cup.
As ever, I'm delighted that Wayne Noon is a dedicated follower to Trent Bridge Live, because yesterday Paul Johnson and Samit Patel came up here, and Wayne Noon was listening to us then.
Of course he was.
Wayne Noon, Dave, can you ask, does Paul think that Mansfield will join the mighty Lincoln City in League One, or does he think the mighty Lincoln City will be in the Championship next season? Cheers, Wayne.
How is he using the word mighty and Lincoln City in the same sentence? No, I'm perfectly confident and comfortable with Mansfield's form at the moment. At least said about Lincoln, the better.
Your questions yesterday, Wayne, actually for Paul Johnson, obviously came through just as Paul had left, but I did put them to you, and he said he was going to get back to you. So that was all about the mighty Lincoln City yesterday.
Sounds like Nooney's got the week off.
Well, yeah. It's a good life, isn't it? I presume you're not solely in charge of the under-19s.
No, just part of the coaching staff. Yeah, part of a team. One that I'm looking forward to, obviously working on behalf of the ECB and being asked it feels like quite a privilege, Dave, I'm honest. It's nice to get some acknowledgement in that space. It'd be great to work with some really, really good young players. I got the chance to have a little look at it a couple of weeks ago when they were during the Australia series and meet a few people. So that's something I'm really looking forward to.
You're racking up quite a CV, aren't you, in that, I'll turn the tally, there's Paul Franks in the dugout, or you're there, you stood behind a coach here, there, or whatever. I know when you finished playing you were keen to stay in the game and go down the coaching route, and you've spent time here with the seconds and the various levels at Notts, working with the first team, and now lots of experience abroad. Career progression going where you want it to?
Hope so. Yeah, certainly hope so. I think trying to do as much varied work as possible, trying to work with as many good players as I can, challenging myself to go to places that are going to put me under pressure, only help. I feel like that's helping me through good experience and challenging experience. So yeah, look, I really love the work. It's not really work. I say it's work. It's not really work. and I'm lucky to still call this place home. So I'm certainly content in my work and continue to look to get better wherever I can.
Still energised presumably by the enthusiasm of youngsters coming to the club, either youngsters who haven't played at the professional level before, or like next season are going to be bringing in a handful of new players. We know all about the Worcestershire signings.
Yeah, we do, and you're absolutely right. I think we're also lucky to have our own crop of good young players coming through the system at the moment. We're excited about them. I've been lucky enough to see them firsthand developing over the course of the last probably 18 months. And we should be rightfully excited about them. Our responsibilities now are to get them as close to the first team as we can, and then hopefully they can take that opportunity as and when it arises. But yeah, I think there's a lot to be excited about as we close this season. I think as we move into next year, we're all aware of the challenges that we're going to face, and we're ready to meet those head on.
I know a lot of you will be staying with us watching the live pictures, but those of you just via the BBC Sport website and app just hearing the words, just to tell you, it's not raining. The umpires have actually stayed out in the middle. The covers aren't on or anything. They're out there talking to Steve Burks and his staff, obviously hoping that the darker of the clouds that forced the players off 5 minutes or so ago will pass away, and it will get a little lighter, and we still will get some more cricket. So that's why we've sort of not said good night, see you tomorrow. We are hopeful, or we're always hopeful, that we'll get some cricket. It doesn't look terminal, does it? You just never know if it's just going to suddenly get darker or suddenly going to get lighter. And the fact they're building the new Dave Bracegirdle residential care home over there, you can't necessarily see as far into the distance as you used to be able to.
And you certainly can't see the buses coming down Loughborough Road anymore. That's a shame.
We can't talk about those. The season for Nottinghamshire, win this game, Somerset lose theirs. Notts could finish 6th, but they're probably going to finish 7th. I guess at the outset, I think there's a lot of positive talk around coaching staff, players, supporters, that maybe a top 3 challenge was perhaps on the cards, but as it's panned out, maybe a little disappointing 7th, but a bit of relief that September didn't go as bad as some Septembers have in the past, and he got sucked into the bottom 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think there were games earlier in the season where we played well, didn't get what we deserved. There were also games where we played poorly and got what we deserved, which wasn't a lot. And we have to be honest about that, and I think we've certainly spoken about that as a group, and we've got areas identified to move forward and develop as a team. We were under no confusion that stepping into Division 1 was going to be easy, and there are some very, very good teams, and the best team, in my opinion, have won the championship. So look, I think there's another step for this team to make to be real contenders, and that step in contention now is on us to try and help those players step into that space now, and let's really try and become contenders for the championship. The good news is we'll get to compete for it next year. Arguably, unfortunately, a couple of years ago, where we were the best team in the country, in my opinion, over that period, we didn't get the chance to compete for the championship, and that didn't taste very nice. So we've had to go on a bit of a journey with that. We take that on the chin, and now we're in a space where we can properly review this season and get to the nuts and bolts of where we want to get better, and hopefully do that over the winter months, where we come back fresh and fighting in April.
You're referring to 2021, when it was the conference system, and then this convoluted system where points you got from your group, the team that you went through into the end of season round of matches went with you, or half the points, if I remember rightly. Notts only lost 2 games all year, didn't they? And it was Warwickshire, and they were the team you went through with. So although Notts won more games and got more points than anybody else in the country, finished 3rd.
Yeah, it was worth nothing.
Yeah,
which still doesn't make any sense to me now, Dave. So yeah, look, it was one of those situations which I don't think anybody understood, didn't even try to understand. I think the important bit for us is now how we get better, how we continue to improve individually and collectively, to make sure we are where we want to be.
Talked about a couple of players leaving. It's been on the board today. Farewell, Stewart. Come along tomorrow and say bye-bye to Stuart Broad, which is nice. Yet another one that you've played with.
Yes, yeah. Look, I think he exceeded my expectation, and I've told him that over the course of probably the last 18 months. His international form was as good as it's ever been. He deserves an enormous amount of credit. I think he's always had the ability to read a room. and he knew that his time was now. So he stepped aside, retired from what's been a fantastic career. The ability to perform on the highest level, and not just perform, but match-winning performances time after time. And we've seen a fantastic player, and one will be greatly missed.
Yeah, I'm sure we won't have to go too far to find him, though. I think he's going to be on the box commentating on cricket for many years to come, and probably on the celebrity circuit a little bit as well. I would imagine.
I think he will. Yes, I think we'll know exactly where he's going to be.
Yeah, it might be one that's touted for Strictly and that sort of thing. Can you see that?
You can ask him
can
that.
You see that,
I'm not
Stuart,
getting involved in that conversation.
I'm
only interested in taking some money off him on the golf course. That's all I'm interested in.
Well, of course, he's going and Jake Ball's going, so thank goodness for you that Brett's sticking around. Because is he the best golfer, Brett Hutton?
Well, he would tell you that.
Yeah,
and he tells everybody else that. So yes, according to the current stats, Brett would be in that place.
Right. Yeah. Right. That's good to know if we're asked. I'm not entirely sure if we're going to get any cricket. Thanks ever so much for popping up. We won't delay you any longer, because I'm sure there's players over there that need your attention. How hands-on are you at this stage of the season with players and just looking? Because it's funny. Yesterday, I'm sure he'd like to be playing somewhere this winter if he's fit, but. Last day of the season, or last game of the season, and he's not playing. But we saw Ollie Stone out there working with Kevin Shine, and it's Shiny films it, doesn't he? And then they have a little look, and this, and this, and on the face of it, you think, well, hang on, his next game's not going to be till April, but it's not, is it?
We don't live in that world anymore, Dave.
No.
We live in a world where there's cricket available 12 months of the year, and we've got some of our younger lads also going overseas to play cricket this winter. So we're keeping an eye on them and making sure they're all ready to go, and they're looking forward to some of their trips. And it's not just this time of year. Like any coach, you're always trying to read the room. When's my right time to be speaking, and when's my right time to be leaving them to it? And that's very much how we run our dressing room.
Yeah.
We like our players to run the dressing room as much as they can, and we step in where we need to. It's that type of situation. We want men to be men, and it's their team to run as much as anything. We try and step in where we think is appropriate. And we give them advice and the benefit of our experience where we can.
Last one, then I'll let you go. Farnsfield?
Yes. Yeah, not bad. Club's doing really well. We've still got a thriving junior section, which is very close to my heart. That means a lot. A thriving women and girls section now as well. So I think the club as a whole is in a really good place. Unfortunately, my diary doesn't allow me to spend as much time there as I once did. And as much as they try and tempt me out of retirement, Dave, I've not been tempted. I gave my kit away for a reason.
Well, yeah, I did many years ago.
I gave my kit away for a reason. So yeah, look, I'd love to see them go from strength to strength. I'm confident that they will do in the future.
Lovely stuff. Thanks ever so much. I'm sure you'll be here next April. If I am, you're always very welcome to pop up. Who knows? Great to see you. Thanks very much.
Cheers,
Paul
mate.
Franks with us here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio London. Great pleasure. Many great moments watching Paul Franks play cricket for Nottinghamshire over the years. Very nice of him to just share a few moments with us there. It's a shame he was only on for, I think, one if not two overs. Middlesex 10 without loss. I think we got 3 overs in. I don't really know where we're going, if anywhere at all, because all that's happened is one or two of the other members of the ground staff who've no doubt had one or two jobs to do have done them, and they've gone out. So it's quite a nice little huddle out there in the middle with umpires Malinder and Debenham telling stories, and Steve Burks and his crew laughing at their tails, which those of you watching the live stream can see they're doing now. Don't know if we'll get any more cricket. Obviously, if we do get some more cricket, Roland Butcher, Kevin Hand, and myself will bring it to you. Right now, they're off for bad light, but you certainly wouldn't say it's terminal, but equally you'd say it's got to improve a little bit before we get any more cricket. So we're very much in limbo with a game here that we want to see restarted. Middlesex clearly will want to see restarted. They trail by 8 runs, and with 1 day to go, they know that there is still perhaps an outside chance, but there is still a chance that they can cling on to Division 1 survival. Lancashire doing their bit down at Canterbury. They're 112 not out at stumps down at Canterbury, so Kent have got their work cut out to win there. If it's only a draw there, Middlesex have got to find a way to get 10 wickets tomorrow, but they need to get a few runs first. I'm going to leave you for now. If the players are back out, then we'll bring you the commentary. If not, then be sure, whatever else you do tomorrow morning, to join us just before 10:30 for the start here. And it'll be the final day then of Nottinghamshire versus Middlesex, and it'll also be the final day of the 2023 season. We very much look forward to talking to you then.